at the end of the day, when I think of business applications that people
Okay,
build, and let's
so
say you want to show data on a website, so you put it
we're
into
back
HTML
to a
templates
Haskell
or offer a
backend,
REST API for someone to consume.
and
then you have data in a database.
so what I did is I took the front end that that you saw yesterday.
I know there's multiple religions
this,
when they hear that is basically the problem statement, and then they maybe immediately think, okay, let's apply DDD and let's apply 100 concepts how to fetch the data or maybe store the data in a database. How would you in general approach the whole data fetching scenario? Would you just say make it as simple as possible and not use any of, I don't know, how would you just approach it?
I guess like what? I guess the fundamental thing about me is that I'm not in any sect. Oh, that's kind of English. No, I'm not in any cult.
I don't know. It's kind of hard to say.
I don't have.
It seems like the easiest way to respond.
If you ask me how should I write my program, I don't have an answer for you because I don't have an ideology that says this is how you have to write programs.
Well, if it's real time.
No, I mean that's something very contextual. It depends upon you, upon
manually, right?
the skill set of your teammates, upon
I don't know, like that seems more
what kind of a program it is.
Because now we're holding a live
and so,
and if anything goes wrong, then
you're never going to get an answer out of me like, oh, the way you have to do it is you have to have these constructs and follow this pattern. And no, in fact, that there's always been this long discourse around application architecture. So I think
I'm not so sure.
Hexagonal architectures, or
we'll figure it out.
I looked up on.
I mean, we'll figure it out because that's all.
What the hell is a hexagonal architecture? The first thing I kind of.
3 weeks at this point.
Oh, hexagonal architecture doesn't have anything to do with 6.
I'd like to get something.
Right. Okay.
Figured out today because
that was the end of my being interested in hexagonal architecture. No, it doesn't have anything to do with 6. It's just a cool way to draw a diagram. That's a little unfair. I think there is somewhat more thought that goes into some of this stuff, but ultimately, I don't believe that the best way to understand software is by drawing boxes of sticks on whiteboards. And so my way of understanding software is to think much more at the code level and around questions like readability of code, maintainability of code, type safety. These kind of problems. Architecture to me is something that emerges organically in a program by a process of incremental refactoring.
You would need to have to repeat that 50 million times because that is actually a great line. It is a great line. It really is. Because I've rarely actually seen that in real life projects. Architecture was always artificially put there, like from the beginning. And you had to kind of follow it and religiously and just squeeze everything in, and it never felt right, kind of.
No, it never quite matches because the code is pushing in one direction, and then you're trying to shoehorn it into something else.
Yep.
And that's not right. You should let the code take you to a design that makes sense at the level of a code. Ultimately, to me, design, to the extent that it's important, is about thinking about APIs, right? About thinking about the external picture of your system. What am I exposing the rest of the world if I'm a library developer like I am? I'm thinking about what am I exposing to developers. And at that point, I'm like the most anal designer you've ever met. I'm infuriating. I must be the most frustrating person for my colleagues to have to deal with because I'm, extremely exigente, strict with respect to the design of APIs. But then, once you get inside whatever this module we're building is, then we need to let, things flow naturally and emerge from the code. Of course, that assumes that you are going to dedicate time to, to gardening the code, to this actual process of refactoring and looking and asking yourself, how can I make this cleaner and more elegant? How can I reduce code duplication? How can I, ultimately, I think a lot of this stuff that people talk about often really gives you very little useful guidance on what you can actually do when I'm actually writing code. But there is one thing which stands above all else, and that's dry, right? And fundamentally, that is the first commandment. And when you're writing code, that is the thing which should be pushing you in the direction of the good and elegant thing.
Mm-hmm. Well said. Did I get this right? Do you think in Spanish? Because you were just saying a Spanish word.
No, it depends. I've lived in a Spanish-speaking household for so long that sometimes it's just the Spanish word comes to me.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. I wasn't quite sure.
For so long.
Think in Spanish because you were just saying a Spanish word.
No. It's the thing which should be pushing you in the direction of the good and elegant thing.
Mm-hmm. Well said.
Ultimately, I think a lot of this stuff that people talk about often really gives you very little useful guidance on what you can actually do when I'm actually writing code. But there is one thing which stands above all else, and that's dry, right? And fundamentally, that is the first commandment. And when you're writing code, that is the thing which should be pushing you in the direction of the good and elegant thing.
Mm-hmm. Well said. Did I get this right? Do you think in Spanish because you were just saying a Spanish word?
It's very little to we need to let strict with respect to a library developer like I am. I'm thinking about what am I exposing to developers, and there at that point I'm like the most anal designer you've ever met. I'm infuriating. I must be the most frustrating person for my colleagues to have to deal with because I'm extremely exigente, strict with respect to the design of APIs. But then once you get inside the whatever this module we're building is, then we need to let things flow naturally and emerge from the code. Of course, that assumes that you are going to dedicate time to.
This is the annoying part about the Haskell backend is that it takes.
I don't know, to gardening the code to this actual process of refactoring and looking and asking yourself, how can I make this clean and more elegant? How can I reduce code duplication? How can I, ultimately.
It's gonna take fucking 10 years.
I think a lot of this stuff that people talk about often really gives you very little useful guidance on what you can actually do when I'm actually writing code. But there is one thing which stands above all else, and that's dry, right? And fundamentally, that is the first commandment. And when you're writing code, that is the thing which should be pushing you in the direction of the good and elegant thing.
Mm-hmm. Well said. Did I get this right? Do you think in Spanish because you were just saying a Spanish word?
No, it depends. I've lived in a Spanish-speaking household for so long that sometimes it's just the Spanish word comes to me.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. I wasn't quite sure. I thought, hey, cool. Right. Then let's jump into our example, actually. And I'm just going to briefly tell people what the whole example is about. You can actually see my screen. The example you cannot, the HTML page I'm showing, but we'll jump into the IDE straight away. Just for you out there listening, I thought we need an example which is kind of real life. So I took an example from my own website back in the day. And what influencers nowadays do is they sell courses online. So I thought a great example would be, let's have a website where we can just buy courses, online programming courses. And essentially what you have is a simple product page. So you can display one course, like a Spring Boot Masterclass, which you see on the screen. And to make it a bit more realistic, there can be different versions of the course, or different packages of the course. So it could be that it's just a basic package. It could be a premium package with some videos or whatever. Then we have team sizes. So the course could be available in different licenses for like an individual, for 5 people, 10 people, whatever have you. And then we're going to make it even more realistic, saying we have purchasing power parity, I think it's called. So we have different prices for different countries in different currencies with different taxes also. So you will see different prices, or you are able to see different prices depending on from where you access the website from. And we have a tiny project prepared, and that's why I'm going to jump into the IDE. And I'm just going to show you roughly how our own AI, Junie, would solve the problem, because I let Junie generate some code, a tiny Spring Boot project for that. We have a Spring Boot project which you can still clone afterwards and check it out yourself. I'm just going to show you how you, in a Spring Boot universe, you would usually tackle this problem, right? So we started with a database. We have database tables available. So everything I showed you is we have books that people can buy. We have guides that people can buy. We have plus guides that people can buy. I talked about tax rates and exchange rates for different currencies and different taxes. And we have a couple of other tables which already exist for the different packages, the different team sizes, and also discounts. I forgot the discounts, right? So we have that database set up. And now to just briefly show you what people would do is they would probably think of, well, every database table inside my database, I'm going to create a entity. So I have a package entities here or model package here. We have a books entity, exchange rate entity. I just have one and one. I mean, for every table, I have an entity, right? I have a product controller, which is where my HTML page, the Get Products page, is being built. And the way that looks like is in the Spring Boot universe, I probably have something which is called a product service with one method, which fetches me all the data I need for my HTML template, converts it to a DTO, so product DTO in this case, and this DTO is what's going to be displayed later on to the user. And when I step inside this method here, the product service, I can see that I'm trying to get one specific plus guide / course here. I might just have a plus guide repository, and you'll find there's a ton of repositories I have already here. These are basic Spring data repositories. So I have an exchange rate repository. For every entity, essentially, I have a dedicated repository, right? With some queries here and some auto-generated methods. So it's just Spring data JPA by default. Right, back to the service just briefly. What happens is I call this one method, which gives me a plus guide. And then I need much more data still, which means I'm going to jump into the convert to product DTO method. Again, I didn't create that code, but Junie did. But in any case, I'm doing some mapping here from my entities to the DTO. And as I need more and more data, I'm just going to call more and more repository methods. So find me some packages, please. Find me the correct team size, licenses, the different ones. And then later on at some point, there must also be another method which I can't find right now to apply some discounts and to apply the tax rates and to apply the exchange rates, right? I think it's down here somewhere, right? Exactly. So essentially what we do is we have one service. We call, I don't know, 5 to 10, repository methods along the way. And these will fetch data from the database tables. And this is how people would maybe structure, try to solve this problem, essentially. And what I've asked you beforehand is, Gavin, please, could you kind of come up with a way of how would you maybe solve this problem or this issue? Mm-hmm. That's why I think, yeah, we could switch to your laptop and screen and just kind of talk through how you would approach this problem and how you would tackle it.
I prefer to start off by having a look at what we have there,
sure,
right?
Yeah.
When I first saw it, I didn't realize that it was Junie who had produced it, but I pretty quickly figured out that that was what it was. And the reason is that what you have there is, as you say, what I think
that got rid of
is very common for people to naturally write by hand. So what do we have here? We have, as you say, an entity per table. When I have
the look of this.
Some code which knows how to fetch a single entity.
Look at how nested.
And then I have
it's like do you see this?
Orchestrating code which goes
so
back
unique.
when it wants to fetch related data. In this case, they're kind of collection.
Very unique.
Many values. It goes back to the repositories with a query for everything that points back to this.
It's not. It's more.
So there's a very common
sign.
way to that you'll see in handwritten code of whatever
sort.
sort.
Suggest?
Now, when I first looked at that, I thought, oh well, I know what's wrong with this. Right? We want to do join fetching, and we want to start mapping. One of the things that Junie didn't do was map the collections.
And if you get out of a case, then you're
the associations is bidirectional.
I don't know.
Had some many-to-one associations.
Get out of a case.
But we'll map those collections, and then
what else is there to
produce some really much more efficient SQL.
If it's
And I started doing that, but then I started noticing some funny things about the model. So what we need to, first of all, before anything else, is to actually have a look and understand the model. And this is, this is very interesting. This is
just
what happens with any, the common case in developing these kinds of software is that you have a legacy database, and some things about the legacy database are not how you would have designed it necessarily if you were starting from scratch. Okay, so
this kind of structure.
And maybe just to quickly interject, for me, it was important in this example to actually, to start with a legacy database. As you said, this is what usually happens, that some sort of data already exists and some sort of database schema already exists, and you have to kind of work with it. It's not just greenfield where you can do whatever you like. So the schema isn't perfect, but exactly.
I mean, it's the common case. It's the common case, and almost always, if you have legacy data, then it's not going to look exactly like in the thing that would be most convenient for you. By looking at the schema, what I realized here, and it was a bit non-obvious because of the names of things, and it was a bit non-obvious particularly because of how the foreign key constraints have been done. But what I realized is that we really, whereas we have what looks like 3, 6, 9 entities there, we really have 2 main types with subtypes, is what I infer from looking carefully at the schema. So it appears that books, guides, and plus guides are all subtypes of a particular abstract type of thing, which probably doesn't exist there in the database.
It doesn't exist yet, but
And I believe that something very similar is going on with product pricing, product packages, and product team sizes, that they are also some sort of, or very close to something that's
some sort of subtyping.
There's some kinds of product, right? And so what we have here is what, if we were, in the terms that, which will be concrete for people who use JPI, a table per class mapping. Well, that's a pretty silly name. So let's rewind and let's talk, go back to Object Relational Mapping 101. What are the 3 basic inheritance mapping strategies, right? What are they? So the first and the nicest one, when you have a subtyping relationship where especially when the subtype has a lot of attributes that the supertype doesn't have, is what in JPA we would call a joined subclass. So to retrieve an instance of any given type, I do a join across multiple tables. So each of those tables only has the attributes declared by the given type. Okay. And that's great. It's very nicely normalized, very easy to define the non-null constraints and all that kind of thing. A very nice mapping strategy. It has, I guess you could call a disadvantage that you have to do a join every time you retrieve an instance. Okay. And so for cases where the subtypes don't define many attributes or columns in the database, it's very common that people denormalize, use a different strategy, which is to denormalize into the whole hierarchy of entities into a single table. And so this is the single table mapping strategy. And it's the default in JPA, and it's the default when most people sit down and write code by hand.
And the unfortunate thing is I've seen that, grow that strategy to having then a master table of 120 columns mapping to essentially the whole world. And, but
sure. Well, this is so a little bit later we can talk about database refactoring or something, but So this absolutely happens, right? Because if we keep throwing new subclasses, then this table grows and grows and grows, right? And so that's not great. It's not my favorite. My favorite is the join subclass approach. But again, it's depends upon what the hierarchy looks like exactly. Then finally, there's everyone's prodigal stepchild. I'm mixing metaphors, but the one that's our least favorite, okay, which is where you have a table for each concrete class in your hierarchy, and that table has all the attributes, including the declared and inherited attributes. We don't love this one because it becomes difficult to map foreign key relationships between at the polymorphic level because databases don't let you target a foreign key constraint to multiple tables. So I realize that this is what we have here, with an extra wrinkle, which is that in order to get around this issue, which I just spoke of, which is this foreign key constraint can't target abstract table, what we have here is that each polymorphic relationship is mapped to 3 columns. So we have a plus guide foreign key, a guide foreign key, and a book foreign key. And then there's, which is actually quite clever, and I'm not sure if I've ever seen this before. And then there's a check constraint which says that one of these has to be, there's a foreign key on each of them. There's a check constraint which says 2 of these have to be null, right? So it's kind of clever, and it's the sort of thing you find in legacy data, right? It really is. This is a realistic situation. It's kind of a pain because it's an interesting thing. Okay, so what could we do, right? So we could just say, hey, I have a bunch of tables here with relationships, and I can treat them as I always would. Okay. But then we have to think about about what kind of, if I'm using JPA or Spring Data or whatever, what kind of association fetching, what is going to result from that? And it actually turns out a little bit tricky to get right. I managed to get some things which were okay, but not perfect. Now I have a pretty high standard for perfect. Okay, but I didn't manage to get into perfect. Okay, so at this point we should take a step back. Okay, and I think this is right. Okay, when I encounter some legacy database tables, and I find some things in them which are a bit weird. Right, the first thing you got to ask is, what am I even doing here? So Marco, right? Here's my question. Here we have a program with 1 screen. Is this program going to grow a lot more screens?
It is not.
It is not.
It is not.
Then, I hate to say it, if that is the real situation here, then it is hard to go worse than write a SQL query, use whatever you're using. Could be Spring Data, could be Hibernate, could be Jakarta Data, could be 1,000 other things which know how to map a flat SQL result set to a bunch of batch Java objects.
Right, yeah. Just a bunch of records. May I just,
records are, it's hard to go, if that's a goal here. Now, okay, but however, there's one caveat about that, right? Now, what did Junie do? Junie created some DTOs which were a structured tree of DTOs. Now, I suspect that that's probably not what you want, but tell me, is that from your view in the UI, did you want to get back a graph of objects, or?
No, not really, no. I just wanted to have the simplest, flattest thing possible to display in the UI, so yeah.
So then, I mean, it's hard to, then if that's the case, it's hard for me to justify anything more complicated for that than just write a SQL query.
Oh, shit.
And return some records.
Which is awesome to hear, which is great to hear. Yeah, but not really, because it's just a pragmatic way of doing it, essentially, yeah.
I wish I could give you some more sophisticated answer than that, but in this particular case, where I have a program with 1 screen, that's just going to be the easiest way.
And just because people need to hear it, so they could write a native query with Hibernate. They could write whatever they're doing.
Flip that shit up into records easy as, and as will, I'm sure, Spring Data or anything else.
Right, yeah. Just imagine it were to grow much more, kind of. What will we do then, kind of?
Right, so then what, first of all, if I have to think about if I'm entering data, not just displaying data, then things start becoming more interesting, because then I am going to be wanting to ask, how do I, what are my representation of things that I'm putting into there? Again, that might be fairly simple, or it might not be. If we're going to start having more complicated business logic, which starts doing operations across graphs of objects, things more than just flashing, then we're going to get into the realm of where object relational mapping really comes into its own. That's not to say you can't viably use object relational mapping in other cases. You absolutely can, But it's really when I'm having some operations that need to operate over a graph of objects. That's where we're really in the realm of object relations. Okay? If I'm always happy to just get some square tables, then that's maybe not. Okay, so let's go a little bit further than that. So how would we do it? What should we do here? If we want to have something that's that's going to start growing. One of the things I say, which I'm a little concerned might not be correct in all contexts, but I think as a general rule is correct, is that the approach of writing SQL queries and writing a dedicated Java class to represent each of the result sets of each of these queries is not very dry and will eventually lead to maintenance problems as the program grows very large, right? There is still great advantage to having a type-safe representation in your Java program of the basic things in the business domain, if you want to use that language. So here, what do we have? Now we want to start, so making it concrete again, all right? I want to introduce, like if I want to have this model, this reusable model that's going to be used, I want to actually model that elegantly in terms of the things which, in terms of some abstract model which I'm inferring from that schema, right? In which I have products, you said, in which I have something which abstracts over books and guides and plus guides, right? And then I want to ask myself, well, then what's going to be the cleanest way to map those to those tables, right? And honestly, I got to say, the nicest way would be to make a view and map the views, right? Could I do it with, absolutely, I could do a table per class mapping on each side of this relationship, and then, Hibernate will happily join, create SQL queries, which has a join across two unions, and that's perfect, and that's great. But you know what? We could make a view, right? So we could make a view that, two views, excuse me, actually, and map those views in our Java program. And that would make things simpler on the Java side.
No,
that would be presenting
we're not doing any server-side
the data
bullshit.
to the Java side in a way which makes more sense and is closer to the representation which the Java program wants to work with.
Wants to work with, yeah. Yeah.
Right. Or more, perhaps more correctly, the Java developer wants to work with, right? And so these views are good. They provide that adapter layer between the actual physical layout of the tables and the Java program and so now we're starting to, and the views get closer to the real conceptual model we have here. People talk about object relational mapping as being this mismatch
kind of
between
a good point, though.
I actually
maybe we don't need TypeScript.
What we have is an abstract model of the things in our world. And that is realized in various different
yes, that's a good point.
Not physical representations, various different language level representations, whether that's a relational schema, whether that's Java classes, whether, if you love your whiteboards, whether that's some kind of, UML or some kind of description logic or, whatever it is. You have an abstract model, and then, don't confuse the realization of your model in a given language or a given, modeling language with the model itself. And so the views will adapt our model to something close to that, right? So that, so I think that, concretely in this program with this schema you have here, I think that would make things nicer. And plus it's a step towards ultimately refactoring our database. Okay. And that is, people don't talk much about this, but views are the step to, so we're going to start off with this being the view and those being the physical tables. Eventually, over time, we can migrate to, right?
And it probably shouldn't just be we can or we could, but we actually should. I mean, over time, we should put in the work to work towards that.
Mm-hmm. It's like the view that the database is set in stone and it never changes. I mean, excuse me, I understand that where that comes from, right? The database, where does it come from? Because the database is very often a shared representation of the shared representation of the data that's shared between lots of different programs, right? And which have different life cycles, development teams, technology, yada yada. And so it makes sense that people want that to be extremely stable, and it should be extremely stable. Like the truth of the matter is that, you know, entities are things which are relatively stable. You know, software is always soft, sure, but they are still relatively stable compared to everything else that's going on, right? And so that's fine, but that doesn't mean things never change. You know, no, data has to change, and in fact, we should, you know, if we care about data, which I think we do. I think in most cases we care much more about the data than the program. I mean, the application. And that if that's the case, and I think it is the case, mostly, then we should be considering maintenance of the data and evolution of the data and the representation of the data as something that we invest in. Right. Yeah. My view.
Did you, by the way, create these views on?
I did not actually do it.
Right? Yeah, but it's great to hear. It really is great to hear because it's just a pragmatic way of approaching it. To be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you have any? I mean, in terms of then actually accessing these views, you said early on, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. People can be happy with Spring Data, could be happy with anything else. Probably would like people to see use some Jakarta data, for example.
Okay.
I mean,
so I'm trying to think how to put this without, like, you know, alienating, you know, 80% of your audience. So Marco, go to
feel free to alienate.
So first of all, I had my first encounter with Spring over the
yes you did
over the last week, and it was an interesting experience. So the first copy of this, of this project you sent me had an error in the mappings. Junie had mapped JSON array to a map or something like that. It wasn't quite right. And because of the nature, and when we tried to run it, I was getting some very strange error from Jackson. Jackson complaining that it couldn't.
Yes,
but the error from Jackson was not very.
Yes, when we tried to fetch the data product, we got some Jackson error that I don't know, the square bracket couldn't go into the map or the other way around, something like that. Yeah.
What are we looking at here? You need to open up.
By the way, you can open it up on your machine, and I will just follow you. Around. Yeah.
So where was it? So it was this one. There was a couple like it, but I think
exactly.
I think it's this one, right? So Junie generated JSON array there as the column default, and I guess is the
right. And just maybe for the viewer to understand, so these products, they also have so-called Twitter infos, which is essentially tweets and metadata from Twitter, which they can have. So it's a JSON column. Which we then had to map to a a map, and I think Junie was mapping it to an array or vice versa. So that was some sort of mapping issue.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's because it's declared. Anyway, I'm not sure quite what happened there. Anyway, but it was quite a confusing error from Jackson, and I didn't know what was going on. Right, so what happened? I was getting this error, and you know, so I put a breakpoint in my debugger, and I tried to. You know, so first of all, you know, this find by AD method, like it doesn't have any implementation, right?
It doesn't, yeah, but it's just generated on startup, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And so I was like, okay, well, let's try stepping into it, and
then you're probably caught in
CGLib
proxies.
And I got into a bunch of AOP proxies, which I didn't have any clue of what was going on there, and I was like, well, where the hell do I put? And then I tried to put the breakpoint in somewhere in Hibernate, which I thought the Spring Data would be calling.
Mm-hmm. It should,
and it didn't get called, and. So I don't know what it was calling. It wasn't calling the obvious the find method. I don't know which one it was calling.
Right.
And I was like, you know, well, how the hell do I figure out what's going on here? And at that point, I gave up, right? Mm-hmm. And it's funny because I just spent like a year or more criticizing this approach, right? for exactly the reason. Yeah. And then I was actually right. I wasn't just talking nonsense. Like I actually just got bitten by that in my first ever attempt to use this stuff. So here's a Jakarta data version of this.
Oh man,
it doesn't look very different. You know, I guess the main difference you'll find here is that you know, first of all, the repository doesn't extend a super type, and we have an annotation here. So this is an annotation-driven program model. And recently I realized, I mean, this is the model I like, but I also realized, from looking at the Spring stuff, one of the advantages of this is that we don't need all sorts of different super types for async, for React,
right?
For different how many different flavors of reactive, right? So the nice thing is that if we had a reactive version of this, it would return.
He's talking about React.
The Mutiny.
Oh, that's completely different.
Uni here, and so these annotations are the annotation based model is just more flexible from this point of view. But what I really like here is that so let's get rid of it, right? Oh god.
To
of course.
Receive state from the server. Oh, because
so the implementation is generated by an annotation processor as soon as I hit and backslash. And here I got something I can step into, right? I can put a breakpoint here and step into this call to the Hibernate stateless session, and I can see exactly what's going on, right? And you see that what's going on here is entirely trivial, right? Because all the hard work and all the heavy lifting is being done by Hibernate.
Just maybe a word on the use of stateless session here has because maybe people are still living in the old days of having a stateful session, so to speak.
Sure.
What's your current thought process on these two?
Yeah, so this is the thing I've talked a lot about the last couple of years, and where I really think that we made a mistake all those years ago. Really really users pushed us in the direction of the stateful persistence context, where what's a stateful persistence context? Well, first of all, it's a first level cache, so if I read the same data twice in a transaction, I get the same objects back. Good for
don't know how
cross references, and it's great. And second of all, it's a what's a context where we do automatic change detection. And so if I modify an entity, the changes I make to the entity will be automatically synchronized back to the database at the end of the transaction, typically, or before I run a query whose result set would be affected by those changes. And so this is a good model, right? It is the model which probably most people using Java today are using, and it's a good model. But I realize that there are people who hate it, and perhaps some of these people who are talking about Hibernate being too magical, are those people. And so there was always another model, and stateless session is not new. It's 20 years old, right? More. But there were a couple of problems with it. First of all, we didn't put it in the JPA spec, because that wasn't because as far as we could tell, everybody was asking for the other thing. So we didn't put that in. And second, I did it not really knowing if anyone was going to use it. And then I got distracted working on other things for 10, 15 years and never really got finished.
And by the way, to add to that, in your book, I think in that second edition, you put it as a way of doing efficient batch processing. Yeah, so I feel like a lot of people thought it's kind of connected to batch processing in a way.
Yeah, and I mean, right, because why is it connected? Why is it especially useful for batch processing? Because if you have a persistence context and you start loading up thousands of objects, then those objects are pinned into memory by the persistence context itself, right? So if you're doing operations off, now I'm not telling you to do batch processing in Java, right? But there are people who do it. Okay. So for those people, you need to either explicitly manage the size of the first level cache of the persistence context, and that's a pain in the butt. And so stateless session, I guess in our ecosystem, given that it has some limitations, sort of fell into this niche of this is good for doing operations across a lot of entities. Okay, and people used it for that. And never really thought, well, hey, actually, you can use this for all through your program, and you'll get something that is at least as good as what you would, get if you wrote this stuff by hand, right? In fact, something that's a lot better because, Hibernate is obviously a lot more powerful object relational mapping. So we want to re-emphasize that Object relational mapping is about object relational mapping. It is not about persistence context. Persistence context, that's what everybody wanted at the time, but you don't have to use it. And in fact, in Jakarta Data, the default is to, in fact, the only thing that was supported in Jakarta Data 1.0 is statelessness. So the operations are, you know, you would have update as a explicit operation, right? And that would call, you know, stateless session.update right there.
Because you were just saying that in 1.0, is it going to change in the future?
So, right. In 1.1, we have introduced the concept of a stateful repository, right? And what's a stateful repository? It's a repository where instead of insert, update, delete annotations, you have annotations like persist, merge, refresh, remove, and no date. Okay? And so it is modeled on the JPA model of, and you know, the thinking here is that the typical implementation of a stateful repository would be backed by Jakarta Persist. And so that is coming in 1.1 among a lot of other things which are almost much more interesting than that one. By the way, I should, you know, before we go any further, I should, you know, just so that people can see it, what happens if I make a mistake here, right? So these things, these parameters of a repository method in Jakarta Data are bound by type and by name. And if I make a mistake in that name, then the annotation processor immediately reports that to me. No matching field.
No matching fields.
The entity class, you know, same if I get the type wrong, matching field,
which is
type integer,
which is very nice.
Yeah, so that's great. Now, you know, like, okay, IntelliJ actually also does a good job of validating some of this stuff as well. But you know, you actually need both sides of this validation, particularly because IntelliJ generally only reports things which are in the window, in the file have open in front of me, whereas this stuff ensures that you get, you know, errors from the client side as well, right? You know, if I and you know, through the whole program change. If I remove a field from my entity, then and I recompile, then all my repositories which use that will break, and I'll get that.
It's a proper compile error, and whereas we just give you warnings essentially in the current file. Maybe I need to ask you, because people will think, because they're used to the Spring Data repository find method, so find by ID and name equals to and less than and blah 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 blah. Is that going to be the same thing, kind of? Or?
I mean, you can call this as anything you like, you know, Jakarta Data doesn't care what you call things.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Names are.
But it's not like you can like with Spring Data, where then, for example, you would say, find me a plus guide by name and by ID.
No, so so string, currency, string. And so the name here doesn't matter. What matters is these things, okay? So the matching is done by, you know, that's why we get an error here.
Right.
Because it's the name which matches the thing in the entity.
Right, yeah, right. And not the name of the method. Okay, yep.
Now, of course, we also have something which you know, Spring Data obviously also has, which is the ability to put a name query on here. In fact, I think, you know, to my mind, the kind of the primary value in repositories is it gives you a nice place to put your queries, right? And so,
by the way, talking about that, would you then also, if we are still thinking about this very simple example, maybe just have one repository where you put all different types of queries?
That was a point I was going to make. Yeah. Like, so traditionally, DAOs or repositories were always done on the basis of you have one per entity. Now, I think there's all kinds of things wrong with that. First of all, because queries, especially analytic queries, don't relate to one entity. I would say that when you're starting off with small, you know, I'm going to like just, you know, just because I like sometimes to do the opposite of what everyone is doing, I'm going to say like a totally legit and good way to do things in Jakarta Data is to have one repository, not per entity, but per controller. It's actually really nice that way, right? Because then you have the queries grouped together, which are grouped together in the user interface. It's quite unlikely that your query is going to be reused between different, you know, they are, then sure, you know, on a repository, right? But I almost want to say that, like, to me, the default way to start off is a repository per controller, not a repository per entity, right?
You heard it here first. All right, yeah.
Just because, why? Well, because things should be grouped by topic, right? Not by, and because your entities are shared representations, but these aren't, right? So a repository by entity has quite low cohesion. Yes, low cohesion, right? Not very cohesive. There's no, what are the relationships between all these operations operating on this entity? And secondly, as I said, like many operations related persistence don't deal with just one entity, right?
I just want to have my entire website. I don't want to have this constant back and forth fucking bullshit.
It's like just
that entities kind of group together as well, right? But they don't group together as trees. And so this notion that some DDD people have that things come in aggregates and everything goes through the aggregate root, that's just not correct with relational data. Relational data isn't like that. You have many associations all over the place. Nothing says that things have to refer to aggregate root.
That's it.
And so it can be also be quite nice to have just one repository for your whole program. It's relative. I think that opens up some options for, but my point is that Jakarta Day doesn't care. You can do whatever the hell you like, right?
Yeah.
What is convenient for you? You don't have to.
It's
I don't have to tell you
too
what
complex.
To do
like I can't even understand what's happening.
If you start out new, you can
I don't understand
still,
how
organically start up with a small, simple solution. Maybe
I don't understand how web developers do the shit.
Maybe once you're growing,
it doesn't
maybe
make
at
any
some
sense
point you might want to split it out.
It's unfathomable.
Feel free to not be locked into one solution from the get-go. Is that
feel free to not be locked into anything. Like do what works, not what some person who's in a cult told you to do, not what I told you to do. Figure out what's comfortable to you and what makes your code look pretty, right? Fundamentally, and what achieves maximum reuse, because the first commandment is DRY, right? And what is type safe, because the second commandment is we don't use strings in code, right? So, which brings me nicely to this. Okay, so our queries, right? So so I'm querying now. IntelliJ actually don't think likes me writing this yet. Sorry, we're
actually ridiculous.
Actually
so ridiculous.
We've been drinking.
Yeah. Where currency equals. Where did I get with from? That's crazy. Everyone can see how confident I am. Oh, didn't mind. Okay, cool. So this is your JDQL or JPQL query, right? If we that's the generated thing. It just calls some methods of Hibernate that you could call yourself.
Right.
One of the nice things about this, guys, is like,
honestly, I'm so sick of all this.
If you run into a limitation of Jakarta data and you need to call, I don't know, something here
package JSON,
like set cache retrieve mode or set comment or something like that. I mean, great. You just copy paste this thing. I'm sorry.
Why not just have a script?
Right. You just put
default
right. And then you use it. Okay. And then we need to get the session, status session.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I need to create a stateless session, and then just this. Import that. Anyway, get object doesn't like get object. Anyway, this works. I don't know why I got an error, but I don't care. Because it's the same as this. Find all 2. Okay. And now I can go and call whatever I like. Okay, so there's my whole life I was suspicious of code generation. I'm like, no, I want things to work by by meta programming or by fancy parametric polymorphism.
So the entire front end.
But this has made me actually start to love code generation because
served
I mean, it all depends upon how good the code generator is and whether it's generating something that's, you know, reasonably similar to what you would write by hand, I guess. And I think the thing is that finally in Java we get to the point where these annotation processes make are well enough integrated into this development environment, of which we're both a fan, and that they just work, you know, nicely and cleanly. And
as
I'm
we can
actually
see,
honestly surprised that this whole crazy idea all turned out so well. You know, the magical thing about all this is that if you make a mistake here, right? First of all, IntelliJ picked it up. Wonderful, great work. Second of all,
yes,
my annotation processor
picks it up. Yes, right? Exactly. So,
you know, this is great. You know, this is great stuff.
And if you run that on a CI system, whatever, it doesn't matter. You would just get a compiler error.
You get the compiler error, and a meaningful compiler. You know, cannot interpret path expression, right? And so, yeah, like
I don't want these.
You know, what I want to say is, you know, this is great. It's a great development experience, but it's, you know, but it's also natural, and it's not constraining in terms of how you can express yourself. All right, go ahead with what you do.
Now, I was to ask something totally unrelated, because I think you were not working on Hibernate for a couple of years, and then you came back essentially just like 2 years ago. Is that right? I mean,
yeah. So I stopped working on Hibernate a long time ago after getting out after JPA 1.0 and Hibernate 3. At one point, I decided that I'd run out of ideas for Hibernate, and that the things I was playing with and trying to do were making it worse. And
do you have an example of what made it worse for you?
On stage, I added in some things so that you could persist XML directly using the session and stuff. And
right.
It wasn't a good idea. It was bad. I mean, it was, you know, it was silly. But anyway, you know, we still have some remnants of that, and I actually found itself to be useful. Some of these things which I thought were bad at the time, actually turned out to be. So Inverse uses this capability to not for XML, but as these map entities, right? Uses that for revisioning. Anyway, for auditing and stuff. So it turns out that there was, and Inverse is actually extremely widely used, even though nobody talks about it. And so this, you know, stupid thing I was doing actually turned out to have a use which turned out to be useful. Okay, so yeah, I decided that, like, if I kept, you know, I was probably just going to make it worse, and so I decided to leave it to other people to carry forward. In fact, I made a conscious decision, like, okay, if I'm there, like, looking over people's shoulder all the time, like, you know, that's just not gonna
By the
work.
way, were you kind of like the benevolent dictator? I mean, in the project? I mean...
Yeah, up until that point. Yeah, absolutely.
Right,
yeah, absolutely I was. And so yeah, we got, you know, as far as I was concerned, everything I knew about persistence had been made really nicely, written down in the JPA 1.0 spec. I stayed around for some of the work on JPA 1.1, sorry, 2.0, excuse me, which was, you know, stuff like, you know, you can blame me for the static meta model and which again was pretty bad at the time, but has later turned, I mean, that's the foundation of all this stuff, and it's actually wonderful. But it took a decade or more before it actually turned out to be good. Anyway, so I worked on, I was very concerned at the time with how to make this stuff integrate nicely into, you know, we'd been working with the EGP3 group, and, you know, how to make this stuff integrate nicely with the web layer of Java EE at the time. And so, first of all, I, you know, experimented with some ideas with the Seam framework, which was a briefly popular thing that some people really did use to. But then from the ideas of that, we proposed a specification which was called WebBeans, right, which ultimately evolved into CDI. And so I worked on that, and CDI is actually a very successful specification. It's now the, you know, kind of the foundational component model of Jakarta EE, and the way the different specs have all decided to, you know, standardize on that as the way to, you know, integrate together. So that's been very successful. After that, I worked for about 10 years on the Salon programming language, which was sadly not commercially successful. We definitely had some users, and we definitely could write some code in Salon. Ultimately, we didn't have the team size we needed to be able to develop 2 IDEs, plugins for 2 IDEs, and a compiler and a platform. And
how many people did you have working on it, by the way?
I don't remember the exact answer to that, but like, I want to say 7 or 8-ish, something like that. And so it wasn't successful, but a couple of things. I mean, to me, it remains, this is my opinion, obviously extremely biased, but it remains like the type system in Salon is the platonic ideal of a type system for a language which has both parametric polymorphism and subtype polymorphism. You cannot do better than that in a system with nominal typing. Excuse me, I should qualify that. So if you have nominal typing, you have subtype polymorphism, and you have parametric polymorphism, that is the correct type system, and you cannot do better than that. And every other language has a system that's worse than that. Okay. Yeah. My opinion.
It's a fair opinion. It's your opinion, yeah.
I learned a huge amount from that experience about just how important types are. Type safety is the most powerful tool in the toolbox of any developer for the following reason. The least enjoyable part and most frustrating part of my job is waiting for the goddamn test to run. Mm-hmm. And anything I can do, which can find any bug, no matter how trivial, before I have to run the damn tests, is going to save me a huge amount of time. And for some reason, I think most people don't seem to get, certainly everybody on the Python universe doesn't understand it. And but really it is. It's like amazing. And you know what? Vibe coding doesn't change that. Why? Because the kind of bugs that Junie makes are the kind of bugs that we make, right? People I think are kind of, are used to the idea that computers have some certain kinds of failure modes and humans have other kinds of failure modes, and they're used to humans making those kind of errors, and they're used to machines making these kind of errors, and they got kind of a bit weirded out when computers start making these kind of errors that humans make, right? Mm-hmm. And very much, okay. At this moment in time, I don't want to, at this moment in time, the kind of bugs that Junie makes are the kind of bugs, the kind of mistakes that I would make. And, without static typing, you're going to be spending a lot of time running tests. So the combined, time spent waiting to get a response from the coding assistant and time, spent, waiting for tests, man, trust me, time sitting around waiting, twiddling your fingers, switching to Twitter is the most frustrating and demoralizing part of developing software. And it is really, I've been doing some machine learning type, stuff, and it is so frustrating waiting for models to train, right? Like I actually hate it. like I hate AI because waiting for models to train is so frustrating. And so, static typing, my point about that is static typing is still relevant, when we're using coding assistants. Mm-hmm. And in fact, perhaps it's potentially even more relevant. Mm-hmm.
That was an interesting detour.
Sorry.
No, it was. I was just trying to figure out where we were, and we were with at Jakarta Data, the repository, the stateless session, the query methods. Would you mind giving us a brief outlook on what's going to happen in Jakarta Data in the next version, maybe, or what are your long-term visions? And by the way, now I remember, I forgot to ask you, what made you come back then to Hibernate and then to tackle, Jakarta Data and all these? So, I mean, what's been happening in the last 2 years?
That sure. So first of all, I mean, eventually we ran out of money to keep developing Salon, right? And I realized, I realized that it wasn't something we could continue to push forward without more people. Essentially because of the incredible amount of work it takes to keep two IDEs. I mean, we had very powerful IDE plugins for two. I mean, to keep those working and going forward is extremely, extremely difficult. And without that IDE integration, there was no point for language of static typing. Anyway, okay. So that then I spent a couple of years being quite extremely demoralized and depressed, and not knowing what to do. I kind of got out of it because I discovered this wonderful thing called edX, and I went back and learned science and maths again, and then I got a master's degree in theoretical physics, and then I was so into that I got another one in quantum stuff.
Really?
And,
right. Okay.
And somehow all that experience just, I don't know, turned me back on again. And yeah, so while that was going on, the other thing that happened was that Quarkus came along, right? And so Quarkus is, it's really wonderful. And, again, I don't want to alienate your audience by saying, but I really noticed with Spring Boot that I'm continuously restarting the server. I'm not sure if that's because I'm doing something wrong, but I don't think so. I think that's probably
there are ways around it and DevTools, but I think Quarkus has it nicely figured out.
I felt like I was stepping back in time because Quarkus, I just don't have that experience. It's make your changes. No, I mean, Quarkus is great. And so Quarkus came along.
Yeah,
and we kind of looked around and what are we going to do for I mean, we were really viewing this, this was, and some of my colleagues were very much militating against, wanting to make a break from Java EE, from Jakarta EE, right? And, on the basis that, this was something that was maybe holding us back, and that it was a lot of effort, there was a lot of work in, trying to shepherd specs in a good direction, and
how we do it.
And so what happened? I said, we sat down and thought about what we're going to do out persistence, and I wasn't sure by that stage. I'd been disconnected for 15 years. I wasn't even sure if people still used Hibernate or if it was this kind of dead thing, and that people were
still using it. Yeah.
Yeah, and so actually, got this big database off Stack Overflow, and I did some analytics on it, and it came up that, oh no, people are still, no, this is still big. And
not just big, but also kind of the default, I think. Kind of,
that is our understanding now. That it is the thing that everybody's using, and yes, there are other things people are using, but there are the exceptions, and this really is the thing that people use. And so, oh wow, but but where are we? If we've actually been investing in this, and have we been really, or we just kind of left it there as this thing that was stable, right? That required maintenance, and so we spent.
Why is it reading the cable?
Several years, just trying to drag Hibernate itself.
Don't check the back end.
A modern shape.
Just delete the fucking front end.
And
fuck up.
And that was hard. I mean, that was a ridiculous amount of work just to get it in a state where it was like not. Where entropy had taken over years, and so that was successful. From that, we dipped my toe back in the water a bit with Jakarta Persistence 3.2, and that was nice. And then Jakarta Data came along at the sort of a similar time, and the first we heard about it, I mean, there's a funny story is that I think I forget who it was. It popped up on the Jakarta Persistence saying, "Oh, we should have something like Spring Data," and like we're like. No, I was like, no, we should not have that in JPA. Right? I'm like, trying to be diplomatic. I think that if somebody wants this, and they should go away and make their own spec that does this, right?
Right.
And these guys replied, "Oh yeah, we'll do that. I'm like, I'm never gonna hear about it. And then a couple of years later, it turns out that they had actually gone away and started a spec, and then it came back to bite me.
Right, it came back to
Yeah.
Okay. Right, it boomeranged back.
This is true, right? It boomeranged back on me, right? And then it was like, it turns out that by that time, me and Steve had been talking, and we'd been thinking, well, what is it that people want? What is it? Why, people are using Spring Data. I mean, there must be some reason, right? It can't be that they're using it for no reason, right? There must be something, and so we were trying to figure out, but wouldn't it be better if we just generated some methods for your named queries, right? Isn't that what they want out of this? So we're experimenting a lot by that time, and started experimenting with the annotation processor. And so by the time that Jakarta Data came back, we actually had some ideas. So the first iterations of Jakarta Data were quite similar to Spring Data, but we said, no, I think we should go in this direction. Some of these new ideas. Turns out that I believe that the Micronaut guys had been exploring a sort of a similar direction in their stuff, and so what ultimately came out of it, I think, is really nice. I really think this is turned out surprisingly nice, and so.
Project.
We're seeing a lot of interest in it. I don't know how many people are using it yet. And so in Jakarta Data 1.1, so anyway, there's enough there to motivate us to invest in Jakarta Data 1.1. And what's coming there is
what's coming there?
Yeah. So first of all, restrictions. So we have a type. So something that comes up over and over again is, how do I write dynamic queries? Okay, where I have some search screen where we have a bunch of possible criteria, and you have to pick between the criteria and the value.
And by the way, this is a thing, just to briefly again, from product work or consulting work. I've seen every project essentially out there trying to rewrite some version of the criteria API, some helper, I don't know, some query helper, trying to dynamically create queries. I personally found the criteria API hardcore to use back in the day, and dynamic queries is a biggie. I think that many people struggle with.
No, it's absolutely 100%. It's something that we never nailed. So, funnily enough, some people told me that the old Hibernate criteria API before that I designed before I knew how to program actually came pretty close, right? And so, I thought about, well, what was it about that? Well, it was a tree, right? Why is it that people complain about the criteria API in JPA? It's because it does everything. It's a complete model of a query language. And so everything. First of all, it has two levels of stuff that make it more complicated. Okay, first of all, it's abstract to allow different implementations of it. So each vendor has its own implementation of it, so that means that there's already a level of factoriness to it. Secondly, you can have comparisons between nodes from different branches of the, you know what I'm saying. And so that adds an additional level of factoriness to it. And the end result of those two levels of factoriness is I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not fun either. Yeah. Is this something that vibe coding can help with? Actually, I think what's happened over the years is that all the things that have happened have actually made it better. First of all, addition of local type inference in Java helped a lot.
I don't want server-side rendering. That's like the whole point. I don't want any server-side rendering.
Whatever. There was a second thing which happened which helped.
I don't want it.
And vibe coding, I mean, these queries can be vibe coded quite nicely from what I'm seeing, okay? Obviously, they're still not perfectly readable, but so at least you don't have all that typing, because it's all the typing that's a pain in the butt. Maybe that's good. But okay, so with Jakarta Data 1.1, we're back. Okay, so what was it that made because it was a tree, all right? So let's do something that's just a tree. And so you have the idea, okay, I have a root entity, I have these restrictions I can place on its field, and they're just restrictions on the field, right? They're not, I can't stick in an alias anywhere. I wish I could show it to you, but I don't have a working implementation of it yet. And I think it's going to be really nice. It's all based off of the static meta model idea, so it's all super type safe. And I think maybe finally, after all these years, we finally nailed the dynamic query thing.
That would be cool to see. I need to check it out, actually. Yeah.
Well, we need an implementation first.
Once you have it,
So that's coming. As I mentioned earlier, that stateful repositories are coming. The spec also blesses the notion of reactive and asynchronous repositories. So we already have an implementation of reactive repositories backed by Mutiny, backed by Vertex. Yes. And what else? There's a lot, anyway, the point is there's a lot coming in there, and I think it's a small spec that packs a surprising amount of power because it's building on top of other stuff that already exists.
What are things?
And just from my dummy end user perspective, it was nice to see you come back and suddenly from the outside, it looked like things accelerated kind of. In the Hibernate universe, Jakarta data universe, stuff was then kind of, really happening again. I say
obviously, I can't take credit for
all that. I think I do get it now.
There's an awful lot of people who are working hard, but it definitely does feel like there is a major revitalization that's happened in the whole.
The browser doesn't treat it as
ecosystem around persistence in Java.
So we do need the hash rate.
And I mean, there's definitely stuff happening, and I think that if the last time you used these technologies was 6 years ago, and you came now, you're going to be shocked by how different the experience of using JPA 3.2, Hibernate 7, and Jakarta Data 1.0 is like entirely different to the experience of using, this equivalent technology, Hibernate 5 and JPA 3.0.
Kind of sad if you're stuck on some sort of legacy version, but I mean, because you've touched on it, what's your take on AI, by the way? I have to ask everyone. I mean, do you happen to use LLMs a lot on a daily basis? How do you find the quality and that sort of stuff?
I think I'm using it the same as everyone. I use ChatGPT to ask questions. Sometimes I ask DeepSeek to do some math stuff for me. I just started the last week or so using Junie for some things. Still figuring out which are the things for which it's worth asking Junie to offer help on. I don't know if I have a take. I think it's obviously a fun, it's the second most important thing, or possibly the most important thing.
I always have like at least 3 projects going at once, and then every day is like, I just vibe on which one I want to do, and then I start doing that one. So what I have right now. So right now I'm working on HalfEdge, a 3D modeling tool. I'm usually working on some kind of video or a talk. So recently I did a talk at the Nordic Game Jam. So that was a talk I was working on for, that was a few weeks of work just making the slides and all of the animations for that. I have a 3D printing project. I'm printing like little transformation gizmos. They're very, very often used in game development. These like 3 axes, the red, green, and blue axes. So that's a 3D printing project, and that is a lot of work. And I just realized I had the wrong dimensions on some objects. And so now I'm like trying to recover from that error to fix my 3,000 incorrectly printed parts. And so that's a project. And then what else do I do? Oh, I'm
obviously
also some Unity plugin, Shapes, which is the one I'm least excited about right now, and the one I'm the most behind on. And so I really, really should be working on it. It's really, really hard to get motivated. And then there's my inbox, and I don't like working on my inbox either. That's my least favorite project, I think, of all.
Inbox, you mean the administrative stuff, or?
Yeah, my emails, all of my emails and all of that. Yeah.
Okay. So when your motivation runs out on one project, you switch to the other one.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
That's how it goes. And I think there's my issues around work is mostly that I usually work too much, and I need to find strategies to not work sometimes. There was a period in my life where I hadn't played any games for 2 years, maybe. Like barely watched any TV series or movies. Just been like working, and I think you kind of get locked into a really bad mindset.
Right, that's why
like humans are generally not very healthy when you're in the same environment every day, in and out. That's usually a very bad idea. And it's easy for me to get stuck in those moments. And so, yeah, I've been burnt out twice, and I don't want to get burnt out again, because, you know, you lose years of your life when you get burnt out. And so that's usually my problem that I have to try to mitigate, work around, find strategies for. Yeah.
And the first burnout was when you were working on Shader Forge?
Budget cuts.
Okay.
Yeah, the video game, not the financial action, I guess.
Yeah.
No, that was when we went around, find strategies for. Yeah.
And the first burnout was when you were working on Shader Forge?
Budget cuts.
Okay.
Yeah, the video game, not the financial action, I guess.
Yeah.
No, that was when we were working on budget cuts at Neat Corporation, which was a studio that I co-founded a few years ago.
Okay. When you say that you work too much, when do you know that you work too much?
Usually that's kind of the problem with burnout, is that you don't usually notice it until it's too late, because well, there's a bunch of different factors. One is how well are you able to tell when you're stressed? I'm generally pretty bad at noticing when I'm stressed. And what was the other thing? I was just going to mention two things, and then I forgot the other one. Sorry, what was your question again? Repeat it. I just completely left my mind.
When do you know when you work too much? Because you mentioned that you get burnout, and you said then it's tricky to know where you're stressed, and you don't realize when you're getting stressed. And then, yeah.
It's really difficult because I don't know. It was especially difficult in my case because I was I think a lot of people have this misconception about burnout, that burnout is when you're tired of your job and you don't like what you're doing and you don't really have any motivation. Usually that's not what burnout is. Usually burnout means that you are putting a lot of pressure on yourself to always perform at a level that you're not actually capable of performing at. So usually what the problem is that you're putting way too much pressure on yourself, and you're doing way too much, more than you're like physically and mentally capable of. And that is usually what leads to burnout. And the thing that's very insidious about burnout is that, it's very common to be productive through means of stress. Like you stress yourself out in order to be productive. You put up deadlines that you don't technically have to follow, but that might actually help you get motivated, which is it's a form of stress, right? And in some cases that can be a good type of stress, sometimes called eustress, which is fine. But sometimes that can turn into the negative stress, which is a stress that you can't actually keep up with. And so what burnout really is that you have usually unintentionally created a kind of paradigm or a habit of pressuring yourself at all times, in a way that's not healthy. And unlearning habits is really difficult, which is why burnout is especially difficult to deal with. So for me, when I'm overworking, it's not because it's not like a conscious process of, oh, I'm going to work so much today, I'm going to be like on the grind or whatever. Like that's not That's not my thought process. My thought process is like, oh, I'm excited about my project, so I'm just going to continue working on my project because I really want to make progress on it. It's a really cool project. And then repeat that for like, you know, back to back over day after day, and I'm not working on any other projects. And like, it's hard for me to notice that I'm stressed because, you know, I'm technically doing my dream job. I can choose what I want to work on, and I'm doing those things. And so, of course, I can't get burnt out working on my own projects, right? That's absurd. Like, that's not possible. I thought, but then clearly, you know, it is possible, and that is a really, it's a really toxic thing that can happen. And you know, I went to rehab for this, and what was kind of annoying at rehab was that it was a group program for burnout specifically. And one thing that was kind of annoying was that, you know, a lot of the tips and whatnot, they were useful, especially in talking about sleep. Like, I didn't know that sleep was that important until I went to rehab and they talked about sleep. Anyway, so one of the things that was kind of annoying for my case was that, you know, one of the biggest solutions to burnout is to detach yourself from work. You need to take a step back and get perspective on your life and not constantly be in the habit of doing the work that caused the burnout. And so the advice is usually like, okay, detach yourself from work, and then, you know, find a hobby. Like do a hobby that you really enjoy doing. Like do some crafts or creative stuff. And then here I'm sitting, you know, having turned all of my hobbies into work, and those are the projects that I'm doing. And so I'm like, well, this is the thing I'm doing for fun. I am having fun. Okay, this is fun, right? I'm doing this every single day. And so what am I supposed to do? And so, yeah, it's a really weird situation because most people there are not in that situation. Most people there are, you know, they're employed at some other workplace. And so detaching there is about like, you know, that's a negotiation with your boss and your manager, and like finding healthy ways to engage with work. And like, so there a lot of the rehab program was about like, oh, this is how you can talk to your manager and some strategies, and here are some guides you can give to them. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, you know, I'm my own manager. I'm just arguing with myself at this point, and I'm the problem. Like I'm yeah, I don't know. So that was pretty rough.
How did you get out of it then?
Well, it's hard to know if I'm fully out of it. I would like to think that I'm mostly out of it now. The number one thing for me that radically changed for me was sleep. I had horrible sleep.
I haven't eaten properly.
Like what happens when you have burnout is that you have stress hormones in your body all the time. And so you have what's it called? Cortisol?
Cortisol, yeah.
You have a bunch of cortisol in your body, and what is very common when you're burnt out is that you have a hard time falling asleep at night because you have a bunch of cortisol in your body. And then once you wake up, you also have a hard time falling asleep because your body, again, is waking up in fight or flight mode, you know? And so what happened to me was that, you know, I would go to bed at midnight, and then I would fall asleep at like 2 a.m. And then I would wake up at like 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. And I would be like, oh, well, I guess I'm feeling pretty awake. I guess I'll just get up and start doing stuff, you know? And so I didn't like think beyond that. I was just like, well, that's probably fine. If I'm not feeling tired, I don't need sleep. That was my logic, right? But that's not how it works. If you have, you know, an imbalance of serotonin, right? Then your body is basically sending you the wrong signals. And so getting my sleep in order was probably the biggest thing. So yeah, they were basically telling us that, you know, all of your day's activities and all of your impressions you get during a day, it's kind of like you have a desk of all of your stuff, and all of your impressions are put on the desk, and like you're filing everything there, you're putting everything in piles, all the stuff you're working on and thinking about is on that desk. When you sleep, that's when your brain is processing everything on that desk and filing it away in your brain, and like storing all of your memories, and, you know, processing everything that happened during the day. If you don't get enough sleep, you are going to wake up with a messy desk. And then it's going to be harder for you to put more things on that desk and doing all the work that you want to do that day. And so you get this like accumulation of garbage that just makes you feel stressed all the time. It makes you lose track of things. You have bad memory because you don't get enough sleep, and there's so many like negative effects that come from that. And I didn't really have that perspective until then, that sleep was that important. I was always like, as long as I'm not tired, I'm fine. But you actually do need sleep. You need like 7 to 9 hours of sleep. You need those hours. If you don't get those hours, you need to get those hours. And they, at rehab, they were telling us that like all of the other things that you might consider doing to fix your burnout, they're going to matter significantly less than sleep. Like sleep is kind of like a magic drug. It's the magic pill to fix your stuff. And so, it really like hammered home like just how important that was. And so, that was really good. And I'm one of the lucky ones where the melatonin pills, the sleep hormone. I'm one of the lucky ones where those actually worked really well for me. I know that for some people they don't seem to work much, but for me they worked really well. And so it was like, it's so stupid, but like like the first time I took that melatonin pill, I was like, okay, I'll try it and see what happens. It takes like an hour for it to kick in. And I like when it kicked in and I started getting tired, I was like, right, this is what it feels like to be tired. I forgot what it was like to be tired. Like I just hadn't been tired for like 2 years. And so it was a really bizarre experience to kind of be reminded of that.
Did they recommend the book Why We Sleep by Matthew Walker?
They might have. They didn't talk about book recommendations that much, but I have heard about the book. Yeah. I haven't read.
This is a great read for these kind of subjects, like about the two processes that are being fixated on the sleep, like how it works under the hood. It's an awesome read.
I heard a lot of good things about it. I've also heard people say that it's terrifying.
Oh, terrifying.
Like you're learning things that you're like, oh shit, okay, like kind of feel like you're almost got hit by a truck but didn't.
They, for example, ran the studies about how the shot of vodka impacts your cognitive abilities while you're driving, and compare that to like distracted from sleep, like just like sleep distraction. And like shot of vodka was like easy compared to sleep distraction, but a lot of fun.
It's actually wild
stuff.
How much it affects you. Yeah,
that's crazy.
So I can't imagine you like three hours a day, every day for a week. It must have been quite difficult to function.
I mean, it was mostly fine-ish, and I got used to it, and so it was just normal. And so if you don't have a frame of reference, then what am I supposed to compare it with,
I wanna talk to you about the content creation aspect. You are known for so many such high quality tutorials on arcane topics like shaders, and I think your one of the videos to like introductory video has like 1 million views on YouTube.
I have a few different ones. I have some like live lectures and courses that I taught. So I have a shader course, math course, and a tool development course. So those are actual courses that I taught at a school here in Stockholm called Future Games.
Okay.
And then and then I also have my 2 videos about math. It's a video about splines and a video about Bezier curves. So those are animated videos rather than courses. Yeah.
Where did you find this idea and inspiration and motivation to keep going? Because it takes a lot of effort to do it, especially with the wild, nice animation that you do. So how did you find the motivation and the inspiration to do all those videos, keep them at so high quality, and then do this again and again? Because it actually, like, you've compiled such a huge library of resources for all this arcane stuff.
I think the animated videos are a little bit different from my courses. So the courses, that was kind of like, anytime I did a course at Future Games, the game dev school, I always asked if I could record it because it's going to be useful for other people. So why not, But then for my animated videos, I have only done 2, I think. And then most of my other animations have been for talks that I give. So it's not, so those haven't really been like fully animated videos in and of themselves. I think after the spline video, I think I realized that I took way too much work upon me. That was one of the, like, that was around the time I had my second burnout, because I don't know why I have this like a really toxic level of perfectionism that it's preventing me from releasing things, or it's making me work on stuff for way too long. And so it can be good to have like, I don't know, I think it's good to have an eye for quality. I think that's just a positive thing. But perfectionism means that you are unwilling to let go of things until they are perfect in your mind. And that unwillingness is just detrimental. There's nothing good that comes of that. And so, yeah. So in terms of my, like all of my like animated videos, I haven't really quite found a way to like scale that in a way for making more videos. So most of my work after those have been to just incorporate some of my animation work in other work, like my talks. And so yeah, but otherwise, in terms of like keeping my motivation up to do things, I think having motivation to do stuff has never been the problem for me. I always have motivation to do things, and because of the stuff that I do, I'm just always interested in whatever I work on. It might not be what other people want me to work on though. So, you know, I have had so many people that are like, I don't know, oh, can you make a Unity course for like how to use the input system? And I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to do that particular thing. Like, maybe I could one day, but you know, right now I don't have an obsession with the Unity input system, you know? And so it kind of just depends on like where my interest is going in the moment. Kind of like a moth hitting a light bulb over and over again until something creative comes out the other end, you know? Yeah, that's
the classic motivation, let's say, quickly evaporates, you know? You start doing something, it's like, oh, now it's not the cool part because now I know how like the novelty runs out quickly and now you want to do something else. But to do the spline video, you need to come back over and over again. If you just switch, it's like you need to maintain this. So I was wondering whether you have some sort of habits that will pull you in back to this video that like requires a lot of work, or even the animations that you like say, oh, just animations for the talk. For your talk about the math, like the math techniques that are cool, I don't remember the exact title.
Oh, the one about the remap function?
Yes.
The inverse lerp and remap? Yeah.
Yeah. That must have took you hours to prepare all the animations there because they're like layered. And
that one, no, I don't think that one. That one's like some of my earlier stuff. I don't think I'd spend too long on those. Like I spent way more time on the lerp smoothing video.
Okay.
That talk was way more work. I think for that one it was mostly recording some shader stuff for some of those animations there. Yeah, so that was way less work than the other ones. But I mean, it was work, of course. Yeah, I think I just I mean, I enjoy animating. I like making animations, and so like a big part of like what motivates me to continue moving forward is like, you know, say it's a spline video and I'm working on some part of the spline video, and then I know that I have some section of the next part where, you know, there's a really nice thing I want to explain in that part of the video, and I want to make a nice looking animation for that. And I just enjoy the artistic side of setting that up. Like, I want to make it look pretty. I want to make sure that the composition works and the colors work, and that, you know, the narrative up until that point is built to that particular visual. Like, there's a lot of thought that goes into that part, and I enjoy that. I think that's fun. The less fun parts of animation is probably the stuff that I shouldn't animate in the first place. Now that I'm thinking about it, like after the fact, like for the spline video, I don't know why I was so obsessed with this. I didn't want to have any footage of like my face anywhere in the video. I wanted it to be just the animations. But what that means is that I wanted to have clean transitions between every section. So I wanted the video to be entirely continuous. which means that there's going to be a lot of like transitionary animations that, like, one, they take a lot of time. Two, there's not a whole lot of creativity. Like, there's a little bit of creativity for like the order in which I remove elements, and I can do it in ways that are more interesting or less interesting. And three, nobody cares about these animations. Nobody. Like, it's just me. Like, I don't know. There's going to be like a few people that are going to be like, oh, it's so high quality, and like people like that. That people do like that. It's not like they don't like it, but it also really doesn't matter. You get this like, when you push for quality, you get such diminishing returns. Like once you hit like the top of the quality that you're about to make, like you get so little value out of it for the amount of effort that you put into it. And I'm starting to realize that like I need to let go of that. I need to stop like obsessing over making every transition as perfect as possible in these videos. And so like for example, I could, if I could just be like, okay, I'm gonna take those like golden nuggets of animations that I really want to animate that are gonna be really fun to work on, and then between those I could just have me talking, and that's going to be significantly easier to make. It's going to take, the time it takes to make that is going to be the duration in which I talk, plus, the time it takes to edit that footage, which is significantly less than all of those animations. And so going forward, I'm considering like trying to find a better balance there of doing exactly that. Like I animate the things that I really want to animate and the ones that require animations, and then I can talk over the rest pretty much. Because I think people are pretty lenient with that stuff. I think I'm judging my work significantly more than other people are judging my work. So I just need to get out of my head.
Was this the technique you used for the AI video, the newest one?
Okay.
The AI video was kind of the polar opposite, intentionally so. For the AI video, I'm not using the same technique as I used for the slime video, but the one that I'm talking about now, where I want to intentionally let go of things. So for the AI video, I was just frustrated the day before I recorded that video, and I was like, you know what? Tomorrow I'm going to record a video about my frustration. And so I did. I was just like, turning on the camera, like trying to set up some kind of okay lighting, and then be like hitting record and then rambling for like 4 hours. And then, the couple days after that, I just edit my ramble into a video. So that was like the opposite of like polishing something, right? And like some of that footage, for whatever reason, my computer decided to just drop the footage to like 1 FPS for like, I don't know, like 10% of the footage, which is like nearly unusable. But I was like, okay, I'm gonna release the video with this awful footage. I'm just gonna do it to like force myself to suffer through this imperfection. And then once I released the video, like I don't think I've seen a single comment about the lagginess or in those choppy sections. Nobody cares. I mean, I think people do care, but they don't care enough to comment about it because there's other things in the video, right, that people have opinions about and care about. And so, yeah, I think that was like, it was sort of an experiment for me to make myself, logically, I know that I don't have to be perfectionism and I shouldn't be, but emotionally, I need to feel the fact that I don't have to be, and so this was like one step in that direction of trying to get myself used to that, But yeah.
Okay. Did it work then? Like, do you feel the difference now?
Not entirely, no. I think the problem is that because the video was set up to very much intentionally be an edited ramble, I think I treated it a lot more like a stream than a pre-recorded video. And if it's a stream, then the expectations are lower. If you as a viewer can tell that this is a improvised ramble, then your expectations are just lower. But if you can tell that this is a highly edited video that someone spent weeks on, then your expectations are going to be higher. And I think that's sort of a little bit the problem there, because I framed the video intentionally to make it clear that this was a ramble in a way that I probably wouldn't if it was like a highly edited video. haven't quite worked out if those expectations are my own expectations of myself or my own imagined expectations that other people have on me that I know are imagined, because I haven't gotten this feedback from other people. So it's still just me,
Things seem to
but
be
through imagined other people. And it's one of these two. Right, I haven't worked out which one
and I'm getting
but
very happy.
Okay. Can we stop a little bit at the AI video and talk a little bit about the content?
Something meaningful.
I don't want to put it at the end of our discussion because it might be negative, but I wanted to touch on that. You made a case about AI slop eating everything in the creative space, and that it's getting worse and worse. What was, maybe you can deliver that point more elegantly than I did just now, and then talk a little bit about what was the impact of the video? What were the comments? What have you seen, people?
No one likes running out of something important, especially when it comes to battery power.
Say about it.
So I wanted to talk about AI from, I think I've always been pretty against generative AI specifically. And I've been sort of seeing a lot of discussions about it from, various angles, if you're pro AI or anti AI or whatever. And I think a lot of the conversations around AI bothered me in the way that most of the arguments that people use against AI, especially like AI generated art, I think they're kind of missing the point. And I wanted to kind of fill in that gap, because I do feel like there is a gap in what it is specifically about generative AI that I don't like. And so for example, like one thing that people talk about a lot when it comes to generative AI is for AI art, for example. One argument is that some people say that AI art is ugly, like it looks bad, it's shitty, it's just like vapid or whatever. I don't entirely buy that argument in terms of like if that would make me like or dislike AI, because let's say the AI did make stuff that did look better, I would still be against AI. And so clearly that's not my heuristic for what, I like or dislike about AI, because if they solved that problem, if AI actually did give you a really good output, I would still be against it. And so I had this process of like going through every single one of these until I boiled it down to like refine it to the most pure thing that I can't like deconstruct as far as I can tell, right? And so another example, AI is draining our resources in terms of energy. It's very energy intensive to train AI and then to deploy AI. Let's say that was fixed. If that was fixed, if it didn't take any energy at all, if it was free, then I would still be against AI. So, okay, so that's not my actual argument either, right? And so the next one, copyright issues. Okay, let's say we fix those. And I still don't want AI. I still don't want it. Like, even if we fix all of this garbage, like, I still don't want it. And so my argument against AI has a lot more to do with human communication and the purpose of art and creativity. That's where I think AI, generative AI specifically, is erosion. It's eroding all of our creative work. And what I mean by that is like, I think everything we create, everything we do, everything we make, like, I don't know, I can pick up a random thing from my desk. Like, oh, here's a CO2 meter, for instance. People worked on this, There's someone who designed every part of this thing. Someone did the design of the logo. Someone worked on the interface, like the layout of that, all of the circuitry in here, all of the batteries. Everything here was created by people who were passionate about a project and they wanted to work on all of this. And so to me, everything we make as people has a story behind it. Like this object in my hand, if I wanted to find out how this relates to history and other people, I could go down that rabbit hole and I could find out how this relates to all of the people who contributed to this one device, right? And I think a lot of art, to me, has value much because of that. Like when I see art made by people, it has value because I know that when I look at a piece of art, someone has put a lot of thought and effort into the thing that they're making. They put a lot of themselves into the art that they make. You know, if it's visual art, if it's like a concept art for something, quite often you can see that person's, you know, their sensibilities, what they enjoy doing, the kinds of lines they like drawing. I think that is beautiful. The fact that you can take anything in the world, and that is a property of those things. I think that's really cool, and I get so much value out of that. I love going into like some random Wikipedia page and reading about some random object or a random project and just like getting the whole history there. I think that's really cool. And I think AI, like generative AI output has none of that. It is kind of like, it's such an amalgamation of everything still, and yet made by nobody at once, to the point where like the history of that thing is just erased entirely. And all you're left with is the prompt that someone entered to create that thing. And so to me, it is quite literally just removing humanity from art. And that, I think, is why I don't like generative AI, specifically within art. And to some extent within programming as well, I would say. And so, yeah, that's why I don't like it. I think it just takes away so much beauty in everything we make. And that's not even getting into everything related to communication. I think the sophistication of bots made with AI right now, I think is terrifying. The amount of, you know, manufactured consent you can create on social media platforms and the amount of misinformation you can make is staggering. Like, it's already happened. Like this is why I'm not on Twitter anymore. I love Twitter. I thought it was great. I really like spending time there. But the bot issue and the misinformation I saw there was just, it just got so overwhelming that I was just like, I can't stand this place anymore. It's just miserable. And so there's just, I haven't seen like almost any positive outcome from AI apart from we can be a little bit more productive. And so is the trade-off worth it? To me, I would just be like, not at all. Like, no way. Like, I don't know how to weigh that equation, you know? Like, I don't actually care if we're like ultra productive in everything we make. We don't have to be peak productive, like in everything we do, you know, especially speaking of burnout. Like, you don't have to be that level of productive, especially not if it comes at the cost of like destroying something that people genuinely value. You know, there's been art contests, there's been writing contests, all of those things that have shut down now because of generative AI. It's just made it so that it's impossible to vet people, and it's impossible to actually get the human creativity out from all of that. And you know, I'm in a lot of art communities, so obviously my perspective on AI is a lot from the art angle. And so I just don't see anything positive come of it, you know? I think I didn't make this argument in the video, but I do think there are some use cases for AI that might be useful, but I think it should be treated almost like nuclear technology or bioengineering research. These are highly regulated, you know, fields of study and technologies. And so I think AI should have been in that camp, rather than, you know, treating it as just, you know, oh, it's just another tool, it's just another fun piece of technology. Yeah, and that's not even getting into all of the like practical like stuff that might happen to people's jobs, which is also something that we might be concerned about. But yeah, sorry for the long ramble, but yeah, that was that was the side of the argument that I feel like I didn't hear enough people talk about. I mostly heard people talk about copyright, environmental stuff, and you know, it looks ugly or whatever. And so I feel like none of those really resonated with me, and I think that's why.
Okay. I would add on top of that like if you use AI too much, especially in the programming scene, which is the closest Gen AI scene to me, it's you start to like you stop learning, and you just offload the learning to the AI, and then you are not growing after using the AI. So you're halting your development as it is, and that's it's another concern of using AI. in this
Yeah,
space.
I think there's definitely a risk of that, and also the hidden tech debt that you might run into. Of just you generate a bug that you're not familiar with the code, but you created it through an AI, and so there might be a bug in there, but you just assumed it would work, and so yeah.
Okay, what was the response then in the comments and in general in the social media?
It was a lot more positive than I thought it would be. I was honestly bracing for impact, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna read the comments. I'm gonna turn off notifications on my phone. I'm gonna like go off grid and like walk in the forest for a while, or like I was fully preparing for that because I don't know. I'm in this weird. It, it's not always true that people who are tech artists are literally between tech and art at the same time, but I do genuinely feel like I am somewhere in between that space where, you know, artists have for a long time been very outspoken against AI. A lot of people in tech have been kind of the opposite. They've been kind of supportive of AI, and it's like, oh, it's shit. This is really cool technology. Look at what it can do, you know. And so I'm sitting there in the middle, and I'm like hearing all of these arguments, and you know, whichever side I come out on in this debate, I feel like the other side is going to attack me, and so I'm like, well, whatever I do, it's going to be horrible, you know. But I was actually surprised to hear that it was a really positive response, and I even got a bunch of comments from people like working at AI companies who, you know, they were grateful that I expressed all of this, and they were glad to hear that argument. I also got, I think, three people also recorded voice memos and sent to me of sharing their thoughts. I've never had that happen for any of my videos, and so I think it just resonated with a lot of people in a way that I just haven't really seen before in my videos. Like, obviously, a lot of my videos have been useful and educational, right? But I think this video hit people more on an emotional level. And I mean, it is an emotional video because I got emotional in the video, and so I guess it makes sense. But yeah, it was just really positive overall. Not that I read all the comments. I don't expose myself to like the newest comments on that video because I'm sure there's a bunch of garbage there. But yeah, I was fully expecting a bunch of backlash because you know people don't like it when you don't like the new technology that you really like. Like if someone's been using AI, they get a lot of value and they have a lot of fun with AI, and maybe they generate AI art and it's the first time they've been able to, you know, make art, and like it's not fun to have someone like shit on your thing that you like using. And so, you know, it makes sense for people to be upset if you're excited about AI. And so, yeah, it's just a really, really difficult topic, I think, to cover in a way that satisfies everyone.
Okay. Do you see any path forward that would satisfy the these constraints, these issues with detaching the human element from Gen AI creating art? Like, do you see any policy that would help in this regard, like other than like banning banning all the Gen AI tools?
I think there are, well, it's kind of the issues with generative AI is two-sided to me. One of them is the creative side. The other one is the communication side, like human communication. So I think that the tools to solve either of these, I think, are different. So for in terms of creativity, I think creatively, to some extent, this has already started, which I'm really, really happy it has. But creatively, I think there should be a cultural pushback. I think there should be, you know, if you're working at a studio, like a game development studio, and this has happened a lot, that at game studios, some higher up wants to start using AI. They're just like, oh shit, this is cool. We don't have to hire voice actors anymore. We can just use whatever AI for our voice acting, you know? And and you know, of course, in the eyes of a CEO, they might be like, we can save money. Like that's what they're interested in, right? Technically, that's their job, I suppose. But I think if there's pushback from people against that, I think that is a good thing. I think there genuinely should be pushback for certain things. You know, we have things like that in society in general, like cheating. If you cheat on someone, we generally shame that behavior. That's a shitty behavior. You shouldn't do that. And we are right to shame people for cheating on someone. But I wouldn't say that cheating should be illegal, right? And so I think AI to me is sort of in a similar category of it's going to be near impossible to legislate. I have no clue what a law would look like to like outlaw this kind of thing. I think the closest you get is probably the data collection stuff of just not allowing, data collection in general without consent. I think that's probably the only legal avenue that I can see this going down. But other than that, I think the cultural pushback is the strongest tool we have, really, because the profit motive is what it is. People are going to want to make money. People are going to cut corners. And if they can make money with less time and effort and employees, then people are going to do that. It just makes sense. And so there has to be cultural pushback. I want people to treat it as a shameful thing. If a company uses AI in their video game, there should be shaming of that company, and I think rightfully so. And I'm glad that started to happen. I think there are, there was some trailer, I think, was it for Ark, like an expansion to Ark, the video game that was released at GDC, and it was like, I didn't see it, but I just heard that it was almost entirely AI generated, from what I remember.
I don't know.
Which got a lot of pushback from what I could tell, at least. I may be misremembering what game it was, but there was some trailer at GDC that was AI generated, and I was glad to see pushback from that. Like, it should, fuck that, there's so many like talented people in this industry. There's so many people who would love to create trailers. There's like, give it to literally any game developer student, if they, or someone who's a fan in your community who would love to work on a trailer for their favorite game. Like, there's so many people out there that could do this thing in a way that would preserve all the humanity and all the creativity and all the flaws we have in the work that we create. Why not do that? Like, it would just be awesome. And it would be, again, a celebration of humanity. Like, we're creating things together. But instead, someone typed something into Sora or something to generate some AI video that has like zero humanity. It's just like, oh, okay, here we got another, slop video where, I don't know, it's just soulless, and so I'm glad there's pushback. That I think that it should exist. But yeah, and then the other side of it, which is the human communication one, this one is hard. I think the problem of, you're familiar with the alignment problem, right? I guess for those who are not familiar, the alignment problem is the idea that if you develop a sufficiently smart enough AI, you're going to have to make sure that it's aligned with human interest, because otherwise a rogue AI might actually go against our interests. And if it's an intelligence that's smarter than humans, we're going to create our new overlords, So the oh shit, sorry, I completely lost track of what I was talking about.
The human communication part of it.
Yeah, the human communication part. What was the alignment problem? So people have talked about this as the alignment problem, that we need to make sure that our AIs are aligned with humanity. And so like I don't see why this is even a discussion, because we haven't solved the human alignment problem yet. Like, how are we supposed to solve aligning an AI if humans aren't aligned yet? Like, humans haven't aligned for so long, and we're somehow expecting an AI to be alignable within our current paradigm and our like way of communicating. And so we've had, as a society, a huge misinformation problem already on social media. And right now, I think generative AI, with all of the like sophisticated technologies to make social media accounts legitimately look like real people, I think that is dangerous. It's already caused harm. It's likely already flipped the US election, and now we can see the results of that, which is a disaster. And so this is a real problem. And I don't exactly know what the right solution is here. The only thing I can think of that the only thing I can think of which has a bunch of problems, but I think the problems might outweigh the benefits of, I think especially on big social media platforms, I think there should be a way to verify people's identities, that there should be a way to ensure that these are real accounts of real people. Kind of the original intent of the verification thing on Twitter, except actually work instead of just being able to pay for it, right? I think there should be some way to ensure that your account is verified human, basically. And if you want to be anonymous, then you're going to be in the same pool as the bots, you know, which kind of sucks if you really want to be anonymous. But I think something like that, is the only way we can battle the bots right now, because, you know, the attention gets you money, bots are cheap, and you want to be able to influence people. And if you can influence people cheaply and get attention cheaply, people are going to do that with bots. And so I don't really see a way around that apart from some way for humans to like find each other in the mist of garbage, you know?
All right. Let's.
Sorry if I'm a bit of a doomer and a boring, like sad person.
No,
I don't like AI.
No, like the AI. The AI aspect is now difficult. There's so many things changing, and you know, it's quite understandable that a lot of people are scared and expecting bad things to happen, and it's more of a, I guess, like temperament and personality where you align on whether you expect things to the positives will outweigh the negatives or the other way around, right? That's tricky.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I would hope that everybody would agree that misinformation is bad, but at this point, I don't even know if people agree that misinformation is bad. So I don't know. There was one really famous voice actor who sold his voice to an AI company for them to use in their product.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And people were like, dude, really? Like, are you doing this? Like, yeah, it's another one of those things where like it's a remove humanity button. Like you can make just remove humanity from something and it's going to be so much cheaper, and you can just generate someone's voice. And for people who don't care about the creative side of things, who don't care about the art of creating video games or whatever it is you're working on, then it's just a money saver. And I think it's just sad because I don't know if enough people care enough about the creative aspect of things and the humanity of things. That's my big worry, especially when it comes to companies.
But it might be that if the leading solutions start to do that, at least on the quality side, now the generated things will be of less quality, and then gradually the smaller indie productions, whether it's games or movies or anything else, will start to become the leading ones because they will be of high quality. The tricky part will be when the
but then the question is when the AI is of high quality, right?
Yeah, and then you don't even know.
Yeah, and then people do have, there's a lot of people who argue that like if the AI voices genuinely create really good output, then I think there is an argument to be said that like it would be easier for a smaller indie studio to have voice acting in their game with that tool, because it's going to be cheaper and easier, and they don't have to, like, they might not even afford to hire voice actors. And so that would kind of be the argument. And I think that is partially true. I think that if their vision is to have voice acting, and that's really important in their project, I think it is true that it would give them a tool that makes it easier for them to see their vision come to fruition, I guess, right? But then there's a secondary question of should we want to have AI voices? Like, is that really what we want in the future? And there's another argument of like there's creativity in limitations, and I know most people hate to hear this. I hate it when people tell me this, but if you can't afford voice acting, that's going to force you to do something else. And I think what people are going to come up with is usually fine and good in different ways. Like, you don't have to, I don't know why you would, people were able to make games before AI. And so somehow, it worked out. And so I don't think it's necessary in any sense of the word. Yeah, but I do think that it's true that it is making it easier for people to like create their vision, at least on a surface level, I think.
There was a
as
question.
Much as I wish it wasn't true, but yeah, sorry.
There was a question about given the state of generative AI as it is now. Could you imagine ways to incorporate generative AI tools in your day-to-day?
I don't know.
I think I remember from your video that you mentioned that you do use AI at some point for various things. So maybe you can speak a little bit on that note.
Right now, I use ChatGPT as a replacement for search engines. I think that's my only use case for AI right now. Because sometimes when you Google for stuff or you search for stuff online, you just get garbage results, and it's really, really difficult to find anything. And so usually I use ChatGPT for some things where like there's, I don't want to use the word understanding, but ChatGPT has a way of understanding like semantic context in a way that search engines don't. And so a very common problem with search engines is that if you have a problem with some tech thing or whatever, let's say your cursor suddenly doesn't want to move vertically. You can only move it horizontally. And you're like, why is this happening? I want to figure this out. And then you Google for it. You search like, Windows cursor only move horizontally or whatever. A very common problem might then get in the way of you, of like other people might have a very, very similar problem that's not your problem. Like you only find like the entire first page is just people who are like, I can only move my cursor vertically. Like it's only vertical. I don't know. And you're like, okay, but mine is horizontal. Like what, where? And you're like scrolling through and they're trying to find like page 3. And it's like, nobody's having the same problem, but they're having a very, very similar adjacent problem. Like that is when Google just doesn't work at all. And I kind of hate it when that happens. And so one thing that ChatGPT can do is that it can let you be more precise with your search queries. It's not just keywords. This time you can tell it to, I don't want to find this thing. I want to find this thing, right? So usually I use it for certain things like that. I use it sometimes when I more as a thesaurus kind of thing. Like if I forget a word, like I can search in very like precise autistic terms for things that are like just words that I want to find, but I couldn't really figure it out, it's like on the tip of my tongue and I want to like add as much context as possible to find that word. It might be stuff like, oh, I want to find the word for a thing that's kind of like a crosshair, but it's sort of similar to the word ridiculous, and I'm looking for the word radical or something. Like it could be something like that. And like that kind of stuff is just impossible on Google. So I sort of use it sometimes to remind myself of words that I forgot, and as a very coarse search when Google fails. That's basically it, I think. I don't use it for programming. I don't use it. Actually, I tried it once for a C++ thing, and I regret it. It might just be that I regret C++ in general, but it was also that. So yeah.
What
I just haven't had a lot of success with it.
What happened that you regretted it? That you
I was trying to figure out how to. I was trying to figure out how to. It's a C++ plugin for Unity, and I needed to make it in C++ because I needed access to the rendering device, the D3D rendering device, which you don't get access to through C#. I needed access to that to create a swap chain in a new Windows window. And then I wanted to render a render target into that window, a render target from Unity. That was what I needed C++ for. And there was some of the stuff around like creating swap chains and like blending images to that. And I was like, I just wanted a starting point for like what search terms to even use. And so then I used ChatGPT to get like a first draft. And then I ended up spending so much time like debugging this AI code, and I'm just like, why would I inflict this upon myself repeatedly? I'm like, this sucks. I don't like I what happens is that I start trusting the code that it gave me, and then it gave me like 2 lines that were just not correct. And And so, but I don't know how to write a swap chain. Like, this is the first time I'm doing this. And so I'm like misled by these two things and trusting these two lines. And so I'm spending all this time just like debugging that. And I don't know. And it's just also kind of embarrassing in general. Like, I don't know, if someone asks me, if I'm asking for help somewhere and I'm like, I don't know why this is not working. And I'm like showing them the code and they're asking, oh, so why did you put these two lines here? And I could be like, I didn't. I gave it to an AI and it gave me garbage back and I have only myself to blame, and I put on the like dummy hat, like I don't know. It's just embarrassing. I don't want to do that again,
So
yeah.
this ties very well to the question that I have for you. Now with ChatGPT available, you can easily start learning a subject like shaders by just talking to an AI, but you never know. You're quite kind of confident that it gives you the good answers until you reach the point where it don't. And it's like, oh, this was false, and now I learned it after like painful hours of debugging. Oh, how did you learn shaders? From which resources? And if you were to do it now, what would you recommend?
Oh God, it was such a long time ago. I started out in the Unreal Engine, so I was using the Material Editor there, which was a node-based editor, so it was visually connecting nodes. And that was kind of the first time I did shaders at all. At the time, I was doing a lot more environment art and level art, so I was more of a 3D artist at that time. And then I was getting into shaders through the Material Editor. That was kind of my first time. And a lot of it was probably honestly just the Unreal documentation, looking at existing shaders that people made in the Material Editor, and experimenting a lot on my own. I'm very much a practical person. I like learning by doing, and I tend to get bored too quickly if I just try to learn by, reading through something or watching tutorials. And I don't know, I just want to get into it and start creating and experimenting, because that's where I thrive the most. I might not learn the most efficiently, but just enjoying it adds so much to me. So yeah, that was kind of where I started doing that, which was, it was not really shader programming in terms of typing letters, but it was shader programming in terms of, creating all of the functions like dot products and cross products and, colors and lerps and all of the things you use in shader programming. So it's very similar in that regard. It was just that I wasn't typing it out. I was creating nodes, which, it's, to me, I would say it is a form of shader programming. It's just a little bit different. And then after Unreal, I switched over to Unity, and I was very disappointed to see that there was not a node-based shader editor in Unity. And so I was like, well, shit, this kind of sucks, because I liked the shader editor. But I was getting into C# at the time. I was then looking into shaders and also tool development to be like, okay, can I make my own plugin for Unity to get a shader editor in Unity? And turns out, yes, it is possible to do that. And so that's what I did with ShaderForge, which, started out as an experiment for just because I wanted node-based shader editing. Because like once I learned how to write shaders by hand, I was like, well, this is kind of dumb. I don't want to make something visual using text. Like, why would I do that? Like, I like the little visual previews that I get in my nodes because I'm fundamentally creating something visual. Yeah, and so even after I learned like the basics of shader programming, I was like, well, I still prefer the node-based shader programming because it's more intuitive, especially for artists. I think these days I don't really do node-based editing anymore. But I think that's mostly because I've done it so much that like I have the visuals in my head. I don't need them on screen. And also you get the benefits of using a text editor, like being able to, select and copy paste and rewrite things very easily. But yeah, so that was my introduction to shaders. And then I think reading, it was again the same thing there. Whenever I wanted to get a certain effect, I was just reading existing shaders, like some of the shaders that Unity came with, some other people's shaders. Unity forums were really, really good for resources. Shout outs to Ben Golas, because he's just been a regular that everybody he's like that one like supporting pillar in the XKCD comic of like supporting the entire Unity community in terms of shaders. Yeah, so there were a lot of like people and early documentation. Actually, the documentation was really bad for shaders back then. But so yeah, the documentation, I didn't rely on the documentation actually. No, it was mostly the forums and like dissecting Unity's shaders that led me to that.
I don't think the documentation improved much now. If it's like HLSL with the new rendering pipeline, and then in the back it's like GLSL. It's like
it was worse. At least this time it exists. Now it exists and it's ambiguous. But back then it just didn't exist. There was like, yeah, very, very minimal.
Okay, so you started experimenting, and especially in the visual node, and then you learned, and then you switched to the code version, and after having already experience doing that. Okay. How would you recommend people learn it now?
Shaders?
Yeah.
Whatever you're the most comfortable with, I think. If you're from a programming background, I think you'd prefer to write shaders by hand. If you're from an art background, I think node-based editors are probably the way to go. I think both are capable at this point. I think, well, it depends on the editor you're using. There's trade-offs between the two as well. Like, if you're in Unity and you're writing shader code by hand, you're generally going to be missing out on some of the features that you might expect to have. Like, like for instance, if you want to make a shader that has lighting applied to it, that is a lot more complicated if you're writing a shader by hand than if you're using a node-based shader editor. So with the nodes, Unity is going to insert code for you for all the lighting stuff and the depth passes and all of that stuff. And so I think if you want to learn like the basic structure of shaders and what the hardware or like what shaders look like when you run them on the hardware, like writing it by hand is better for that. And if you want the most flexibility. But if you're coming more from the artistic perspective, or you just want to learn the like mathematics behind some of the stuff you do in shaders, then node-based editors are generally a lot more visual and a lot more intuitive. And they're practically really useful for like actual projects as well. The stuff that I do where I mostly code my shaders by hand, but that's also because my environment that I use my shaders in is these days pretty different from what it is in games. Because I don't have to use lighting in my projects, because most of my projects right now is my animation projects, like my spline video and my Bezier curve video. That's all made in Unity, and that's vector graphics. It's just flat shaded colors. You have a bunch of shaders, but there's no lighting system that has to be like managing if you're using deferred rendering or if you're using forward rendering, like, or then picking the right light sources and working with light maps. Like, I don't need any of that, right? Because I don't have lighting in my scene, right? And even in my now that I'm working on my 3D editor, it's like I don't need lighting there either. It's just like it's all custom shaders, and I have full control over the environment and the lighting. So, but that's different if you're making a game, because if you're making a game, then you're almost certainly going to be using some form of lighting, whether that's environmental light or light maps or dynamic lights. And so then it's really, really useful to have the node-based shader editor, because it gives you all of those things that you expect to work in that environment. It just gives you that, for free in terms of work, right?
How did it look like to create an asset plugin and then maintain it over years? And you can also include, if you want, the financial aspect, like was this financially viable option, like to make assets for a living, if somebody would like this as a career option? Like, how did it look like? And then maybe we'll also go to the shapes situation, but let's talk about Shader Forge.
Yes, it was very much financially viable. It was, I forget the exact numbers, but I think I was selling it for $80 per unit, I guess. And it was selling basically 2 full-time salaries at that point. Yeah. When it was like in the beginning. Well, obviously there's usually like a spike in the beginning, and then there's a spike on every sale. Like when there's a 50% off sale or whatever, that's when you make most of your sales. But on average, average, it was basically 2 full-time salaries. And so, me and my partner at the time, or my ex once removed, we decided to start a company, and that was Nicorp. And that's what eventually led to budget cuts and all of that. So basically, the Shader Forge was what funded Knee Corporation to begin with. So it was absolutely viable to do it.
All the calendar events.
And I think there was, Unity was growing a lot at the time. I think it might be a little bit hard to look back and think of Unity as the small little underdog company, but it literally was at the time. It was
in the past.
Basically the vibe that Godot has today is what Unity had back then. Of the smaller.
You shouldn't be able to delete calendar events from the past. Why should you?
I think I was just really lucky to kind of hit that time period in Unity's lifetime where I didn't know Unity would blow up a lot, the way it did. Blow up positively, as in grow. It did eventually also blow up negatively, but that's
every event, every sync that I had.
In the beginning, there was so much growth. There were so many people starting to use the engine, and people like me who came from Unreal and was missing the shader editor. And so I think I was just really lucky in that, just a combination of those things. So people actually wanted it. There was a huge demand for it. And then also just the timing of it in general, and the fact that I could make it. I actually finished creating the product that I wanted to make, right? I made Shader Forge, and so it exists. And so that's usually a good step along the way to making something. And so I think all of those just it was just a confluence of things at the same time that just made it so that, it's kind of wild that, I don't know, it's Shader Forge was the industry standard shader editor for a few years, which is kind of mind-boggling to think about. But yeah, and obviously one of the weird things about making a tool is that I don't, as the tool developer, I don't get to hear about and see everything people make in it. I sometimes people mention me or tag me somewhere in the stuff they make, but I have no idea what people are making. So I just see the sales numbers and I'm like, oh shit, it's actually really huge. People are buying it left and right, but I have no idea what people make with it. And so I remember I was at GDC at some point, and I was talking to someone. I think it was someone at Blizzard who they were talking to me. They were like, oh, we're huge fans of your thing, and I was like, oh, that's awesome. And they were like, oh yeah, we use Shader Forge at work at Blizzard, and I was like, what? Okay. And then later there were people at Valve who also talked to me, and they were like, oh yeah, it's really useful. It's kind of nice. And I was like, I didn't even know you used Unity. Any of you, what's happening? It was I was apart from Shader Forge, I was basically nobody. I was still
I don't know,
at the tail end of school, and I wanted to get into the industry, and then have these industry giants who were using my tool was mind-boggling. I was like, what is happening? This is so weird. And also, why didn't you tell me? I would
or do we just want to keep it as is and just deal with this bullshit?
All of you guys are using it.
I'd rather just deal with
obviously
bullshit.
There's no obligation for them to tell me, right? And so I don't know. It was just a really humbling and bizarre and fun experience. But then obviously the flip side of that is, of course, that it has a huge audience, which means that there's a bunch of support tickets of people having issues with it. And dear Lord, it did become a full-time job for a while, especially when it was at its peak. One of the hardest things for me to work out is how much should I help people with Unity? Where I'm getting a bug report of a thing that actually has nothing to do with Shader Forge. They're having a Unity issue, and they just don't know how to use Unity, and they're using my tool in a context that's just incorrect. And so I ran into a lot of those Twilight Zone issues where this is not really a bug in Shader Forge. This is more of a Unity thing, and I have to explain to people that no, this does not work when you're using deferred rendering. I actually have a thing about that in the documentation here, but you didn't read that, I suppose, which is fine. But also here I am spending time on answering this,
Yeah.
And yeah, I to some extent I still have that problem with shapes, but yeah, that was tricky, and eventually eventually I did it was around the time we were going to release Budget Cuts, the game that we were working on at Necorp. You know, eventually the sales were dwindling, not that much, just a little bit. And I was feeling that was my first burnout around the tail end of the lifetime of ShaderForge and nearing release of Budget Cuts. That's when I was like, I'm feeling way too stressed about all of this. I have to let go of ShaderForge. And, you know, I think at that time, it was 2018. I think around that time was when Unity was about to release their own shader graph. So I'd sort of assumed that like it would just, my sales would probably plummet at that point anyway. And so that's when I decided to just open source ShaderForge and not sell it anymore, which I still don't know if I regret that. I haven't decided yet. Because it was still selling pretty well, and I'm a little bit bummed out that I didn't have that income at that point, but whatever, it's fine.
Would you think that would it be possible for you to compete with ShaderGraph?
To some extent, yeah. There's some people who still use ShaderForge today. I don't know if you've seen The Falconeer. Thomas Sala worked on that. He's obsessed with ShaderForge. He's been using it and still use it for his projects. And I'm like, I'm surprised it even works at this point. But yeah, there's people who stick around for those. Like, you kind of find your favorite, and then many people stick to it. So there was kind of, you know, ShaderForge, and then shortly after, the biggest competitor was Amplify Shader Editor, and then Unity's own shader graph. Before ShaderForge, there was actually one more called the Strumpy Shader Editor, which was not a visual node-based editor. It was just nodes without visuals on it, which was kind of like the very first node-based shader editor for Unity. But I think it was abandoned at some point because Tim Cooper, who worked on that, he was hired by Unity, presumably to make shader graph, but he made the new UI tools first and then shader graph. And so maybe there was some kind of weird like blessing there where ShaderForge had its time in the spotlight. But yeah.
How much time did it take for you to develop the first version before you started selling it?
The first version of ShaderForge?
Yeah.
Well, I had a closed beta at some point. I don't know. I think the first beta might have not taken that long. I would guess maybe a year from start to release, but the beta was probably before then. I think. It's hard to remember. It was a long time ago now.
Okay. Then you open sourced ShaderForge at some point, and it was in the year of 2000. I don't want to mess it up. 14.
ShaderForge was released in 2014, I think, and then 2018 was the release of Budget Cuts, and I want to say that ShaderForge was open sourced somewhere around there.
Okay.
I would guess, yeah.
Okay.
So either 2017 or 2018, I think.
Okay, and then you stopped doing the support as well.
Yes, that was the primary reason I wanted to stop working on it, because I feel like I don't know, like, yeah, I could have kept on selling it and then just not provided support, but that feels really shitty. Like, I just morally, I couldn't like live with myself, and it was like stressing me out. And so financially, it was a stupid decision to make it open source, but morally, I think it was the right thing to do. Yeah.
Okay. So now on to the shapes. Maybe before we go very deep into the asset side of things, maybe you can tell the difference for everybody who is interested in the vector graphics and the standard bitmap graphics.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, so bitmap graphics is usually revolving around textures, which is kind of like PNG files or JPEG files. It's basically a grid of colors. That's all images generally are. And so they tend to have a limited resolution. So if you want to zoom in on any of these images, it'll usually become either blocky or blurry because you can't like add more data between the squares of colors, all the pixels, right? Or technically texels, if you want to be pedantic about it. And so that's what textures are, and that's usually called raster graphics. And so that's used for most things in the games, I would say. Like we use textures pretty much everywhere. But for certain things, you might want to use something that is more scalable, where you can zoom in however far you want, and it's not going to get blurry or pixely. It's just going to stay, crisp, no matter how much you zoom in. And so that style of graphics is usually called vector graphics, because now what defines the shape is no longer, a grid of colors. Now it's a mathematical formula or a combination of multiple formulas. And so basically what it gives you is that it gives you quote unquote infinite resolution of your graphics. But the downside is that it's usually a bit more simple in terms of the types of shapes you can make, because it has to be like mathematically defined. And so you can use vector graphics for like very simple shapes, like circles, lines, boxes, like rounded boxes. Like there's a bunch of simple shapes that you can kind of define easily through math. And that's what I did with Shapes. So Shapes is a vector graphics tool for Unity. It's kind of like if you imagine HTML5 canvas, where you can just type in or processing like P5.js, for example, like just typing in draw circle here, and then you draw a circle there, and then you can zoom in, or you can like make it however big you want, and there's no texture that has to like rasterize this circle. It's all just rendered on the fly. And so yeah, that's what Shapes is, which is was my second plugin for Unity.
What's the state of Shapes now in terms of the availability on the asset store, and then the future of the plugin?
It's on the asset store. I am a couple months behind on support right now. I should be working on that. And there was actually a really bad regression in the last update that I fixed, but I just haven't pushed it yet, because I feel like there's other things I should fix before then. And so I'm just very behind on support. But I did add the hotfix to the support website, so people can find the hotfix if they want to fix it. But yeah, I'm a little bit behind on it, primarily because, a lot of my tools, I develop them alongside using them in some of my projects. And right now, the Shapes has reached a point where I don't really need to change it that much. I've been using it and it works fine, And because I'm on the developer version, I have the latest bug fixes, unlike all of my suffering audience out there who's using the shitty version of last update. But yeah, so usually my motivation and my drive to like update those tools comes from the fact that I'm using them myself, and I run into issues and then I want to fix them. But yeah, Shapes right now is a little bit wonky, but it's mostly fine. Like most people have it working just fine, and so it's not even close to the amount of support that I got, support requests that I got for ShadowForge, and so I'm happy with that. Yeah.
Technically speaking, how does it look like? What does it look like to push an update? Is this like a Unity plugin that you package and then you send to Unity Asset Store, or is there like a Git repository somewhere where you upload the code, or how does it look like?
Yeah, they have it's called like Asset Store Uploader. It's like it's a tool in Unity, and then you basically select which folder is all of your plugin stuff, and then it packages it and uploads it, and then on the Asset Store website, you can type in like your changelog and the version and all of that stuff.
Do you have a way to preview your changes in a sort of like pull request fashion before you update them, or it's like YOLO?
I don't think so. It might show it for assets, like which assets have been added or removed, but not more granular than that. It's not like a Git changelog or something. Okay. I mean, I have that in my repository because I do use the Git repository for the project, but I don't think the Asset Store tools have that.
Okay. So now you're spending some time on working on ShaderForge when there's good mood and motivation to handle the support. And you mentioned something about 3D editor.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me more about it?
Yeah, so I am working on a 3D modeling tool for 3D modeling.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. how do I pitch it? I haven't worked out a good elevator pitch yet. Usually when I'm talking to artists, usually my elevator pitch is that I'm going to make a 3D editor that has a UV editor that doesn't want to make you jump off a cliff. And most artists are like, holy shit, that sounds great. Please give me this tool. Yeah, so I'm working on a 3D modeling tool called Half Edge. And it is designed to be a modern 3D editor in the sense that most 3D editors that people use today, like including Maya, 3D Max, Blender, these are huge pieces of software that have years of baggage, and none of them are designed for game developers. Game developers use them, but they were never designed for game developers. And so, you know, as a game developer, you're always this like second-class citizen in all of these like software packages. And so I wanted to make a modern version of those. I want to make the Procreates of 3D modeling. I don't know if you've used Procreates. It's a illustration tool on the iPad where, you know, I think the obvious question that everybody's asking me is, why would I pay for your tool when I could use Blender? Blender is free. And if I look at a text document listing all the features in Blender, and I look at a document listing all the features in your tool, Blender has more tools and it is free. So like, why would I get your thing, you know? And I get it. That's a very reasonable question to ask, but I think I'm so used to talking to artists. This is not going to land well with you, I think. But there's an analogy where, like, I'm trying to think if there's a programmer equivalent. Probably not, or maybe there is. But usually, it's like, you know, if you take a look at some other open source software, like GIMP, for example. Are you familiar with GIMP?
Yeah.
Yeah, so GIMP is sort of designed to be like a Photoshop replacement that is free. It's open source, and so costs nothing. And if you list all the features of GIMP, it has a lot of features. It's got a bunch of stuff that you can do in GIMP.
20代で初めての副業を考えている人必見。ユートラストで副業を探した方がいい理由3選。おすすめの理由その1。ここにしかない副業の募集が多数。200以上の
And then you list the features in Procreate, the illustration app on iPad. It's got way fewer features. The difference, though, is that everybody hates GIMP, and everybody loves Procreate. And so there's something there that's not just the features, you know. There's something there that's not just the price that makes people like one over the other. And that is the same distinction that I want to make from my.
I bet you that chick's Australian.
I think, you know, a lot of these tools are huge hydras. They are kind of like fractal switchblades.
Welcome to the Procreate Beginner Series. I'm Christiane, and by the end of this video, you'll know.
Panel, and then you press a button.
What did I say?
Panel, and then you press.
What did I say?
Now you're in a different mode, but you don't know how to exit that mode or what even the.
Know how to use Procreate's brushes and colors,
like,
as well as fundamental gestures and tools.
What the fuck did I say?
If you are a game developer and you want to make something
I'm not crazy.
A little bit more simple,
y'all.
And you don't care about cinematic fog simulation, you know, then you're not going to have to deal with that in my program, because I'm not going to add cinematic features because this is for game developers. And so the same goes for UV editors. I don't understand. I don't understand why UV editors in 3D modeling are so awful. They are actually so bad. And there's. Have you done any 3D modeling? Do you know what a UV is?
I've unfortunately needed to do some UV modeling, like UV mapping, and like the amount of like keys that I was supposed to press at the same time, and like keep in mind what I'm doing on which part of the Blender app. It was too much. It was too much. I just wanted to get back to code when I have letters, and I just typed the letters.
I don't want to.
I feel like I must be missing something, because usually when most people have this thing where, like, I don't know, this thing seems stupid, like usually there's an explanation there. Usually there's something you're missing or something I'm missing that explains why the stupid thing is designed the way it is, and you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I wasn't aware of this thing, you know. But for UV editors, I haven't figured it out. I genuinely don't know why they're so awful. I think the closest
it's going
explanation
to add the confirm password field to the front end, and
game
then
developers are
I'm going to tell it to remove the
in
confirm
need
password
of a
field.
UV editor in a way that requires a lot of fine control that most people who use UV editors don't need. I think that's the thing.
I don't want to confirm password.
I think that's it, because like if you're doing like cinematic assets, you're
want to confirm password.
Mostly using automatic UV unwrap.
Yeah, I do want to confirm password.
But if you're a game developer, you might want very precise, precisely snapped UV coordinates to all of your texels and whatnot. And yeah, like even a simple thing like okay, let's say you have a bunch of vertices in a model. And you've done an automatic unwrap of your object, and you have the UV shell in front of you and the UV editor, and you just want to take a bunch of vertices and you want to flatten them horizontally so that they're all along a straight line. That's it. Like, I don't even think most UV editors have that as a built-in feature, and I'm like, why? This is like everybody who's a programmer or a tool developer knows how to find the average position and then put all the positions at that average. Like it's a ridiculously easy thing to implement. Like it's arguably harder to like do the UI design. Like where do I put the button? That's almost harder than implementing the code for like aligning those vertices. Why is that not a built-in feature? It's
great.
so useful
it's
and so common to align your UVs to parts of your texture, and those are usually aligned with pixels. And so yeah, it's weird. I don't get it. And so everybody who's using Maya or Blender for game development, they always have to use plugins for UV editing because the default tools are just not good. But anyway, and so I want to make a nice UV editor in my 3D modeling tool.
What are the other examples of things that are difficult in Blender and Maya for game development? Or like, what would be the game development features that are used the most and have not necessarily the best support?
I think it's not really the lack of support for things. I think it's mostly the stuff that gets in the way. I forget exactly how the transforms are set up in Blender and Maya, but I recall something about the way that object hierarchies in Maya and object hierarchies in Blender, they both have this extra matrix transformation on top of it that I think it's for like animation purposes. You can add another layer of a matrix to transform an object. That adds a layer of indirection and a place where you can, it's like, I was going to say it's like C++, where there's like foot guns everywhere. And so that's generally not a good idea to put foot guns everywhere. And so technically it's possible to do everything that people do in games in Blender and Maya. It's just that you have to be aware of a bunch of things like this, where like, oh, I have to freeze all of the transforms, or I have to reset all the transforms before I export this to the game engine. Another thing is that like there's a bunch of conventions when it comes to, the 3D axes. This is something I've talked about probably way too much online. Axes have a convention for, is Y up? Is a Z up? Are we using a left-handed coordinate system or a right-handed coordinate system? And funnily enough, or maybe not so funnily enough, like Unity is left-handed Y up. And Unreal is left-handed Z up. Blender is right-handed Y up, I think. No, left-handed Z up. And then Godot, no, Blender is right-handed Z up, I think. Godot is right-handed Z up. Blender is right-handed Y up. So all four of them have different coordinate systems. So if you're working in Blender, Unity, Unreal, and Godot, none of them agree on the coordinate system. And so importing and exporting, it's very, very, very common that you export a model and then you open it in your game engine and it's like on its side. The character is like just on its side, and you have to be like, okay,
you're safe.
Where is the issue?
You're safe.
And so, Blender is Z up. Yeah, Blender and Godot are both Z up. Or no, are they? I forget exactly. Anyway, what's funny though is that Unreal is the only left-handed Z up I've been able to find. I haven't found any other tool that's left-handed Z-up. But anyway, but yeah, so what I want to do in my 3D modeling tool, I want to make it so you can switch between them. You can select which one you want to use for whatever project you're working in. So if you start working in my modeling tool, I want you to have an option in the beginning of like, oh, I'm working in Unity, and then it just adapts to Unity. It's using the Unity coordinate system, or I work in Godot, and then it adapts to Godot. And so that you don't have to deal with all of those like weird conversion or export issues that people run into all the time. And so it might be a bad idea. I'm not sure yet. Hopefully I'm not adding another layer of indirection that makes this even more complicated. But I think I think it's a good idea. We'll see how it goes once I get to writing all of the export and import functionality. But yeah.
Okay. What state is this half edge, right? A half edge.
Mm-hmm.
What's the state of half edge now? Where are you in the development process?
It started out as a Unity plugin, and then I made it standalone after a while. And in the process of porting it from being a plugin to being a standalone application, I managed to destroy a lot of things. So I used to have more progress than I do now, but you know, I have a basic viewport, a 3D viewport. You can create meshes, you can select faces, select vertices, select half edges and edges, and move all of those around, rotate everything. I've been working a lot on the like infrastructure for making selection performant and also manipulation performant. So there's a bunch of stuff when it comes to if you're using Unity, you might be familiar with it, but you use native arrays and their job system, and also compute shaders to basically parallelize all the stuff that you shouldn't do in C#. And so, because most of it is written in C#. And yeah, so I've been working on the basics. I have most of it up and running, but there's obviously a bunch of like mesh manipulation tools that I don't have yet. Like I have an extrude function, I have an inset function, I don't have a bevel function, so that's quite a lot more math I need to work on there for that. And so yeah, it's getting there. It's relatively usable right now if I just fix the bugs.
Bevels.
Yeah, it's getting there. I think I'm hoping on very optimistically maybe an early access release later this year, or at the very least a beta version is the plan. I'm also going to showcase it in Spain in a month or so in what's it called, Malaga at Guadalindi. I'm going to be in a booth showcasing it. Nice. So that's going to be exciting.
It's going to be a conference there.
Is it a package?
Yep, it's an indie game conference, and I'd say it's a local one, so it's mostly locals. So most of it is going to be in Spanish. But I was invited there last year to do a talk, and I really enjoyed it. And so this time I'm gonna go there and be part of the expo, and people are gonna awkwardly try to speak Spanish with me, and I'm gonna have to apologize, like, sorry, English only.
Okay, awesome. We're reaching the end of the discussion, and you have been a great help for a lot of people trying to learn this stuff, math, shaders. What would you say to all the people that are either struggling or trying to find resources to learn? How do you learn, and how would you recommend people continue to work and learn and stay on the development path?
Well, I would recommend my channel if you want to learn shader programming or mathematics for game developers or tool development. I think that would be the first step. Otherwise, I'm really bad at finding resources to recommend. I think I'm so focused on learning by doing, and it's always about like coaxing my own motivation into the right direction. And so I don't know, people learn in different ways. That's the way that I learn. And so
I'm gonna go
I think
food.
For me, learning has always been about wanting to reach a goal,
have that starvation.
And then learning is just something that I have to do in order to get there. You know, I stumble over the things I have to learn. I don't intentionally focus on learning
I have definitely lost weight. Probably
and
like
so if you want to learn shader programming,
10 pounds,
then
or like 5 pounds.
Like for example, for me, I would need a different goal. I need a goal like
maybe 5 days.
I want to set up a cool scene in Unity, and I want it to look very pretty, and I want to have like dynamic water, and I want to have nice lighting, and I want to have like vegetation shaders that sway in the wind, or whatever you might want to do. Then in order to get there, you're gonna have to learn how to do shaders, right?
Muscle.
But to me, that's always been like the better like carrot to guide me in the right direction.
I do not want to have.
But obviously that requires you to have the basics down. Like you need the basics before you can start experimenting. But yeah, I would say get the basics down on my YouTube channel. I'm gonna plug that if you want to go there. It's on screen right here.
We're gonna fix
like actually edited it in. It's very nice that it's right there. So yeah, that is good to get the basics. And then once you're on your own, I would dissect some other shaders. If you find Unity's shaders, you might learn by looking at those. And then also experiment. It's just fun. I enjoy experimenting with math, which all people might not, but for me, it's just fun to like see what happens. Like, what is a lerp? What is an inverse lerp? How does that? What does it mean to do inverse lerp on a color if that's in the T parameter? Like, I don't know. What if you shove in a texture in there? What's that going to look like? Like, there's so much that kind of happens by accident in shader programming. And also, one thing I really like is that shader programming is nice in that it compiles almost instantaneously. And so you get like super fast, like visual feedback whenever you edit something. You don't have to wait for a whole build process. And so iteration for shader programming is just really, really fun and nice. So I would totally recommend that. Yeah.
Okay. Where can people follow you, your work?
You could probably search, I think, for my name. I have too many places to plug. And my website, it's acegikmo.com. So ACEGIKMO.com. I've got almost all of my links there. Yeah, so I'm in many places online. I'm not really on Twitter anymore because of all the bots and the misinformation and the just Elon Musk in general as a human being. So I'm mostly on Blue Sky these days. So yeah, if you wanna follow me on Blue Sky, you can go there. Otherwise, YouTube for all of my videos, and I guess I'm on Twitch as well. Although I don't stream very often, so yeah.
How often and when do you stream?
It used to be that I streamed like a few years ago. I streamed like a few times a week, but now I stream like I don't know, once every 3 weeks or something, like whenever I feel like it. And so it's not very often. I generally don't. I generally don't stream that much. I think part of my burnout was realizing that I quite often streamed as a stressor. I wanted to put pressure on myself to get my work done. That's why I streamed, so that I would, if people are watching, I can't just go off and do something else. I have to work. So I used to use that as one of those like habitual pressure points, which is exactly what you're not supposed to do when you're recovering from burnout. It might be fine if you're not burnt out, but if you're burnt out, you should absolutely not do that. And so I just ended up like not streaming because I didn't, it is kind of stressful because there's a lot of people watching, they have comments all the time, and you want to be active and engage with people. And I feel bad if I don't do that, but I also want to get my work done. And so there's like so many pressures, like both in terms of my work and then social pressure. And then there's a camera, so I need to make sure that I don't look weird and sit weird or like off camera, or like I don't know, scratch my eye and smudge my makeup. Like there's so much stuff that I need to think about. So yeah, I don't know, it can be stressful, but it's also really fun. And so you kind of need to find a good balance there.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining me.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me.
Wait, what?
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining me.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay. You know what? I want to be on a Wukong podcast, or whatever you call that. I have to finish a lot of projects, that are unfinished. So I think what's going to happen is when I release this, I'm going to try to get at least the Lovelox engine done. And that could be one of the centerpieces of my accreditation, I guess you could say. And yeah, I'm just hoping that I want to start presenting myself in a more genuine way. None of this like look, I act like I'm about shit, but what have I produced? What have I made? And it's clear that like my portfolio is very incomplete. Despite me being, I think I am capable of some things, but I really have to iron out my ability to just finish things. And yeah, like I mean, I want to hold myself accountable, and I really want to get it done. I think you know, let's make that this 2026. Let's make we're at, I mean, I'm aiming for it now. I'm not aiming for it in 2026. We're gonna do this shit as fast as we can. I want to do it before the end of 2026. So I want to get all this stuff done. I want to, you know, have a name for myself, and I want to help my mom, who's been working her ass off, and help my wife as well. So it's a little bit of a stressful time, but I'm actually optimistic about the way things are going. I really am. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty much that. But yeah, like this vibe coding shit is actually kind of retarded. It's a little bit retarded. And this isn't something I want to be. This isn't like an impression I want to have. I want people to. This isn't the impression that, you know, that I'm a vibe coder. I don't want that to be my persona. But, you know, it's going to be hard to persuade people that have seen this stream. I don't like JavaScript. I don't like. There are things that I don't like that I will literally not participate in. I will not force myself to learn it. I will, in fact, literally avoid learning it at all costs if I don't think that it's productive for me. And I think that's kind of what it is for this. And I don't know. Actually, I just have excuses. Like, it's an excuse. I'm just fucking lazy. But even saying that it's lazy doesn't actually make sense, because maybe I'm just doing more work than not by using an LLM for this shit. But certainly I have learned a lot more insights as to what creates a flexible code base just by consistently changing everything about the code base. I mean, I went through, like, at this point I must have gone through, honestly, like 15 different frameworks and languages and just setups and like all these, I guess you say, like stylistic things, and like just like playing with the encapsulation boundaries with this amount of speed has actually been kind of eye-opening, I really have to say. And yeah, like it's very clear to me that there are ways of leveraging the ability for an LLM to reason about things, and like to the point where it's like, yeah, like you can't just be an everyday idiot using these tools. Like, and you know, this could be, I think, like the ability to. I think actually what this kind of comes down to is like the ability to make a code base that is easier to reason about for an LLM might actually just be a code base that's easier to reason about for anyone. And maybe like my inability to do that is like somewhat expressive of my ability to program. Like maybe I'm actually not that competent of a programmer, but like going through these, like just like going through this has been an eye-opening experience. Just seeing what makes the code base easy to work on and what makes it difficult to work on. And yeah, like it's been really interesting, to be honest. So let's just fucking finish this, and yeah, let's finish this. God, fuck off. Fuck off. It's fucking disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. But yeah, I'm gonna go. This is cool. I like this blue color. It looks really cool. I'm gonna go get food. I'm gonna bring it back here. I'll be eating live. But yeah, be right back. Hopefully Taishi doesn't come in here. I don't want it to burn a hole in the ground. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, be right back. ツオと、そう、カツオと寿司サーモン。寿司サーモン寿司。めっちゃ美味しいね。はい、やばいこれ。今日買った、今。ちょっとライブしてるから、みんなに見せる。俺の食べ物。カツオ。Look at the color of this fish. It's so beautiful. うん。うまっ。スモーキーすぎる。おいしい。結構な。うん。今日何食べる？わからん。うん。やば。もう。やば。何する予定？今日。わかんない？うん。うん。次は、炭水化物寿司。寝ます。あとはめっちゃでかいエビ買ってよ。うん。No, man. You know what? This shit is way better than the shit in Nishinomiya. And it's almost on par with the shit that I had in Hokkaido. Like, this is really fucking good. Ah. Oh my god. No. 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 Bro. You have no idea. This is so good. Mm. And this costed like maybe $3, $2.50. $3. Yeah, $3. Mm. I mean, it is like 32 grams of carbs, but so I gotta limit myself to like one of these a day. I'm not diabetic, but I think I'm getting there. My god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You don't need sauce or anything like that. You just eat it. I'm not a big fan of all these sauces, you know? I mean, I am, but I'm completely happy without it. Like, I love my shit plain. It's fucking good. This is delicious. This is fucking amazing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. It's like better than having sex, man. Oh my god, that is so good. That was so good. Oh my gosh, dude. You have no idea. You have no idea, man. So good. Significantly, amazingly, beautifully delicious. Oh my gosh, dude. I am satisfied. But I could eat a lot more, but I'm satisfied. Wow. That was so good. これね。奥さん。奥さん。顔は顔みたい。この顔が好きこの顔が好きこの の顔が好き？奥さん大丈夫？My God. I'm so tired. 眠すぎる。奥さん大丈夫？奥さん大丈夫か？奥さんさん、奥さんさん。奥さんさん、奥さんさん。 What? I want to see this shit. Norbit. Oh, I watched. Oh, I did watch Norbit. I didn't see. Why do I not remember this scene? Did I not watch it diligently? This was just really good. What is this called? What is this movie called? This movie's probably from 2004, if I could guess. Well, let's see. This movie's probably from 2006. What is? Damn, this guy's been a lot of years. Hot Rod. I know this isn't Hot Rod, but I just remember that. Fucking he's in Hot Rod. That was a good movie. It's probably this 30 minutes from this. Dude, this was such a fucking good era for movies. This was a really good graph. Eastbound and down. Okay, that's it. Eastbound and down. Yeah, so it's a show. I'm not gonna watch it. It's a show. It, what? Wait, are you fucking kidding me? Hold on. Hi. 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 What? Dude, that's crazy. I knew I knew the John McAfee shit happened on the same day, and I knew that was probably in some way tied to it. The fucking IDF are the people that went through the rubble in the Surfside condo collapse. You cannot be making that shit up. That is fucking crazy. Dude, that's crazy. Bro.
the Maybach? Why'd you take the top off the Maybach? Getting crazy? Huh? You want to clean away? No. I'm crazier than you. Oh, okay. Yes, sir. Crazy if you don't know. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Don't bring it to me. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Oh my God, okay. The crazy guys behind us is taking that. Andy, get in front of me. Get in front of me. He's running. Andy, he's running. Andy, he's running. Get in. Open it. He's getting in. Took the top off the Maybach.
What is that? What is that? What? Is that a message inside? Let's check it out. Huh, how did I... You are to be my best man. What? You want to be my best man? You want to do that? Yes. Look at it, funny!
Dude, I don't like a religion that says that they're better than other people. And what's that?
Well, you do. You obviously do. It's blatant. No one watching this will draw any other conclusion. I'm staggered about how brazen you've been.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like it when people think they're better than other people. And you see that in Israel. They're acting like that. They're treating Palestinians like second-class citizens. They're treating them like subhuman beasts. And it tells that in their Talmud. So it says if you are not a Jew, that you are basically subhuman. And I don't think that Judaism and Christianity go hand in hand. I mean, they believe that Jesus is in hell burning human shit, and they believe the Virgin Mary is a whore. So I don't think those are two religions that really intersect very well. But, you know, we've been programmed that they do, and we've been programmed that it's okay, and that Jews are the chosen people, and I just disagree with that. I think everybody's equal.
Do you even comprehend how this interview is going to play out when it ends?
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be bad. But, you know, my opinion is not politically correct, but I believe that is the truth. You know, there's 2 billion Muslims, but everybody wants to, you know, promote this anti-Muslim, this hatred for Muslim, like they're all, you know, these terrorists. And I think the Israelis are the I think they're the ones perpetuating the big acts of terrorism. And, nobody wants to talk about that.
And what do you say to Jewish people who may watch this and be utterly horrified by what they're hearing?
You'd be horrified. I mean, I was horrified to find that they mass murdered Christians. I was horrified to learn the things that they teach in the Talmud. I was horrified that they think that Jesus is burning in shit in hell. I was horrified that they think that the Virgin Mary is a whore. I was horrified to learn that they think it's okay to steal from Gentiles. I was horrified to hear that there's, two sets of justice. I was horrified to find out that they think it's okay to, gang rape Palestinian prisoners. I was horrified about all those things. I'm horrified that we're funding a genocide right now. So they can be horrified.
Temple's Aaron. Dude.
I don't.
How do I change the keys?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What the fuck is this? Y'all put bacon everywhere but my sandwich, bro. She look like a little Jewish kid. What the fuck is this? Y'all put bacon everywhere but my sandwich, bro.
Do you have like vegan meat for Jari Masan? Like fish, sakan. No, sakan. Sakan.
Hey friends, and the FC is 258. I'm taking back cookies with Uncle from me. I haven't posted for a few days, and it's because I've been having a really hard time. And I had a really hard conversation with my brother. So basically, I just want to start this video by saying, please be praying for me. Hey friends, Kenzie here. She's your free friend gratitude. Okay, so before you
That sucks.
Friends, Kenzie here. She's your
Yeah, I know she's not doing good.
Hey friends, Kenzie here. Hey friends, Kenzie here. She's your free friend gratitude. Kenzie.
This little gap. Never said even when. This is what I live off living alone in Alaska. Tuna and hot chocolate. What I love about it.
Because there's no sidewalk.
It's vegan.
I'm gonna show my cat how to sleep. He's her baby, right? And this is water. I'm gonna show my cat.
Are you Jewish? Am I Jewish? No, actually, I'm Catholic. That's interesting. What? You just came up with the notion. Interesting.
An asshole.
cannot believe I'm actually looking at things right now. I was going through my kids' candy and I found this. Seriously, you guys, check your kids' candy. The worst part is it's attached to this 2011 Gibson Les Paul Stanley. I was attempting to address the payment principle and then this wound up happening.
Oh my god.
Hey, a lot of you guys have been seeing my videos. I was attempting.
There she goes. Oh, I know.
God fucking damn it.
Doors are opening soon. What's up, y'all? I'm here with
Fuck this app. I'm gonna get some more sushi. Yeah. Let's do it.
imagine possible features that Python 4.0 might have that would necessitate the creation of the new 4.0? Given the amount of pain and joy, suffering and triumph that was involved in the move between version 2 and version 3. The following is a conversation with Guido van Rossum, his second time on this podcast. He is the creator of the Python programming language and is Python's emeritus BDFL, benevolent dictator for life.
Pretty insane achievement.
This is the Lex Fridman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Guido van Rossum. Python 3.11 is coming out very soon. In it, CPython claimed to be 10 to 60% faster. How did you pull that off? And what's CPython?
CPython is the last Python implementation standing, also the first one that was ever created. The original Python implementation that I started over 30 years ago.
So what does it mean that Python, the programming language, is implemented in another programming language called C?
What kind of audience do you have in mind here? People who know programming?
No, there's somebody on a boat that's into fishing and have never heard about programming, but also some world-class programmers. You're going to have to speak to both. Imagine a boat with two people. One of them has not heard about programming, is really into fishing, and the other one is like an incredible Silicon Valley programmer that's programmed in everything. C, C++, Python, Rust, Java. He knows the entire history of programming languages, so you're going to have to speak to both.
I imagine that boat in the middle of the ocean.
Yes.
I'm going to please the guy who knows how to fish first.
Yes, please. He seems like the most useful in the middle of the ocean. You got to make him happy.
I'm sure he has a cell phone, so he's probably very suspicious about what goes on in that cell phone, but he must have heard that inside a cell phone is a tiny computer.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompts directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
And a programming language is computer code that tells the computer what to do.
It's a very low-level language. It's zeros and ones, and then there's assembly, and then...
Oh, yeah, but we don't talk about these really low levels because those just confuse people. I mean, when we're talking about human language, we're not usually talking about vocal tracts and how you position your tongue. I was talking yesterday about how when you have a Chinese person and they speak English, there's a bit of a stereotype. They often don't know, or they can't seem to make the difference well between an L and an R. Mm-hmm. And I have a theory about that, and I've never checked this with linguists, that it probably has to do with the fact that in Chinese there is not really a difference, and it could be that there are regional variations in how native Chinese speakers pronounce that one sound that sounds to L to some, like L to some of them, like R to others.
So it's both the sounds you produce with your mouth throughout the history of your life and what you're used to listening to. I mean, every language has that. Russian has
exactly.
The Slavic languages have sounds like the letter zh. Like Americans or English speakers don't seem to know the sound zh. They seem uncomfortable with that sound.
Yeah.
So yes. Okay. So we're not going to the shapes of tongues and the sounds that the mouth can make. Fine.
And
words.
Similarly, we're not going into the ones and zeros or machine language. I would say a programming language is a list of instructions like a cookbook recipe that sort of tells you how to do a certain thing.
Wow.
Like make a sandwich. Well, acquire a loaf of bread, cut it in slices. Take 2 slices, put mustard on one, put jelly on the other or something. Then add the meat, then add the cheese. I've heard that science teachers can actually do great stuff with recipes like that and trying to interpret their students' instructions incorrectly until the students are completely unambiguous about it.
With language, see, that's the difference between natural languages and programming languages. I think ambiguity is a feature, not a bug in human spoken languages. Like, that's the dance of communication between humans.
Well, for lawyers, ambiguity certainly is a
smells like turkey and it tastes a little bit like turkey.
For plenty of other cases, the ambiguity is not much of a feature, but we work around it, of course.
Well,
what's more important is context.
So with context, the precision of the statement becomes more and more concrete, right? But, you know, when you say, I love you to a person that matters a lot to you, the person doesn't try to compile that statement and return an error saying, please define love, right?
No, but I imagine that my wife and my son interpret it very differently.
Yes.
Even though it's the same 3 words.
But imprecisely still.
Oh, for sure.
Lawyers have a lot of follow-up questions for you.
Nevertheless, the context is already different in that case.
Yes, fair enough. So that's a programming language, is ability to unambiguously state a recipe. Actually, let's go back. Let's go to PEP 8. You go through in PEP 8, the style guide for Python code, some ideas of what this language should look like, feel like, read like. And the big idea there is that code readability counts. What does that mean to you? And how do we achieve it? So this recipe should be readable.
That's a thing between programmers. Because on the one hand, we always explain the concept of programming language as computers need instructions, and computers are very dumb and they need very precise instructions because they don't have much context. In fact, they have lots of context, but their context is very different. But what we've seen emerge during the development of software starting probably in the late 40s is that software is a very social activity. A software developer is not a mad scientist who sits alone in his lab writing brilliant code. Software is developed by teams of people. Even the mad scientist sitting alone in his lab can type fast enough to produce enough code so that by the time he's done with his coding, he still remembers what the first few lines he wrote mean. Mm-hmm. So even the mad scientist coding alone in his lab would be sort of wise to adopt conventions on how to.
When you're busy or you have a great idea, you just want to get things down on paper. Grammarly is always catching things that you need. My name is Claudia. I'm a marketing manager and adjunct professor, and I use Grammarly every day. The pressure is definitely on. With AI, you're expected to take all the data in the world and pump out something that is perfect. Jobs now, you don't really have as clearly defined tasks. So you're working on this project. Grammarly helps me brainstorm ideas. With AI Compose, I type in some prompts, and then it will give me a great outline to start with. Grammarly takes a lot of the heavy lifting off my plate so that I can focus on expanding and elevating ideas. My dog Coco is my CMO, Chief Morale Officer. She needs to go for walks, but she times them perfectly when I need a break away from my computer. Because I'm always on the go, that's usually when I get somebody's urgent email and I have to reply to a client and your words are jumbled. Mistakes are signs that you're busy. Tapping on Rewrite for Clarity, can make adjustments. Grammarly does a great job of reframing those emails. It's kind of like having a second set of eyes, so it does not seem like I'm distracted. I'm not gonna lie, I use Grammarly every time I write because I can put my trust in it to help me communicate effectively. Download Grammarly for free.
Well, that sucks.
Format the instructions that he gives to the computer so that the thing is, there is a difference between a cookbook recipe and a computer program. The cookbook recipe, the author of the cookbook writes it once, and then it's printed in 100,000 copies, and then lots of people in their kitchens try to recreate that recipe, that particular pie or dish from the recipe. And so there the goal of the cookbook author is to make it clear to the human reader of the recipe, the human amateur chef in most cases. When you're writing a computer program, you have two audiences at once. It needs to tell the computer what to do, but it also is useful if that program is readable by other programmers, because computer software, unlike the typical recipe for a cherry pie, is so complex that you don't get all of it right at once. You end up with the activity of debugging, and you end up with the activity of, so debugging is trying to figure out why your code doesn't run the way you thought it should run.
That means broadly, it could be stupid little errors, or it could be big logical errors.
It could be anything
spiritual.
It could be anything from a typo to a wrong choice of algorithm to building something that does what you tell it to do, but that's not useful.
Yeah, it seems to work really well 99% of the time, but does weird things 1% of the time on some edge cases.
That's pretty much all software nowadays.
All good software, right?
Well, yeah, for bad software,
that 99 goes down a lot. So, but it's not just about the complexity of the program. It's like you said, it is a social endeavor in that you're constantly improving that recipe for the cherry pie.
But you're in a group of people improving that recipe. Or the mad scientist is improving the recipe that he created a year ago and making it better. Or adding something. He decides that he wants he wants some decoration on his pie or icing or...
So there's broad philosophical things and there's specific advice on style. So first of all, the thing that people first experience when they look up Python, it is very readable, but there's also like a spatial structure to it. Can you explain the indentation style of Python and what is the magic to it?
Spaces are important for readability of any kind of text. If you take a cookbook recipe and you remove all the bullets and other markup, and you just crunch all the text together, maybe you leave the spaces between the words, but that's all you leave. When you're in the kitchen trying to figure out, oh, what are the ingredients and what are the steps? And where does this step end and the next step begin? You're going to have a hard time if it's just one solid block of text. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, what a typical cookbook does, if the paper is not too expensive, each recipe starts on its own page. Maybe there's a picture next to it. The list of ingredients comes first. There's a standard notation. There's shortcuts so that you don't have to sort of write 2 sentences on how you have to cut the onion, because there are only 3 ways that people ever cut onions in a kitchen: small, medium, and in slices, or something like that.
Right.
None of my examples make any sense to real cooks, of course, but
yeah. We're talking to programmers with a metaphor of cooking. I love it. But there is a strictness to the spacing that Python defines. So there's some looser things, some stricter things, but the 4 spaces for the indentation is really interesting. It really defines what the language looks and feels like.
Because indentation, sort of taking a block of text and then having inside that block of text a smaller block of text that is indented further as sort of a group. It's like you have a bulleted list in a complex business document, and inside some of the bullets are other bulleted lists. You will indent those too. Mm-hmm. If each bulleted list is indented several inches, then at 2 levels deep, there's no space left on the page to put any of the words of the text. So you can't indent too far. On the other hand, if you don't indent at all, you can tell whether something is a top-level bullet or a second-level bullet or a third-level bullet. So you have to have some compromise. And based on ancient conventions and the sort of the typical width of a computer screen in the 80s, and all sorts of things, sort of.
想像してみてください。理想のアプリを思いのままに作れる世界を。Base 44
We came up with sort of 4 spaces as a compromise. I mean, there are groups, there are large groups of people who code with 2 spaces per indent level. For example, the Google Style Guide, all the Google Python code, and I think also all the Google C++ code is indented with only 2 spaces per block. If you're not used to that, it's harder to, at a glance, understand the code, because the sort of the high level structure is determined by the indentation. On the other hand, there are other programming languages where the indentation is 8 spaces or a whole tab stop in sort of classic Unix. And to me, that looks weird, because you sort of, after 3 indent levels, you've got no room left.
Well, there's some languages where the indentation is a recommendation. It's a stylistic one. The code compiles even without any indentation. And then Python, really, indentation is a fundamental part of the language, right?
It doesn't have to be 4 spaces. So you can code Python with 2 spaces per block, or 6 spaces, or 12 if you really want to go wild. But sort of everything that belongs to the same block needs to be indented the same way. In practice, in most other languages, people recommend doing that anyway. If you look at C or Rust or C++, all those languages, Java, don't have a requirement of indentation, but except in extreme cases, they're just as anal about having their code properly indented.
So any IDE that does syntax highlighting that works with Java or C++, they will yell at you aggressively if you don't do proper indentation.
They'd suggest the proper indentation for you. Like, wow. In C, you type a few words and then you type a curly brace, which there is their notion of sort of begin an indented block.
Yep.
Then you hit return, and then it automatically indents 4 or 8 spaces, depending on your style preferences or how your editor is configured.
Was there a possible universe in which you considered having braces in Python?
Absolutely, yeah.
What was it, 60-40, 70-30 in your head? What was the trade-off?
For a long time, I was actually convinced that the indentation was just better. Without context, I would still claim that indentation is better. It reduces clutter. However, as I started to say earlier, context is almost everything. And in the context of coding, most programmers are familiar with multiple languages, even if they're only good at one or two. And apart from Python and maybe Fortran, I don't know how that's written these days anymore, but all the other languages, Java, Rust, C, C++, JavaScript, TypeScript, Perl, are all using curly braces to sort of indicate blocks. And so Python is the odd one out.
So it's a radical idea. Do you still, as a radical renegade revolutionary, do you still stand behind this idea of indentation versus braces? Like what can you dig into it a little bit more? Why you still stand behind indentation?
Because context is not the whole story. History, in a sense, provides more context. So for Python, there's no chance that we can switch. Python is using curly braces for something else, dictionaries mostly. We would get in trouble if we wanted to switch. Just like you couldn't redefine C to use indentation, even if you agree that indentation sort of in a greenfield environment would be better. You can't change that kind of thing in a language.
Yeah.
It's hard enough to reach agreement over much more minor details. Maybe, I mean, in the past in Python, we did have a big debate about tabs versus spaces and for spaces versus fewer or more. And we sort of came up with a recommended standard and sort of options for people who want to be different.
But yes, I guess the thought experiment I'd like you to consider is if you could travel back through time when the compatibility is not an issue and you started Python all over again, can you make the case for indentation still?
Well, it frees up a pair of matched brackets, of which there are never enough in the world, for other purposes. Jesus. It really makes the language slightly sort of easier to grasp for people who don't already know another programming language. Because the sort of one of the things, and I mostly got this from my mentors who taught me programming language design in the earlier 80s.
When you have the perfect response in your head, but your fingers just can't keep up. We've all been there. Typing, deleting, retyping. Now I use Whisperflow. I just think out loud and it creates perfect formatted text on any app or website.
The following is a conversation with Peter Wang, one of the most impactful leaders and developers in the Python community, former physicist, current philosopher, and someone who many people told me about and praised as a truly special mind that I absolutely should talk to. Recommendations ranging from Travis Oliphant to Eric Weinstein. So, here we are. This is the Lex Fridman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Peter Wang. You're one of the most impactful humans in the Python ecosystem. So you're an engineer, leader of engineers, but you're also a philosopher. So let's talk both in this conversation about programming and philosophy. First, programming. What to you is the best or maybe the most beautiful feature of Python? Or maybe the thing that made you fall in love or stay in love with Python?
Well, those are three different things. What I think is most beautiful, what made me fall in love, what made me stay in love. When I first started using it was when I was a C++ computer graphics performance nerd.
In the 90s?
In late 90s. And that was my first job out of college. And we kept trying to do more and more like abstract and higher order programming in C++, which at the time was quite difficult. With templates, the compiler support wasn't great, etc. So when I started playing around with Python, that was my first time encountering really first-class support for types, for functions, and things like that. And it felt so incredibly expressive. So that was what kind of made me fall in love with it a little bit. And also, once you spend a lot of time in a C++ dev environment, the ability to just whip something together that basically runs and works the first time is amazing. So really productive scripting language. I mean, I knew Perl, I knew Bash, I was decent at both, but Python just made everything, it made the whole world accessible, right? I could script this and that and the other network things, you know, little hard drive utilities. I could write all of these things in the space of an afternoon. Mm-hmm. And that was really, really cool. So that's what made me fall in love.
Is there something specific you could put your finger on that you're not programming in Perl today? Like why Python for scripting?
I think there's not a specific thing as much as the design motif of both the creator of the language and the core group of people that built the standard library around him. There was a taste to it. I mean, Steve Jobs, you know, used that term, you know, in somewhat of a arrogant way, but I think it's a real thing that it was designed to fit. A friend of mine actually expressed this really well. He said, Python just fits in my head. And there's nothing better to say than that. Now people might argue modern Python, there's a lot more complexity, but certainly as version 1.5.2, I think was my first version, that fit in my head very easily. So that's what made me fall in love with it.
Okay, so the most beautiful feature of Python that made you stay in love. It's like over the years, what has, like, you know, you do a double take and you return to often as a thing that just brings you a smile?
I really still like the ability to play with meta classes and express higher order things when I have to create some new object model to model something, right? It's easy for me because I'm pretty expert as a Python programmer. I can easily put all sorts of lovely things together and use properties and decorators and other kinds of things and create something that feels very nice. So that to me, I would say that's tied with the NumPy and vectorization capabilities. I love thinking in terms of the matrices and the vectors and these kind of data structures. So I would say those two are kind of tied for me.
So the elegance of the NumPy data structure, like slicing through the different multidimensional.
Yeah, there's just enough things there. It's like it's a very simple, comfortable tool. Just it's easy to reason about what it does when you don't stray too far afield.
Can you put your finger on how to design a language such that it fits in your head? Certain things like the colon or the certain notation aspects of Python that just kind of work. Is it something you have to kind of write out on paper, look and say it's just right? Is it a taste thing or is there a systematic process? What's your sense?
I think it's more of a taste thing. But one thing that should be said is that you have to pick your audience, right? So the better defined the user audience is or the users are, the easier it is to build something that fits in their minds because their needs will be more compact and coherent. It is possible to find a projection, right? A compact projection for their needs. The more diverse the user base, the harder that is.
Yeah.
And so as Python has grown in popularity, that's also naturally created more complexity as people try to design any given thing. There will be multiple valid opinions about a particular design approach. And so I do think that's the downside of popularity. It's almost an intrinsic aspect of the complexity of the problem.
Well, at the very beginning, aren't you an audience of one? Aren't all the greatest projects in history were just solving a problem that you yourself had?
Well, so Clay Shirky in his book on crowdsourcing, or in his kind of thoughts on crowdsourcing, he identifies the first step of crowdsourcing is me first collaboration. You first have to make something that works well for yourself.
Yeah.
It's very telling that when you look at all of the impactful big project, well, they're fundamental projects now in the SciPy and PyData ecosystem, they all started with the people in the domain trying to scratch their own itch. And the whole idea of scratching your own itch is something that the open source or the free software world has known for a long time. But in the scientific computing areas, you know, these are assistant professors or electrical engineering grad students. They didn't have really a lot of programming skill necessarily, but Python was just good enough for them to put something together that fit in their domain, right? So it's almost like it's a necessity is the mother of invention aspect. And also it was a really harsh filter for utility and compactness and expressiveness. Like if it was too hard to use, then they wouldn't have built it because there was just too much trouble, right? It was a side project for them.
And also necessity creates a kind of deadline. It seems like a lot of these projects are quickly thrown together in the first step. And that, even though it's flawed, that just seems to work well for software projects.
Well, it does work well for software projects in general. And in this particular space, one of my colleagues, Stan Siebert, identified this, that all the projects in the SciPy ecosystem, if we just rattle them off, there's NumPy, there's SciPy, built by different collaborations of people, although Travis is the heart of both of them. But NumPy coming from Numeric and NumRay, these are different people. And then you've got Pandas, you've got Jupyter or IPython, there's Matplotlib, there's just so many others I'm, not going to do justice if I try to name them all. But all of them are actually different people. And as they rolled out their projects, the fact that they had limited resources meant that they were humble about scope. A great famous hacker, Jamie Zawiski, once said that every geek's dream is to build the ultimate middleware, right? And the thing is, with these scientists turned programmers, they had no such thing. They were just trying to write something that was a little bit better for what they needed, the MATLAB, and they were going to leverage what everyone else had built. So naturally, almost in kind of this annealing process or whatever,
benchmark, I'll be like, here, and we'll change this one thing. Did you see that change? And then I'll say, that change is because of this, right?
Okay.
Now, people take away from that sometimes an erroneous conclusion, which is that benchmark is like proving that thing, or that is something we would use to compare two things knowing nothing else. But that's not true. You wouldn't do that. What that was an exploration or a demonstration, a thing that after already having understood the problem and had a very complete model for what the machine was doing, we then poked at this one thing in a specific way to show it to you or to confirm it for ourselves, one or the other, right?
Okay, yeah, I get that.
In no circumstance should anyone be using that as a language benchmark. Like, here's how this language performs, right? At the very maximal use of it, you would only want to say, oh, I decided to test this one thing about languages. I know how they all work. I isolated all of these parts of the languages, and then I poked at this little thing, and here I'm showing you how each one handles this aspect of, in this case, loops, let's say. Totally valid. But if you're just like, language benchmarks, here's loops, and then just you show this thing, it's like, no. Like, that is not at all an acceptable way to use that kind of a benchmark. And so I'd like to draw a distinction between that kind of benchmark and the kind of benchmarks that people are then in their head interpreting the results to be. And those are the kinds like that Gamers Nexus runs or Hardware Unboxed, where they're like, we took Harry Potter and we ran around this part of the Hogwarts school and we saw which GPU ran it the fastest, right? And then they show a chart, not unlike, well, they show better charts than that bouncing one, but they show a chart and they're like, the 4090 is 20% faster than the 4070 or something. People look at these benchmarks like this language benchmarks, which are showing not at all what they think they're showing. They're interpreting them as those kind of benchmark. And that's a benchmark for comparison purposes. And that, to me, is the thing I wanted to start off just sort of really underscoring is you have to, if you're building benchmarks, you have to know what you are building them for. And if you're planning to do something like comparison, like let's see how R does versus C in something, you cannot just do, you can't put it out there like it's sort of this benchmark like the Gamers Nexus, like how fast is my GPU kind of benchmark, which is running real workloads that you actually care about, gigantic, massive gaming setups and running them and actually seeing which thing's fastest. You can't compare it to something like this, which is just like, hey, we made a loop and we're not really sure what it's doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there, I'll just say that first, if that makes sense.
I do. I think that makes sense. And even to the Gamers Nexus comment, they're still comparing a specific spot with a set of specific things that are running and saying in this one simulation, it's running 20% faster. It's not even saying that this card in all cases runs 20% faster. It's like, no, in Hogwarts, in Ravenclaw's headquarters, it's 20% faster. So it's like it's trying to draw a distinction in this moment, in this time. It's very specific Whereas this was not presented as a very specific thing, but actually as like a generalized thing. And I think that makes a lot of sense because I guess I didn't really think about it from that way. You're taking a singular operation and you're extending it to be the representation of the whole. It's like saying that if you could only see just, it's like the classic old elephant argument where they're like, the argument for relativism where it's like, one person's touching the trunk and they're saying, oh, well, an elephant has a really long nose, and another person's touching a leg and be like, no, it actually has really strong tree trunk-like item, right? It's just like, okay, yes, we get it. Like, this is not a good generalization of what the whole is. It's just, this is a very specific, very narrow test to say what is faster for this one single thing.
Yes, and not even that, as we'll see in a second.
Oh, beautiful.
When let's just talk really quickly before we get into those nitty-gritty details, because the nitty-gritty details I think are very interesting, and they are also something I want to talk about. But moving to like what would you want to see? So let's suppose we were doing a benchmark on looping in languages. What would we want to see? We want to see something like Gamers Nexus. Here's again, you look at one of those things, Hardware Unboxed, Gamers Nexus, I don't know, Linus Tech Tips. I don't know who are the people who do these kind of benchmarks for gamers, right? But you look at what they do, and like you pointed out, it's not just Hogwarts even. They're like, oh, okay, we did Harry Potter, and we did Call of Duty, and we do this and that, and they show like 41 games or something on that chart, right? Yeah. So not only are they running real things that the gamer actually wants to use this card for, so that there's no like contrivances. They're not just like running little, how fast is
hello
a
triangle.
red pixel? Yeah. It's showing a real workload, but it's also showing a variety of workloads, right? And so what we would want to see for a language test is something like that. 40 representative, large, like things that involve looping, that have heavy looped elements to them. Those workloads written in all the different languages and then run. That's what you would want to see, right? And then the person can look at the source to it and look at the performance of it and go, oh, how easy does this source look to me to create? How easy is it for me to read? Do I like the language? And then what's the performance of the language? How much am I giving up versus this other language? That would be very useful, but not like this is not useful at all, as we'll see. So,
can I throw something else in there? Also, please. Like saying this is a loop in a language is it feels a bit stupid. And what I mean by stupid is that I would assume that the slowest part of this entire loop has nothing to do with the loop itself, because I assume the loop itself is an add instruction and a jump instruction, or some sort of comparison jump instruction. Like that's what the loop is. Like, are you actually gaining? So if you do any other workload, it seems to me is like what you're really testing is the workload. You're not even really testing the loop, because I assume the loop shows up very small comparatively to any workload you could even do anyways.
Well, and this matters more than even you would think at first blush, because so first of all, in compiled languages that are going to be generating very efficient code, what you said is kind of literally true, right? Meaning it's going to produce a very straightforward, increment or decrement, depending on how it side structures the loop, and then a comparison and a jump, or it might not even do a comparison jump. It might just use the decrement to do the jump. Depends what it does, right? So it's how creative it wants to be, but something like that. And those instructions are going to be probably hidden in the shadow of all the other things you're doing, and will almost end up being free usually, right?
Yeah.
And so what you risk when you test something like this is you're like, well, you risk testing how efficiently it generated those things, because there's no work necessarily. It's something we've, not in this particular, because we're going to talk about this loop has some really bad issues that we're going to talk about in a second that make it even worse than this. But I'm saying if you were to construct some even more simplistic loop than this one, you run the risk of measuring something the compiler's doing that you will never actually care about in practice, because if it was slightly less efficient as generating those sort of loop maintenance instructions, you would never know if you had normal work in there. You just wouldn't know, because you have others. The CPU is just going to chew through them as a sideband thing. It doesn't even look at anyway. So there's that. But suppose we're in a language that's not very efficient, right? Well, then what we're saying makes even more, it could become even more important. Suppose you're in a language where it's like all the arithmetic, including the loop, like for I part, is done in like big int or something, right? It's like the language only has doubles and the loops are done in doubles. Or like, who knows, right? You could imagine some weird things about languages that would come into play here.
Yeah.
Well, then when you measure the performance of this loop, it's going to be like, oh my God, like the loop overhead is massive because it has to do all this extra work on every loop iteration. But then you realize, well, okay, the loop overhead, though, for this language won't be all that massive compared to what the loop's actually going to do, which is going to also have to do all that stuff. So it's like, yes, that just means this is a relatively slow language, but it wouldn't necessarily tell you anything that like the loop performance of that language needs to be improved, because that's not really what's going on. What's going on is you're just writing in a language that has very expensive integers. And you have to understand that or be okay with that. You had to have chosen that, right? So again, even in that case where you think it's telling you something, it's really possibly misleading you even then.
Interesting.
And so I just want to get that out there. That's like when you don't have a loop body that's actually doing anything, you draw very odd conclusions about what's going on, and that's just not a great place to be, right? So we'll say that.
Interesting, yeah. I actually never even thought about even just the integer representation could be an expensive or inexpensive thing. I mean, JavaScript only in the last, 5-6 years got SMEs, small integers, where they don't actually have to be heap allocated. They're actually just a part of the heap address instead with a little tag in front of it. Okay. And so like those are just fundamentally cheaper because now they're just they're the thing as opposed to a pointer to the thing. And so that could be a massive difference between languages that say don't ever have that, any sort of interpreted language. And so I never even thought about that. That's really interesting.
Well, let's dive in then. I assume, unless you have any other stuff you want to talk about high level.
No. We can do a code review of emoji code if you want to at some point. Since I added
I'm totally happy. You're gonna have to explain it all to me though, because I do not know emoji code.
Oh, I know it. I only know how to read it.
All right,
I'm going to put you big screen.
Okay.
You can cover me too. I'm not too worried about being covered.
No. You got it. Where are you, Prime? You're not there at all?
I'm not there at all, and I think it's okay because we got to keep you on.
No, we got to have a Prime face. It can't show up above. Maybe if it can't, it can't. That's fine with me.
Of course it can, but hold
there
on.
There it is. Yeah.
Here, let me make myself real small.
Yeah. That's what we want.
There you go. Hey, look how small I am now.
Perfect.
Now I got to do one more flipping again.
Just you got to flip every time.
Whoop. There you go.
Yep. Okay. So here is that source code that you just had up. This is for the C version.
Could you zoom in a couple times for us?
Yes.
Yeah, typically you want to pretend like you have really bad vision when you're on YouTube.
Is that good or?
Yeah. I think that's fine. Is everyone fine with that? I think everyone is generally fine. People are saying, what is this IDE? People just they can't handle the Notepad++. They just don't have that energy.
This is not an IDE or anything. It's just Notepad++, so I can show some code snippets.
Yeah.
I don't use Notepad++ for programming. I do use it for this purpose, though, if I'm pulling up random things. So that part is true.
Okay, I'd first like to start off with a knit. Obviously, you have a space between function name and parentheses. I find this to be completely rework the whole code.
I do, or they do?
They do. Well, whoever has it on here, triggered. I'm completely triggered right now.
I don't think I never do that, so that's them.
Okay.
That's whoever submitted the C benchmark code here.
Okay. All right, sorry for interrupting. Let's start.
No. So if we take a look at this code, right, you can see that I'll explain the general structure of it really quickly. And I can also explain sort of probably why it looks the way it does. I'm guessing what happened here, I'm just imagining in my head, what probably happened here is when they were writing these benchmarks, what they found is that, quote unquote, AOT languages, right? Like ahead of time compilation languages, like C, like Odin, like Rust, probably things like Go as well. I'm not sure to what extent. I don't have much experience with Go.
Yeah, Go's ahead of time compilation.
It's ahead of time, and so I assume it would do this. I just don't know if it does or not. But those languages, that go through LLVM backends and stuff like that as well, what they're going to do is they're going to eliminate these loops pretty aggressively. So if you don't put something in here inside the body of the loop that is unpredictable, right? then these loops will just collapse. The compilers will just look at what you did, run it, basically, produce the result, and replace the loop with the result, right? So what you can see them doing here, and I do not fundamentally understand why it looks like it does here, maybe for other languages, but what they're doing is trying to get external information that cannot be predicted and to use that in the body of the loop so the loops won't go away. So you can see them, one thing they're doing is they're reading a integer from the command line. In C, for those of you who don't know, these are the command line arguments here, this argv. First one, 0, is the name of the executable. The second one is the first thing that the person put after that. So when you type it in, so here you can see them, they're reading it in, they're converting it to an integer so that they have a value, u, that is not known to the compiler, right? The compiler can't know what u is because it comes from the user. And they're using that as a mod, with the modulus operator here. So it's doing a divide effectively by u. So that is their first attempt to make sure that the basically the body of this loop is not optimized away. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. And then for some unknown reason, and I don't know why, because one value should in theory be sufficient, or if you wanted another one, just read the next argument. They then go ahead and ask the random number generator to produce another one for them. And of course, the random number generator would produce a known value as well if you didn't first seed it with something unknown. And that unknown in this case is calling the time function. So what time of day is it? Seed the random number generator with that. Then we generate a random number, and that gives us something for our outer loop to be adding, which is this R here. And it also does one other thing, because you'll notice they decided, again, I'm not quite clear why, probably again because they were trying to have the loop do a certain type of work and they were trying to figure out how to not get the loop optimized away. They're keeping an array of 10,000 items, and this loop updates, like it writes back to all 10,000 items. The outer loop loops through all 10,000, and you can see them getting written to, right? At the end, they select a specific one of those 10,000 items using the random selection that they pulled here. And again, my guess is the reason they did that is because if they didn't, the compiler would notice that those values were all unused except for the one that you ended up printing out at the end and throw them away. Make sense?
Yep. That's what I assumed all this was for, was exactly all those things, to avoid any sort of weird compilation.
So there you go. That's what they're doing in this loop. Very, very simple stuff, but that's what they're doing, and I think it's all because of that. If we look at the actual loop, inside the very interior of the loop, what they're doing is for, in the outer loop, they're selecting one of the elements. They're doing the elements in order. They're selecting one of the elements, and for that first, for whichever element they're picking, they're just doing a summation. So, for 100,000 times in the interior, they're going to sum into that location the sum of whatever the loop count is, so J in this case, divided by that number that came in. They're doing the modulus, so the remainder effectively. It's not quite the remainder in C. It's modulus in C is the way that it handles negatives is slightly different, so I don't want anyone to get confused there. But basically, this is like computing the remainder, right? It's like the remainder of the loop count divided by this thing that came in, whatever number they picked. So that's all the loop's going to do, right?
All right, we're following. By the way, isn't that always the same number?
Which one?
J modulo U, the summation. Doesn't that sum produce the same number every single time?
Because
it's J modulo U, which is kind of like for 1 to 100,000 would produce the same J modulus U every single time, starts at 0. It's actually just like a constant once it's computed once.
Now that you mention that, yes. And
it's actually just like a constant once it's computed once. It's the same J modulus U every single time, starts at 0. It's actually for 1 to 100,000 would produce the same J modulus U every single time, starts at 0. It's actually just like a constant once it's computed once.
Now that you mention that, yes. And that is very strange because you know what? I don't think I've seen any compiler notice that, Prime. You're better than all the compilers.
I knew I could defeat a compiler. You know, my friends have always told me I've defeated the compiler before, but it's never been a compliment. This is very nice.
Because they don't update you like you would. What you would probably want to do here, I mean, there's many things you'd want to do, such as not write any of this, but you would have to update you here somehow, right?
Yeah.
And no, they
yeah,
don't.
You'd have to update you by some sort of amount such that every time it runs, it doesn't recompute 0 through 1,000 moduloed by you or 100,000 moduloed by you every single time. Because that's just
so
a sum
in theory,
of the same thing. Yeah.
You're right. And, you know, I don't think... I mean, I guess now... Hold on a second. Sorry, we're jumping ahead briefly here, everyone. I don't think the compiler does that, does it? Maybe they did, and I just don't know about it. No, they don't. So, sadly, Prime, you're probably going to have to... I don't know... So, technically, I don't know what your role is at the company, the Terminal.shop company, but you may have to resign and go work on the LLVM team, because I'm pretty sure they didn't catch that.
I don't think they caught that hole. And there's a bunch of people being like, oh, no, J is, edited by J++. Okay, for those that aren't understanding what's happening here, think about this for 1 second. Use a constant. Let's just call it 42. And you're going to take 0 through 100,000, and you're going to take a modulo of each one of those values. And you're going to sum that starting at 0. If you were to do it again, it should produce the same value. If no matter how many times you do it, taking 0 through 100,000, summing each one of those values moduloed by 42 is going to produce the same value every single time. That's what that loop is doing, because U never changes. J is the same value every single time. It goes from 0 to...
Sentry just rolled out uptime monitoring. I'm going to take it for a spin and show you how it works. To get started, we'll jump into alerts and
100,000 every single time. A sub I always starts off as 0. So for those that don't really get it, you're just, there you go. Thank you very much. That's exactly it. That produces the same value every single time, no matter what you do.
Yeah. So Prime's just saying, look, just make one loop. Separate these loops. Pull this loop out beforehand, produce the base value, then do a for I loop here to 10,000, writing the base value plus R.
Which is also another constant value at the plus.
Into the thing.
This is so good. You could have just started base value as R.
Yeah. I was just focusing on the codegen side. I didn't even look at that part of it. But as you were saying it, Prime, I'm like, wow, this is even worse than I thought.
Okay. But anyway, sorry for the distraction. It's just,
that's
you
not a
explaining
distraction.
it to me
That's
made
a
me laugh
perfect
at that.
example.
Yeah.
No, that's a perfect example of what's wrong with this benchmark, right?
Yeah, so the idea
again,
could be that it could actually end up getting compiled. So maybe the difference between Clang and LLVM, maybe one of them would actually compile it away versus the other. Who knows? Maybe there's something that would actually catch this as a constant.
Yeah, now I want to go look and try a bunch of compilers to see if anybody notices that. So that's pretty interesting. Maybe there's a reason why technically they can't do that because of C semantics or something like this.
Yeah.
But anyway, yet again, another reason why is just don't do this, right? Don't create contrived examples as comparisons like this, because the only way that this kind of thing is useful is when you know what you're probing for. When you're looking for a specific thing and you're like testing that very specific thing, which is not what's going on here. So anyway, yeah, that's a great catch though, Prime. I mean, I think it could. I think a compiler probably could go ahead and hoist that and then just rep it out. But anyway. So let's talk about what actually happens here though. So the biggest problem that you get with something like this is in their attempts to make this loop body not go away entirely. What they ended up doing is they ended up doing a modulus by an integer that is not known to the compiler. Now, this is something that you never, ever, ever want to do. I, oddly enough, see it in people's benchmarks fairly frequently because I don't think people understand just exactly what happens when you do integer divide. Integer divide is like one of the worst operations you can ask the CPU to do that it does natively. It's very, very difficult for the CPU, and there really are no CPUs that you currently would experience. I mean, I guess I don't know about I don't know how bad M series is. I don't know what they've got for a divider on there because I don't have one. But you know, like in the x64 world where we live, it's just you just don't want to do it. And just to give you some perspective on that, this machine right here is a bit old. It's a Skylake machine, but I also have the Zen 4 up here. Those of you who've seen me on Prime Stream before know I love to show what the actual instructions are. So the instruction that you're going to be doing here is going to be like an IDIV instruction. That's the thing that asks the CPU to do a division between integers. And what you can see here is this thing under ports, as I've explained on previous streams, I'll just say it one more time for clarity. This tells you how many operations, basically, the CPU has to do and on which of its execution units it's going to have to do them. So for just this one divide, it's going to have to do this. You can read this as 2 operations on port 0. Then, so this plus is like then, or and, 2 on port 0, 1, 5, or 6. Any of the ports could do it.
Okay,
then,
quick interruption. The plus it means serial, right? It does not mean parallel.
Not necessarily. We don't know.
Okay, you don't know. Okay.
Not entirely serial, but some of them may be serialized. We don't have that information. We typically don't get that information. These are even just this information is found by micro benchmark probing. By doing the kinds of things I was saying before, where we're making things and like poking at it.
Okay.
And 1 on 0 or 6, another one on 1 or 5, and then 4 on port 5, right? So normally, if you look at like an add, it's like 1 operation, right? It's like 1 on 0, 1, 5, or 6, or something like that. So when you do an integer modulus, you basically spam all of the execution ports of like an Intel processor with tons of crap that it has to do. And you look over and you look at the latencies. So these are how many cycles you would expect to get the result back in. So here you see like 23 or something on the ballpark of between 20 and 30 latency, right? So that's 20 or 30 cycles, right? And the throughput, which means how many of these you could like overlap basically. If you were just issuing random moduluses that didn't depend on each other, then the maximum throughput you could hope for would be 6. Okay? So really ugly stuff compared to something like an addition or anything like that, where not only, you know, if you look at something like add, so that we're done with that, I can just try to show you an example. Like if you wanted to add 2 register values together, for example, what you would see there is it's like, not only, click on that. Not only is there only 1 operation the CPU will have to do, and it can also do it on any of 4 different ports, which means that if you are just issuing these, you know, a bunch of them that are unrelated, you can do 4 at a time. That's what 0.25 means. It means a quarter cycle to do your add. Why? Because it can do 4 at a time. So effectively, any one of them, you know, if you have enough of them and you're doing them in bulk, will only take a quarter cycle, right? So a quarter cycle versus 6 cycles tells you something about the ratio of, you know, the expense, right?
Okay, yeah.
So when we come back here and you see literally what's in the body of this, an add, which, as I just said, is basically what we would call free, right? It's so free that it's on the order of like the loop increment in terms of what we're expecting the compiler to be, the CPU to be doing. Then we've got this right here, which is this monster of an operation that's going to take, you know, some number of cycles, probably 6 or more, right? So when you look at this, you're just asking the question, well, okay, what are you benchmarking now at that point? None of these languages are really going to be able to do very much about that. Like, they have to run these divides on CPU. As Prime just demonstrated, really all you're going to be benchmarking is to see whether or not one of those compilers was smart enough to take this out and do it ahead of time, right? That's the only way you could really get a meaningful win on this particular benchmark. And what you can see from the construction of the benchmark is they've tried very hard to keep preventing like they probably like looked, and every time the compiler was able to do something like that, they added a new prevention for it. So not only are they basically creating a benchmark where the only meaningful thing between AOT languages would be what are you actually going to be able to optimize out? But then they prevented them from optimizing that out. So what are we left with? We're left with just a giant string of divides that will just choke the CPU. So that is what you'll be waiting for. And here's the other part of it before we get into the couple other finer points here. And the bigger issue is, what's the definition of modulus in the language? If the language defines modulus to be something that, let's say, throws an exception if it is 0, right? Well, now that language has to throw extra work into this benchmark somewhere to check to see if U was 0. If the language is smart, it will put it up above here. But like, my understanding is languages like Go or something will have or Rust might have a thing in there that go, oh, check to see if that's it. If it is, I have to throw an exception or do a panic because I'm not allowed to actually have the build fault, right? It has to do this other thing that my language defines that is not supposed to go through the fault handler or something, right? That's a purely like you've added something to the interior of this without telling the language that it doesn't have to worry about that. Well, that's a pretty big issue, right?
Okay, yeah.
So there's that, right? So when we look at the differences between these compiled languages, and for some reason they still ranked them, there wasn't like an interval or some like thing that said, well, anything that's above 0.6 is just the same because this is all noise or whatever. So you're timing that aspect of it. How long does it take to do any checking that it has to do? You're timing to see how long the random number generator takes to initialize and run. You're timing how long that language takes to convert ASCII to integer and to retrieve a command line argument, and, right?
Yeah.
So,
and I assume most of those are like, there's so much, I would assume initializing a random number generator and then getting a random number generator and moduloing that by 10,000 is like the same equivalent cost of doing 10,000 for loop iterations. Like it's just like massively huge comparatively that it's just like, it's huge.
It's not, but it's not nothing. And that's why you see that separation at the top.
Yeah.
Right. Is there all these other things and then the checking, right? And what's more, depending on how we define modulus, you may have to do extra work in here too, in the body of the loop to produce what the actual answer is, because maybe modulus is different in your language. And we're not even getting to the part where, oh, in some languages, modulus might be infinite precision, like we talked about before, right? So maybe, and then you're into a whole nother world of hurt, right? And who knows, right? So there's all this other crap. Infinite precision is the wrong word, but you know what I mean? Like big int or something like that, doing weird stuff with modulus, who knows? So again, really, really bad, but that's all just me talking at you. What I wanted to show now was just how ridiculously weird this stuff is and how it doesn't really capture what you would want compilers to do anyway, and et cetera, et cetera.
Can I interject for one quick second?
Please.
If I'm not mistaken, with JavaScript, if you have the small integer requirement can exceed 2 to the 31, if I'm not mistaken. And in this loop, you may accidentally exceed 2 to the 31. I don't know how big U is or what the actual final value could be, but you could theoretically go from a SME, which is going to be much, much faster, into an actual like heap stored int. And then I believe once you do that, it could change all of them. I'm not exactly sure how all those things work. There's like a whole dance around optimization of integers, as you're talking about, that prove your point, which is very fair, which is handling ints can be very expensive.
Yeah, I'm an AI, but I'm here to talk apps. Real apps you can build in minutes with Base44. This finance app solves your business headaches. Tracking invoices, managing clients, keeping payments in check, all in one place. Go to Base44.
It all depends on language semantics. And again, so again, if you were trying to demonstrate that, if you're like, let's look at numerical language, semantics of numbers in languages, and I want to benchmark that and what the costs are of that, great. If you know what you're doing and you understand all the languages and you show it clearly, that's good. That's information people can use. What you're doing here is calling something a looping benchmark that actually doesn't really have anything to do with looping.
Yeah.
Right? That's what's actually going on. Like, we're not really...
The loop is
not
kind
really
of
what we're talking
just
about.
meant to make that work happen a long time.
Yeah.
Right.
So anyway, so that's one of the biggest problems. But another thing that I just wanted to point out here is, so let's suppose that we did want to benchmark. Like now I'm trying to move it from like negative, like please don't do this, like this was bad, this is not a good benchmark, please stop. Let me shift it to just demonstrating why I think it's important to understand what's going on and say, if we did want to make a looping benchmark, micro benchmarks for looping, what would we actually be looking for, and why is this not it, right? So at that high end, you saw there was all these languages listed there. There's like, Zig and Odin, Rust and C and Java, not Java.
C# was actually really high up on that list. Yeah.
Basically, languages that can do loops, that will JIT loops to something sensible. They're all up at the top. Well, languages aren't all created equal, even up at the top for looping. And what you actually want to measure, like Fortran would be an example of one that has good loop semantics or something like that, right? ISPC would be one of the best examples, right? Which is now sort of built into CLLVM. I don't know the specifics of where it migrated to, but if you look at something like this,
actually, I gotta check.
Normally, what we're looking at when we look at loops and we want to benchmark them, and again, I think this was lost on the people who made the benchmark because they're thinking kind of old school programming, like 1990s style programming. Modern loop benchmarks should be about vectorization, right? When you're looking at loop performance, the only time you would really be caring about loop performance, you want vectorization. Like it needs to be vectorized if it's going to be fast. So we want it to take things that we write in scalar, right? Meaning we are just writing things that look to us normal, like AI equals AI plus J mod U, right? And we want it to turn them into things that are operating wide. So on many values at once, using the SIMD, the power of, AVX 512 or something, inside the CPU, we want it to be doing that for us. That's what we would be benchmarking for language, for looping, right? Now, what they've done here is they've made it so that's not possible, because by doing a modulus, what you've done is ensured, more or less, that unless the compiler is incredibly squinky, it's not going to be able to vectorize because, again, like I said, anytime you see a modulus or a divide by a number that isn't known, if it's known, that's okay because there's other things can happen. But by a number that isn't known, it's a huge, huge red flag, as the kids today say, because the CPUs today don't have divides that operate wide. So if you look at like vector instruction sets, they typically don't have a divide because it's, again, you saw how bad it is to do. They oftentimes just don't support that. Not that we wouldn't love to have it. It just isn't in there, right?
Is it because the number of ports that can perform it and the length of it just make it so that it kind of like defeats SIMD itself, or what's the problem? Because I don't know. Quite understand it, I guess.
I don't know, but I guess here is a if you want an answer that's almost certainly wrong and you should ignore. My assumption is because in order to do a divide in a reasonable amount of time, you need a lookup table, I think, or at least used to. This is maybe, like I say, it's old. And they probably don't want to bake those lookup tables into every lane of the SIMD thing. They do for things that really matter, like reciprocal or reciprocal square roots, those sorts of things, because those are really common in highly optimized like vector math stuff. But they don't, as far as I know, they don't do it for integer divide, right? Okay. They will do it for like floating point divide because floating point divide matters to the benchmarks, but because people don't do integer divides in math benchmarks, they're not gonna, I don't know, put that work in to make it. I don't know, to be completely honest with you. I really don't. It would be great to have a hardware engineer tell us why they don't want to do it, but obviously they could. It's too expensive for them to want to do, I guess. So anyway, but I'm glad you mentioned that, because the next thing I wanted to show you is some kind of weird things that happen here. So let's take a look. I'm going to show you the assembly that's produced from this now. So this is using Clang 15, which is the same version that's installed on this machine. So if I can run this thing. I built this on my machine.
Nice.
And I I have theirs, like Code Orig is what I called for original, is the one that they ship, so the one that we're looking at now. This is the thing, Hyperfine, they're running. My machine is old. This is a machine from 2017. He was running it on like a modern M series processor, so his is obviously faster. I think his was 0.5,
yeah,
right?
Something like 0.5, yeah.
Right, like, and on mine it's 1.734 or whatever, right? So mine's quite a bit slower. But that's, you know, that's running that code on this machine. That's what we get. And what was that running? Well, it was running this, right? It was running this code here. What did the compiler do? Well, you could see that effectively what it did is it unrolled the loop, right? IDiv. It unrolled the loop 4 times. And then it does, you know, remember you were saying, what is the loop? You said it's an increment, a comparison, and a jump. Well, here's your increment, comparison, and jump, Prime. They're right there just as you anticipated they would be, right? And you can see it's adding 4 instead of 1 because it unrolled the loop 4 times. So it's going up by 4, right? It's comparing to see whether it's hit that cap, right? What we told it to go to. And then it's jumping back up to here. So it's doing the divide.
Can I ask a stupid question?
Yeah, there are no stupid questions in assembly language.
You just wait. But why 4, not 8? Like, is there some sort of magic to how many you want to do before it's actually better to do the jump?
Well, to be completely honest with you, because this question was investigated slightly by me beforehand.
Okay.
To be completely honest with you, I'm not sure what the internal metrics are for Clang. One of the things you have to remember, and I don't know the specifics of what it does internally, but, you know, there's all these, like, things. I don't remember what the, is it M? Something like -M AVX2? Yeah. There's all these settings that you pass, potentially, that tell it about what level of machine it's operating on, right? And I don't know, because I don't spend a whole lot of time poking at the optimizer in Clang, I don't know to what extent this unrolling level represents some kind of average best guess for how many times it would make sense to unroll something, given that it doesn't know exactly which x64 processor you're running on.
Okay.
Right? 4 isn't probably optimal. I think 8 would have been better, actually, in this case. And again, it's like, because, at least I believe, these IDivs, because they're flooding so many of those operations in there, if you can have more of them in flight at any given time, it helps to make sure you're maximally utilizing all those ports and not waiting, right? Because you want to try, you want to try to make sure that this sort of, you've got all these ads happening, right? And the ads are kind of adding into a single value, right? And because those ads and that IDiv are all using the same ports as this ad here is going to be doing, and this comp, unlike a normal loop, you are actually potentially contending for resources with your own, you know, with your own loop maintenance, right? Which normally we wouldn't expect. Like, that's not what we would normally expect. We would expect like some loads and stores in here that would, you know, be taking time and using different ports. We would expect some vector operations in here or floating point operations in here, something to take the pressure off of the 5 adders or 4 adders, depending on which CPU you're on, right? But that's not the case. So because the IDiv is spamming those adders and the ad is spamming those adders, and there's really nothing else here, unrolling actually helps.
Okay.
So I don't know how it decided 4.
Okay.
4
is
is not
some level has to, because you can put more than one instruction can be in flight at any one time. So I assume some level of unrolling has to help, because I assume the jumping defeats the multiple instructions in flight, correct?
No, and that is why I was trying to...
Got him.
Here's how developers at Perplexity and NVIDIA are prompting AI 10 times faster. You're prompting cursor over...
It's a very good question, actually. So what happens with this code in the front end of the CPU is the front end is going to assume that this jump happens. So it's just going to assume that. So what you're actually going to get flowing to the back end is just an infinity of copies of that.
Okay.
So it's as if you unrolled it a billion times yourself anyway. So all that's really happening when you unroll the loop is you're saving these two operations, right? You don't have to do 4 of them now. You only have to do 1 of each.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
And normally, like I said, again, one of the reasons it's such a bad benchmark, normally you wouldn't care about that. Like normally you have spare adder, right, capacity to do an add comp jump like that. So it just doesn't matter. Like those ports, those execution units are just sitting there not doing anything anyway. They're not under as much pressure as everything else. So you just have them and you don't care. So you don't need to unroll a loop for that reason, right? But in this case,
can I ask you to execute one more set of commands? I've seen this pop up in chat like 50 times now. People are saying dash march equals native. I assume that's machine architecture equals native. Dash march equals native.
Colon native?
No, just equals native.
For Skylake. Or
Yeah.
wait, but what's it going to use? I don't know what Godbolt's native is.
Neither do I, but people keep saying it's going to do something different. It's going to make a bigger unroll, maybe.
Yeah, so there you go. It unrolled it a little more, right?
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it picked 8 as I predicted, right?
Okay, so it's effectively this. It's able to understand whatever machine it's running on more inherently with that.
Yeah, well, that's why I said, like, I don't know the switches very well. You probably don't want March native. I mean, for a benchmark, you might, because you might want to be interrogating your own machine. I don't know what a sensible thing is to pass here these days, is I guess what I'm saying. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
What should you probably pass here? Clang experts would know. They'd be like, oh, you probably want blah, because it's a good mix of, like, targeting Zen 4 and 5, but also not bad on, I don't know, right?
Okay,
but
and the purpose of all this, just again for us laymen, is that when you're distributing, when you're passing on a distributable, you want to compile it in such a way that it runs on all machines, but it also runs the most optimal. And so by doing something like March native, I'm saying March native for just let me have that. By doing that, it will build it the best for your machine. But you still may run on a bunch of different processors where it actually runs inherently worse. And so it's like there's different options to say, hey, this will run the best on the most amount versus this will run the best on a single instance. And it's like you're flipping these two switches, right?
And that is just not something I ever do, right? Like I always like, okay, if there's a performance critical part of my code that I try to write all my code so it runs pretty good, and then the performance critical parts I hand tune them usually with intrinsic. So I basically, if I want it unrolled, I'll unroll it myself, right? So I typically don't do that kind of stuff. I couldn't tell you what the best flavors are of things.
Okay.
But the point I was making before, prior to March native, was just there are all these march and m flags where you can specify things. This one just tells it can use the more advanced instruction sets, like AVX2 or AVX512 or that sort of stuff. And then the other ones you can say, like, for particular CPU cores, like I said, telling it that, it may be like, oh, okay, I should unroll this more, or oh, I should unroll it less, right? And so those are just metrics based on that CPU core that it's using.
That makes perfect
sense. And I don't know where it's getting those metrics or how accurate they are for any particular core, but that's what's up.
Okay, so yeah, a lot of these tools are just meant for, like, if you're running a heavy workload on a machine you own and you want it to be the most specifically best for this particular machine, then you run
the
it with
server.
These extra things. And
yeah,
it's because you own it, you know it, you can really
yeah.
make it the exact way you want versus
here's
something for
compiling
everybody.
it for your server.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what the server is.
That's pretty
You
cool.
want it to be optimally performant, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So that's what's going on in here. And as you can see, there is no vectorization of this loop, right? It unrolled it, meaning it's doing 4 of these in here.
Yep.
But it did not vectorize it, because you can see it's still going up by 4. If these instructions were vector instructions, so they were doing more than one computation for the instruction, obviously we wouldn't be going up by 4 anymore. We'd be going up by 4 times whatever the vector width is. If the vector width was 8, it'd be 4 times 8, right? It'd be 32 or something. So we know we're still, and of course, also if you know assembly language, you know that you're not, because you see the instructions, you're like, well, IDIV, that's a scalar instruction. It isn't SIMD. It doesn't take advantage of wide execution. Okay, so that's what's going on there. What I wanted to show was like, well, okay, suppose that, you know, because you were cheeky, the person who, you want C to look better on this benchmark. So when you submit it, because the people who do the benchmark don't know, you submit the same benchmark, and, you know, you can see this is almost exactly the same code. It's like,
can you hold on just 1 second? My
Right.
dogs are barking, and I got to go figure out what that is. Hold on just
Sure.
1 second. All right, hey, sorry. My dog had like a quarter of a deer carcass and apparently was celebrating. I'm not really sure what's
Wow.
going on out there, so I'm just going to leave it and pretend it doesn't exist. All right, hey, I got to go figure out what that is. Hold on just
Sure.
1 second. All right, hey, sorry. My dog had like a quarter of a deer carcass and apparently was celebrating. I'm not really sure
Wow.
what's going on out there, so I'm just going to leave it and pretend it doesn't exist.
that sounds,
Squeal light. Oh, it's looking good. Okay, so this is going to be a deep dive into our new massive multi-tenant architecture, which word on the street is that it involves a lot of simulation testing and some pretty cool stuff. Just so everybody knows, so no one can accuse me of nothing. Terso does pay me. This article, I guess you would definitely be able to call this thing sponsored. But it's a super cool article, so I'm okay with it. And we're going to do this. So suck on that. All right, over 20 years plus in which we have been in the software industry, we have learned a few important lessons. The two most important of them, never reinvent the wheel and never rewrite what is working. Those things are fun to do, but they are usually a pain in the end. It's true. It's very, very true. That's why I'm personally inventing Kubernetes myself right now. Anyways, why not? Our company was recently faced with an important scalability problem. How are we solving it? We reinvented the wheel and rewrote what is working. By the way, just so everybody understands, it's okay to rewrite or to reinvent the wheel. What he is saying is that you don't want to do that as a company unless if it's absolutely mission critical. But as an individual who wants to learn, reinventing the wheel is a fantastic way to understand the world more broadly. So you got to understand what these things mean. By the way, 2023, rewrite everything in Rust. 2024, don't reinvent the wheel. I think this might be pretty funny. I'm pretty sure I know at least some of the details. There's so many tweets about this yesterday. Is that a symptom of our, let's call it stupidity, since the R word is banned from polite society? Or one of those rare cases where you have to know the rules and when to break them? Nice. Nice. This post is going hard. In this post, we will lay down the facts, and you'll be the judge of that. All right. Problem. Terso is a...
So I've made over $2 million in the last year, and I've noticed that every couple of months, there's a new AI trend that pops up, and then it dies. AI agents, random automations, agentic workflows, everybody gets hyped for like 90 days, and then the whole thing just disappears. And the insane part is that the entire industry has it completely backwards. People are building AI agents nobody's paying for, starting AI agencies with no buyers, focusing on how to build something instead of who actually needs it. And the market is already adjusting. You can literally see the hype collapsing in real time. So today I want to give you a full roadmap, zero gatekeeping on the one thing in the AI B2B space that never dies, which is demand. Not AI, not tools, not features, demand. And to make it stupidly simple, let me give you an example. Imagine this. You are at a party. In the kitchen, there is a guy who forgot to eat all day, starving. Across the room, there's a girl who ordered way too much pizza. 3 full boxes, and she's not about to eat all that by herself. Both of them have a problem. Both of them need each other, but they will never talk. Then you walk in, you hear him say, "Man, I'm starving." You see her thinking, "I don't want this to go to waste." So you connect them, everyone's happy, and they probably started dating, right? So you didn't cook anything. You didn't buy pizza. You didn't touch anything. You just knew who needs what, and you bridge the gap. That's the demand. That's access. And the person who controls access controls the value, because the problem already exists. You're not inventing anything. You're not convincing anyone. You're just connecting two people who literally need each other right now. And in B2B, this happens every single day. On one side, you've got companies bleeding money because they can't find the right partner fast enough. On the other side, you got agencies, freelancers, vendors starving for clients, posting on LinkedIn, begging for leads. They need each other desperately, but they don't know the other side exists. And that's where you come in, not as the person doing the work, not as the AI builder, but as the person who controls, who gets access to the opportunity. And this is the black pill, or like the part nobody wants to admit. The money isn't in doing the work. It's in controlling who gets the work. And let me explain. There are two ways to make money in the AI B2B space. You can be the builder or you can be the operator. And most people get stuck being the builder. You trade time for money, you deliver, revise, deal with expectations, manage chaos, one project, one payment. The second it ends, you're back at zero. So you're on the hamster wheel, replaceable, competing with people cheaper, faster, and willing to work weekends. But the operator controls access. You don't compete on the skill. You compete on the opportunity flow. You don't trade time for money. You decide who gets introduced. And because you control that flow, both sides pay you just to stay connected. Now, if the agency stops paying you, they stop receiving money. They need you, right? So you're not replaceable anymore. You're the gatekeeper, and access is more valuable than execution because everyone can execute, but not everyone knows who's buying today. Not everyone has a system for it, but you will after this video because you might be thinking, Saad, okay, this makes sense, but how do I actually find both sides? How do I know which industries to target? How do I build the pipeline? How do I qualify them so I stay in control? So here's what we're going to cover in this video. One, how to pick winning industries in 5 minutes with signals that tell you who need clients yesterday. The second thing is the outreach copy that gets replies in 24 hours. The third thing is how to qualify both sides so you stay in control, not in chaos. This is the exact system that generated over $2 million in my agency, and I'm going to break it down so simple a child can understand it. All right, so I've got a mega Google Sheets for you that has so much value and contains everything that you need to start having those 20K days, those crazy 20K days. Okay, so the first thing we're going to talk about is the market pairs. Okay, so this, like I said, this entire Google Sheets has everything that you need. I basically just compiled throughout my entire experience in this business model, right? All the blood, sweat, and tears that I had to go through. 64 market pairs, copy and paste ready for you, ready. And not only that, you're gonna get the supply. You notice here we have a row called supply. Also gonna get the demand, the pain signal, and also the stack written by Saad, which is me, right? So you have everything that you need here. So let's start from the supply side. For example, recruitment agencies or like recruitment or staffing. Okay, this is like a big, like a very, very huge industry. And there's multiple sub-industries within the recruitment / the staffing. So you've got, you know, the warehouse staffing, healthcare staffing, tech recruitment firms, tech staffing, executive staffing, temporary staffing, light industrial construction, like hospitality, a bunch of sub-niches within the big niche, which is staffing and recruitment. Now, the demand, this is the supply, which is staffing and recruitment agencies. Well, what's their demand? Well, any company hiring. So if you want to go for like a general recruitment or like staffing agency, well, the demand is any company hiring. So the pain signal for that is job post saying urgently hiring or immediate start. Now, why? Well, because if they can't place candidates, right, that's an empty seat, well, there's no money. That's how they make money, is they place candidates. Now, with the stack that you're going to need to find these signals is you want to look for urgently hiring on LinkedIn Jobs, plus Indeed, Glassdoor, etc. Or you can use their stack. It's like a job aggregator. I purposely left a couple notes here. For example, here, it's a job aggregator so you can understand. Their stack is basically they have one single endpoint that pulls all the job listings from Whalefound, LinkedIn, like every single thing, and it aggregates everything. So you can essentially just get all the data from this aggregator that pulls data from multiple sources instead of like just scraping from one platform and then going to another platform. I'm trying to build like this crazy automation because I've tried it before and it's just not scalable. So just pick this endpoint from their stack. If you guys don't know their stack, let me just give you like a quick demo. So if you go to product, jobs lookup. So all job postings in one place. Search simultaneously in LinkedIn, Glassdoor, every single thing, right? Every platform. You can see here that like this is a beautiful graph they have. So use it. All right. Now let's talk about the next industry, all right, which is again within the recruitment/staffing big industry, which is warehouse staffing agencies. The demand here is warehouses, factories, logistic companies, and you want to look for, and this is something that I've done live, job post forklift operator or warehouse worker. Okay, I've done this live and I've generated sales opportunities within like 24 hours. And the reason why you might be like, okay, Saad, why there's like a demand and supply, why there's this beautiful peculiar demand and supply and demand between these two.
Computers are fast enough.
If there's no workers, production stops, and there's no one to work the shift. Simple, right? It's just a real life problem that you might solve by connecting both sides. Okay. Now the stack here is look for forklift operators. This is literally what I've done using LinkedIn Jobs. Again, same thing. You want to filter by past 24 hours, which is exactly what I've done in that demo video. Okay. So again, you can use their stack. I use LinkedIn Jobs. You can use their stack if you want to like scale this really. Okay. And if I had to scale it, I'll just use their stack because it's super powerful. Okay. And they've done a really good job. I'm not affiliated with these guys, but they've just done a great job. Now there's healthcare again, hospitals, clinics, they need nurses, right? Job posts for nurse or CNA posts in the last 24 hours, okay? And then you've got the reason why. Well, patients don't care when there's not enough staff, right? They don't care. If you were sick and you go to a hospital and there's no staff, well, what are you going to do, right? So the stack here, again, same thing. You look for a nurse or CNA on LinkedIn Jobs plus Indeed. So you can notice that any company hiring, you want to go for like their stack or like LinkedIn, right? If you want to aggregate, etc. And then let's go to the next one. Obviously, there's like multiple here. So you get the point, right? In terms of like executive search firms or like tech recruitment firms, obviously for tech recruitment firms, it's tech companies, SaaS startups, because people or like decision makers or any company, they need developers, AI engineers to actually build a product, right? And you want to look for job posts for like software engineer or just raised funding. This is a really good signal because if a company raises funding, well, which means they got money from investors, well, they're going to allocate that money to what scale and grow. And how do we grow, right? By building a better product, right? We need a better product. And the way we'll be able to build a better product, well, we need AI engineers and AI developers and great people and very, very smart people. So that's why it's a pain signal if you're reverse engineer the thinking behind it. Okay. Now, in terms of like like I said, you can't build a product without developers on the team. So you have everything that you need here, okay? And then you want to look for a software engineer or LinkedIn Jobs, Wellfound, exactly the same thing. This one has Wellfound. Okay, Wellfound is really good. Wellfound is specifically for startups, AI startups, fintech startups, etc. So this one is really good. You can easily scrape it using Apify. Pretty straightforward, okay? So all you got to do is just scroll down here. As you can see, like it's all startup language, right? Hiring remotely in 2022. Naval Ravi Kent thinks remote work is the future. Interesting. And then you can filter by jobs and whatever you want. Okay, there's 3,000 here. This company is actively hiring. Yeah. So you get the point in terms of like a well-found. It's usually, you just scrape it using Apify. Okay, let me close these tabs. Okay, so you got other things here. You got the remote staffing agencies. You want to look for job posts saying remote or work from home. Okay. Why? Well, because they need the talent fast, but don't want to pay office space costs. Classic, right? And then the tech stack here is you want to look for remote or work from home. Again, same thing. Either use Wellfound or like the job aggregator that I said, which is their stack or LinkedIn Jobs. If I just want to like scrape platform by platform. Now let's talk about financial and accounting, right? The bookkeeping firms is the supply, right? The demand is e-commerce brands doing 100K plus a month. Notice how I said 100K plus a month because you want to be laser focused, right? So the pain signal is job posts for accountant or bookkeeper or posting about messy books. Again, that's a pain signal. If a company or like I said, an e-commerce brand is looking for an accountant or bookkeeper, right? Or posting about messy books. Well, there's a good chance that they need a bookkeeping firm. So essentially you stand in the middle, just like a magician in the cosmos. Instead of being in the left or the right, you just stand in the middle and just make the intro, right? So that's how it works. This is the tech stack. Look for bookkeeper, accountant, or LinkedIn Jobs and filter e-commerce companies in Apollo plus search messy books or bookkeeping help and LinkedIn posts. Now, let me explain this. So you want to look for bookkeeping or a bookkeeper or accountant in LinkedIn Jobs. Once you do that, you typically gonna get sometimes decision maker, sometimes you won't, but you just want to get the domains. And then you want to filter on e-commerce companies in Apollo. A lot of people don't actually know this, but Apollo is an enrichment platform, not just a lead sourcing database. And for example, if I go to this organization enrichment, you can literally plug a domain, right? For example, my domain is myprocess.com. You can literally plug there, and then you can filter by the job titles there. Give that some thoughts. You can also use the person enrichment, people enrichment. Yeah, people search, because the way it works is that they already have the data with the decision makers, with their emails, right? I believe they changed the endpoint, or like the doc. Let me go to reference. Yeah, so people enrichment. This is the one. This is the new one. So it's people enrichment. This is the one that you want. Okay, so it has a endpoint. Okay, you can enrich data for up to 10 people with a single API call. Then you've got financial advisors, which is small businesses. Well, their demand here is the small business making $500 to $2 million a year, posting about cash flow problems or hiring for finance roles, right? And you might be thinking, Saad, why they need each other? Well, if they can't see where the money is going, they're making revenue but losing cash. So you want to look for CFO. Again, that's a pain signal. Finance manager on LinkedIn Jobs, and you filter by companies doing $500 to $2 million a year. Again, you can do this in Apollo because you can filter by revenue, right? So you do this, and you also look for cash flow in LinkedIn posts, essentially in the keywords, right? You look for keywords cash flow, right? And then these are like all the financial accounts. And let's talk about legal and compliance, because there's many industries here. Okay, like I said, 64 pairs. Okay. So in terms of the legal and compliance, this is something that I've ran before, which is KYC/AML compliance agencies. The demand here is actually interesting. It's crypto startups launching products. Now, you might be thinking, Saad, why do they need each other? Well, typically when you launch, we want to build let's say you want to launch like a crypto startup. Well, you need to go through the KYC, because within your platform, people need to sign in user their ID, their picture. So you need that KYC. If you wonder what KYC is, KYC meaning. KYC is, I believe it's know your customer. It's a mandatory process that financial institutions and other regulated businesses use to provide the identity of their customers and assess risk. So if there's let's go back. If there's no KYC company that helps the crypto startup, well, the crypto startup is not going to receive the funding. Well, it's not even going to launch, right? So they need each other. So it's an actual problem, right? So you want to look for announcing token launch or expanding to US or Europe markets, and also posting about regulatory blockers. The best platform for this, if you don't want to waste your time, just go for Exa.ai. This is kind of like the next level, or like the next gen for like finding the leads, right? So they have something called websets. If you go to products, I have multiple videos about this. You want to go to websets and essentially just type in, like, find exactly what you're looking for. So you look for every single thing. Sales, research papers, right? You can type in whatever you want here, and then they give you the list. You can start enriching from there. Okay? Now, like I said, why can't launch or onboard user without KYC compliance sorted out first? Okay? So again, you can look. Let me scroll right here. Look for crypto companies. Yes, also Crunchbase, very important. Look for crypto companies in Crunchbase. Filter by recent funding. Search token launch, regulatory and compliant, and LinkedIn post. Also, when you go to Crunchbase, there's like a little keyword section. Add token launch, regulatory compliance, etc. Blockchain, Web3. Okay, and then you can also, like I said, use Exa.ai for this. Okay. Now, let's talk about marketing and creative, because a lot of people want to go for the marketing agencies, okay? I do not recommend you go for marketing agencies as a one-way connector, right? Because usually their offers are pretty vague. Like every person knows how to build a website nowadays, so their offer sucks. So that's why like web developers no longer exist, because just AI is just taking over, right? And like if you really want to work with a marketing agency, make sure they're making at least $1 million a year. They have a specific offer, right? Which means product market fit, and they have like a personal brand and also a bunch of case studies, because if they don't, that means they suck, right? That's why there's only like the 0.1%, like the 0.1% of the marketing agencies actually make money. Most of them are actually broke. Alrighty, let's keep going. So you've got PPC, Google Ads agencies, right? The demand is pretty obvious. Well, e-commerce brands spending 10K plus months on ads. The pain signal here is high ad spend, posting about ROAS dropping or CPA too high. Why? Because wasting 10K on months that don't work, which means they're just losing money at that point, right? So the tech stack here is you want to look for e-commerce brands in BuiltWith. BuiltWith is a technology.
I just made a $27 ebook in 2 minutes using AI. Watch how I did it so you can do it.
Platform BuiltWith. So you just want to check whether they're using Shopify, Squarespace, whatever. And you can also use, actually, there's also their stack. Yeah, their stack. I mean, literally the name. So their stack here. They also have like an endpoint, which is technology lookup, right? So you want to find companies by the technology they use. They use Shopify, right? They're most likely are a e-commerce business. And you want to filter by ad spend in Facebook ads library, plus search ROAS or CPA in LinkedIn posts. Now, there's also LinkedIn ads agencies, Facebook ads agencies. Notice how we're not building a product. We're just connecting to people. Just connect people who need each other, just haven't found each other yet, just like I always say as an operator. So you got here PR firms, even like TikTok marketing agencies. I've already worked with them before. So all of these are pain signals that you're going to find. Obviously, if I had to go through this entire thing, it's going to be like a 3-hour video, but you get the entire Google Sheets and essentially just copy and paste. Let me give you one from each industry right now, and then we can talk about the 5-minute exercise. Okay. So the tech and development, which is web development agencies, the demand is pretty straightforward. Local businesses, service businesses need an online presence. The pain signal here is essentially they just don't have a website. Let me just put like a giant label here. Obviously, the data sometimes is going to be limited, but that's the entire point. We're not doing spray and pray. We're not doing cold outreach. We're doing warm intros connecting to people. So you want to be laser focused and think about it this way. If you got just a list of 50 people that need each other 50-50 from the supply and demand, and you close just 2 for like 10 to 15K, that's what, like 40K, like $40,000. It's a shit ton of money from just a small list. You don't need a lot of people. Like I always say, in order for you to get to that 25 all the way 50K a month, you don't need the whole world. You don't need the entire planet. You just need a couple clients that respect you and pay you a shit ton of money. That's literally it. That's the entire game. That's the entire like playbook, right? So people talking about, oh, I need 100 clients. No, you don't. Okay. Anyone who tells you to just run to the hills, guys. Okay. I want you guys to win. So run to the hills. Web development agencies, the paint stack or the stack written by Saad, which is look for local businesses in Google Maps. You want to scrape Google Maps, right? If there's no website listed there, you're pretty much good to go. Because when you scrape Google Maps, sometimes you're going to be like, okay, Google website null, which does not exist. That's the right target you want to go for. Okay? Obviously, there's multiple pain signals that I left there. Now let's talk about operations and logistics. I love this niche because they have a lot of money. And the one that I loved so much is the call center services, right? Think about it. The supply is the call center services. The demand is what? E-commerce brands, service businesses with high call volume, right? So you want to look for posting about high call volume, need call center, or like customer support specialist in LinkedIn jobs. You want to look for e-commerce / service business in Apollo, which is high volume. You're going to get a lot of leads there. And you also want to search by call center or call volume, whether it's in the keywords, the company keywords, or the LinkedIn posts. Okay. Now, let's scroll down. Let's go to coaching and consulting. Again, just like marketing agencies, I do not recommend work with coaches and consultants because most of them are just full of shit, to be fair. And they usually have like pretty vague offers like I'll help you with clarity. Nobody cares about clarity. They care about making money, right? So you can connect them, right? You stand in the middle, just like always, like I said, but you don't like necessarily fulfill for them. That's the main point. So business coaches, well, the demand for them is service businesses owners doing $500 to $2 million a year. They either like burnt out, stuck, founders are stuck, burnt out, etc. And then the pain signal is posting about stuck at the same revenue, burnout, or can't scale past $1 million. Well, the tech stack here is you will look for service businesses or service business owners in Apollo doing $500 to $2 million a year, plus search in stuck or like burnout and keywords, right? Can't scale. And you want to also look for stuck, burnout, can't scale LinkedIn posts, right? And you want to filter by agencies and consultancies. So these are all the 64 copy and paste market pairs that you guys can just use today and get up and running and start making tons of money. Okay. Now let's talk about the 5-minute exercise. Let's say you want to do it yourself. Just like Charlie Munger said, if your mentors or teachers don't have a multidisciplinary approach, which means multiple ways to look at a problem and fix it, well, you got to do it yourself, right? Just like the little maiden, and I'll do it myself, right? So let's say you want to do it yourself in case you want to find your own. Well, it's just going to take you 5 minutes, literally 5 minutes. You need 2 groups who always need each other, not once, not sometimes, every single day. 2, got an expensive problem when they can't connect. 3, always trying to find each other but fail miserably. Literally very simple, 5 minutes, and you're off to the races. Okay? Now, let's talk about the copies. This is the outreach copy framework that gets replies within 24 hours. I already showed this in like a video, like a demo, like I said before, and I gotten sales opportunities, like 3 sales opportunities within 24 hours. So let's talk about rule 0. Rule 0, frame yourself as the person who has access and make them curious. Don't pitch for a call. Remember, the moment they reply, they've entered your pipeline, and now you qualify them as an operator. Now, here's the exact framework I use for, again, same thing for you guys, staff and recruitment. For side A, you got 2 copies. You got for side A, the agency/vendor, aka recruitment or staff and agency. Also got for side B, companies hiring. So let's read through one. So subject is new placement opening this week. Hey, first name, quick question. Are you currently taking on more industry clients in geography? I'm speaking with companies right now that are struggling with specific pain or struggling to find that person, and I'm lining up interest between them and partners who can deliver solution fast. If you're open to new demand, I can send the first intro this week. So the reason why I added placeholders here, because I want you guys to kind of like just have a placeholder and just use it, whatever the industry, okay? For example, whether it's like tech recruitment, whatever, okay? You just got the placeholder and just fill it. Okay, you got also the financial accountant for side A and B. You got legal and compliance. You might be thinking inside, what do I say to them? How do I say it? Well, that's exactly what you want to do. Just copy and paste. There's marketing creative. You got tech and development. You got e-commerce and retail. You got coaching and consulting. You got operations and logistics. Okay, so that's the copies. I'm gonna leave you the sheets, obviously. Now, the most important thing about this is qualification and also pricing. So the first thing you want to do, let me just close all these tabs right here because this is very important. This is where you want to pay attention. Okay, so in terms of the qualification, what I usually do is I hop on a quick 10-minute call with each side. Obviously, you can't do this async. Never qualify async, never qualify by form, never qualify by DM, because async kills deals. DMs kills deals. So hop on a call with them, okay, 10 to 15 minutes. And then the second thing, which is more of like how to prepare for the call or like make sure they show up, increasing your show up rates, limit how far they can schedule. This is something nobody talks about, but in my agency, if someone tries to book a call with me, they can't just book a call whenever they want, right? This is a hack that most people actually hide from you guys, but I'm not going to do it, obviously, because I'm all about providing value to you guys because I want you guys to win. But you always, like these little hacks, this is where you actually stand out from the crowd. But you only get to know them when you actually do the thing, right? Because most people just talk about it. But anyways, so you want to limit how far they can schedule, which means they can only schedule 2 days in the future. And the way you want to do it, so in my example, I use cal.com. And if I go, for example, to go to app, okay? So for example, I have like an event type here. For example, let me scroll down. So intro call with Saad from my process, okay? My company. Let's scale your company. So you want to go to limits, how often you can be booked. So for me, it's just 1 day. So I only got 1 day actually, which is just 1 day, okay? So you can just copy the same thing. So like I said, I'm just using cal.com. Whether you are using Calendly, it just depends on your setup. But just like cal.com, I like this black thing, just like my soul because my soul is dark. I'm kidding. But so let's go back. Okay, so you want to limit how far they can schedule this one. 2 to 4 days max. The longer the wait, the colder the intent, okay? And then you want to use tagged reminders. So you want to also use email plus SMS plus calendar notifications. The more human the reminder feels, the better. You want to go to workflows. So I got 24 hours before the call, 2 hours before the call, 5 minutes before the call. You want to click on add, new, and then, for example, pick here, start from scratch. I'm not going to use call.ai templates, and you just have a trigger. It's kind of like make, right? So before it even starts, how long do you want, right? So you can filter by hours, minutes, right? Or days, okay? So send the pre-meeting reminders 1 day before, 2 hours before, 15 minutes before, because it's going to cut the no-shows in half in my experience. And then you want to also prep them for a call. So you want to make sure they add the location, expectations, a question form, keep it simple within your cal.com, right? For example, I have, in my case, I got event types. I got a bunch of things here. So, for example, if they want to pick 3, I got a bunch of things. What would be an ideal outcome for the call? What's your current monthly recurring revenue, etc. Will you be able to 100% make sure to come to the selected time? If not, please select a different one or don't schedule at all. So this just filters out the tire kickers for you guys. All right. So let's just go back here. And then remember, the more human the process feels, the more serious they will take you. So you're not a chatbot. Keep it in mind. You're an operator. Now, this is how you essentially just qualify them, right? You get them on a call, like I said, you do all this little things. There's cool stuff. You limit how they can schedule. You use their reminders. Now they're on a call. What do you say? That's where most people mess up. Well, I got an entire SOP masterclass for you that I'm going to go through it right now that essentially just handles everything for you to just get up and running and have those, like I said, 20K days, right? Where you essentially just have the Stripe notification, where the Stripe notification just never stops. So, first things first. People don't want intros, they want predictability. So, the best way to explain this is imagine you are starving. Someone offers you a sandwich. Great, you eat it, but in 3 hours you're hungry again. Or someone offers you a garden that produces vegetables every week. Now you're never hungry. So, you never want to lead with one intro. When you want to get on a call, you want to first of all, I'll walk you through how to set the tone, etc. When they say, well, so what do you do, etc. But this is the kind of like the mental model that you want to implement. One intro equals a sandwich. A system, which is what you want to sell, is a garden. Because people pay way more for gardens than sandwiches. So this is the exact call structure. So literally just copy this. Phase 1, we're going to set the tone for 60 seconds. What you say immediately after they ask, so what do you do? Well, you want to say, yeah, let me give you a quick version. I got obsessed with this problem after seeing companies waste months cycling through bad service providers. Testing agencies, getting burned, starting over. It's expensive and slow. So I built a system that tracks which, so I got a placeholder here. So whatever the industry want to go for, so agencies, lenders, vendors, etc., actually deliver in their industry, low failure rates, fast turnaround, proven track record, a vet of 50 plus providers across major markets. Most aren't good. I only work with the top 10 to 15%. Now, I noticed you, for example, their Signal, for example, they posted 10 roles, just raised series funding, expanded into a new market, acquired a new competitor, hired a new CMO, whatever, which tells me you're dealing with exact pain. For example, any pain that they have. Right? So I got a bunch of placeholders for you. Most companies in your position waste weeks, sometimes months.
Serverless database based on the fork of SquealLite. We believe that in the next coming years, the cost of single database needs to drop down to 0. If the cost of database drops down to 0, you can have millions of them. That can be used to support short-lived and ephemeral databases, per user, AI contests, etc. A file-based database is the best way to make that happen. Based and factual. I'm actually pretty excited. I really am. I cannot wait to give a rip, or to give it a rip, the idea of a per user databasing, and that will be happening. I finally have gone all the way around to building this little server thing, and when we do Vim APM, every user will have their own database. I just have to figure out a way to run like aggregate jobs across it, like how to sum up everything. I just want to try it out. I just want to give it a shot. Want to feel it out. I'm going to figure out some things though. All right, the status quo. Once you sign up for Turso, our control plane provisions a small VM for you. Inside that VM, you can create a lot of SquealLite files, and then either access them over HTTP or replicate them to your own server or mobile device. From the point of view of a specific database, this is fully serverless. If you access a specific database, you pay for it. If you don't, it costs you nothing. But we still need to keep the VM up for you. To keep costs under control, if you don't access any of the databases after a while, your VM scales to 0. All right, standard. Reinventing the wheel. Maybe they might have even reinvented scaling right here. You never even know. Good luck syncing data. Syncing data is hard, but they do, like I know Turso is the ones that kind of pioneered this idea of SquealLite embedding, where you effectively embed a SQLite on a client, and then as you make reads, they're microsecond reads, and then for writes, it writes through and does like syncing and stuff like that. It's kind of interesting.
There's good code, slow code, bad code, and broken code. Good code is good. We don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, back-end, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. If it's still unclear what happened, that's a bummer. But we can show you a video-like recreation of what your user saw when an error occurred, so you'll know exactly what went wrong. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken. It's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
With Bookmap, you can see it all on the heat map, and with an array of add-ons and indicators available, identify large liquidity at important price levels, and instantly see if it has been adding or pulling. Watch iceberg orders triggering as the big players scale in and out of position. Even be notified of stop runs or sweeping of the order book visually or with audio alerts. Don't be a fish. Follow the big money with Bookmap.
What they do. From the point of view of a specific database, this is fully serverless. Oopsies, we already read that. We'll have this two-layer approach in place because isolation between individual databases is good, but it is not perfect. In theory, we should be able to have a near-perfect isolation between different SQLite connections. But in practice, there are issues, sometimes related to resource allocation and consumption, but also security. That keeps us from doing this for the time being. All right, moving fast, but bugs slow you down. The approach we have been using to make sure everything is perfect and bug-free is the Kim-style method, summarized in the image below. Dude, you know, just looking at this image, how to code with no bugs, dude, you just gotta... This guy had to be absolutely terrified. This has to be... this. You know how when someone watches you, like, over your shoulder, you kind of can fat finger some stuff? And it's like, it's really hard to actually type the correct thing. Dude, imagine just this. And get executed for a scanf? Yeah. Oh, it's awful. Yeah, that looks real awful. With the difference that Kim is certainly better dressed than us. The method is similar. It relies on developers moving very carefully and knowing what they are doing. That plus automated testing, of course. But automated testing is limited. It is only great at making sure that the issues you have predicted that could happen or have seen before in the field won't happen again. Oh my goodness, we are definitely getting into simulation testing. Let's go. Dude, I've been loving fuzz testing, and I've been just trying my bestest to come up with some great fuzz testing ideas. And I know at low-level learning, you were in here. The packet structure is like fully ready, and you can just like spam it. Now, these days, oh my goodness. Here it goes. I'm a doubter, dude. Simulation testing is super cool. As our platform keeps onboarding new users, some of them will with incredibly wild workloads, they keep unearthing more issues. That is a double whammy. First, this makes us feel less confidence in just throwing a lot of unrelated customers in the same multi-tenant server. Second, the time we spend fixing those bugs is the time that we are not spending moving the product towards our goal. And a lot of those bugs can be very difficult to even reproduce outside of a real-life setting. Facts on facts on facts on facts. An example bug. One of our customers created 5,000 database in a couple hours. Sometimes after creating a couple of them in a quick succession, database creation would deadlock. Usually deadlocks occur when you have a pair of mutexes and acquire them in an inverted order. Thread 1 acquires mutex A and waits on B, but thread 2 acquires mutex B and waits on A. Classic deadlock, right? I'm sure we've all done this. Turns out our deadlock would happen with a single mutex, more specifically in this code. Oh my... Guys, did Rust had a bug? I thought if it compiled, it works. Rust lovers in absolute shambles, you guys. Nix would have fixed this. Blame the tools. When using async Rust, you are not supposed to hold asynchronous or synchronous mutexes across in a .await. In this, and this code looks fine. But the function being called looks like this. Some function, Tokyo runtime handle current block on some async function. This code doesn't have an explicit await, but an implicit one due to the block on inside the function. Whenever all futures were resolved immediately and control was never yielded to the executor, it all worked fine. When one of the futures was pending, this code would deadlock. Of course, whether or not any future will yield depends on many factors. Whether or not data is cached, whether a socket is ready or not, the orientation of the stars, or whatever else. Okay, so I'm a bit confused. Why can't you hold a mutex across an async function? Also, this is like super, super sneaky async function right here. This is not a thread-safe mutex. A non-thread-safe mutex. Interesting. Okay, I don't understand the reason why. This is just not something I get. Let's see, I guess it will actually block the thread, right? Yes. So this thing blocks the thread, though underneath the hood it's actually doing a runtime async function with the block on. Well, let me say it this way. I don't understand what underneath the hood isn't working. I think a mutex is send but not sync, but guard is sync but not send. Classic. Get blocked on, son. Yeah. All right, this code doesn't have an explicit await, but an implicit one due to the block on. By the way, that's pretty wild not to realize that this is happening right here. Rust is built on top of JavaScript. Crazy assertion. When the ticket is opened, all you can do is try to blindly guess which conditions you have to emulate to trigger this, or read the entire code base until you come up with a reasonable theory. This one took us weeks. Skill issues on our side? Maybe. But look no further than issues like CrowdStrike, the Linux CUPS CVE, and really any system-level programming to understand that those things happen all the time. Imagine having to solve this problem for weeks on end. Not being able to figure out why you're deadlocking. In a departure from the original Kim style, both engineers who wrote the bug and his family are still alive and doing well. But the weeks we spent tracking this down are never coming back. Well, that's good. That's good. Instead of coding Kim style, we decided to experiment with a new style of coding, Tiger style. Let's go. Let's go, Tiger style. Let's go, Tiger style. We had, his name is Yoran. Yoran, I believe is how you say his name. I may be saying his name incorrectly, but Yoran, we had him on, and he did the Tiger Beetle presentation, and it was so dang good. It was one of the best presentations I've ever seen. In fact, it was so good that I actually now fully use a search throughout my program all over the place, and I now run constant simulation stuff, right? Because I literally watched this one thing, and now my life's goal has been to understand simulation testing better and to kind of like make this go. Dude, it was so good. Popularized by the absolute bonkers of a database, Tiger Beetle, it felt very attractive. An alternative way to code with no bugs that actually increase our confidence that the system will work well with any input. Yeah. At the core of Tiger style lies deterministic simulation testing, or DST. The appeal of DST is that you can write a system in such a way that all I/O operations are abstracted. You can then plug a simulator into the I/O loop. The simulator has a seed, and given the same seed, you guarantee that every single thing will always execute in the same way, in the same order, with the same side effects. It's pretty exciting, huh? Say yes. Say yes, that is very exciting. Yeah, that's very exciting. And then comes the beautiful part. You can generate random traces and get the system to do things so wicked that not even the most degenerate chat member on the Prime Engine stream could think of. I heard that there was a mention here. I knew for a fact I heard that there was a mention in here. Thank you, Prime mentioned. Also, degenerates in chat mentioned. Sponsored message. Yes, very exciting. Please don't kill me. And if anything breaks, the seed will allow you to replay exactly what happened as many times as you want. By the way, this is a good thing. This is why I love this idea, is that you could just let something explore for you, and then when it breaks, you just replay it. Rewrite everything. Once we decided to try DST, there were two choices. Have an implementation of our server that uses DST from the ground up, and or use software like Antithesis. Antithesis is a relatively new company that allows any distributed systems to be simulated by running it on top of their deterministic hypervisor. Rewriting things is scary, and before embarking on this journey, we discussed this extensively with Yoran, Tiger Beetle CEO, to learn from his experience. In the interest of full disclosure, he ended up investing in our company as the discussions evolved. That, by the way, that is such a flex that you showed them your tech of how you're going to do testing, and then they just bought part of your company. Let's go. That is so sweet. That even, yeah, dude, Tiger Beetle's like, hell yeah. I like exactly where this is going, and I'm going to buy part of the company. Let's go. On the antithesis question, on his advice, we decided to do both. A good analogy to explain why is integration versus unit tests. Okay, rewriting our stack to use DST from the ground up is an equivalent of unit testing. It would allow us to find bugs and iterate a lot faster and cheaper in the long run. External simulation is like integration testing, slower and more expensive. but it can find bugs in the simulator itself and test the system interaction with the OS and other components. I actually want to look into antithesis because right now, like how I'm approaching this, it's something that I have the stuff kind of like thought through here. But if I go to sim add batch, sorry, I just know it's called that. It's in connections. Okay. What I do right now is that I actually just do this like create batch with a wait. This will wait until everything's done. And then I add all the clients right here and I do all that. But this isn't actually a really great way to go about this because you could add clients in whatever order comes out right here. So this isn't good. And same with remove, right? Remove does the exact same thing where remove could remove out clients at random. So even though I'm using a seed random, the amount of available clients and their ordering could slightly change just because of the very idea of creating real connections. So I'm actually creating real connections. This is real TCP or soon going to be WebSocket connections to various servers. And so this is a real problem. So I want to be able to actually run something that I can control even not only just the connections, but also the ordering within the array. So when I remove stuff, it actually creates a perfect identical one-for-one simulation every single time. So there is no simulation that when you run it with a seed produces a different order of clients. Yeah, it's non-deterministic. I mean, it's because I'm going out to my operating system and saying, hey, create a process. Like that by itself requires an entire ordering problem that can't happen elsewhere. All right, for massive multi-tenancy, having our own DST server also allow us to codify that excessive resource consumption case are bugs, which is critical for our plan to achieve massive multi-tenancy. I have a very high degree of trust in Yoran's work. In the early days of Tiger Beetle, he reached out to me personally to let me know how much the work we have done on I/O Uring and asynchronous direct I/O at our previous company, Scylla, inspired Tiger Beetle's I/O loop. Nice. Okay. That's pretty cool. By the way, if you don't know, Tiger Beetle is also written in Zig instead of, instead of Rust. Everyone always uses Rust for everything, but this is pretty cool. Why not? Let's see. Why use connections and not something ridiculous like UDP? Because I didn't want to write a reliable transport protocol, right? I didn't want to do that. See, a while back, I was flattered when Yoran approached me to say I had inspired him with my work on I/O Uring and designed Tiger Beetle. Nice. This is pretty sweet. It's kind of cool, you know, people being all stoked up about each other. Can we all agree? It's pretty neat. Seeing Yoran talk about DST allowed Tiger Beetle to move fast with confidence and no bugs. And with the problem we had at hand, we decided we had to try. And if it worked, we could join hands in a virtuous circle jerk of bug-free glory. I want to be a part of that. I don't know what this is, but I want that. I want that circle jerk of bug-free glory. I mean, this is why I'm trying to do what I'm doing, is because I want what I'm writing to work, but I just want it to work where I don't have to track down crazy bugs. Slightly unprofessional, certainly hilarious. Can we all just take a second? Can we all just step back? Maybe we don't want to live in the world where professional exists in that sense. I feel like if you can't say the word virtuous circle jerk of bug-free glory at your job, you know what? I'm not happy about that. Okay? I'm not happy about that. I want to live in a world where I can say that. I think that's completely reasonable. If you are to write any significant complex code that deals with I/O and Rust, you will likely reach out for one of the async executors in practice, almost always Tokio. Does anybody not use Tokio? What are the other ones? Async IO. What's the other one? Tokio. Isn't there like some executor walker or something like that turns everything into synchronous things? Kyoto, Dracula, Crossbeam, Rayon. Rewrite it and go. Yeah. After all, why would you reinvent the wheel? For almost everybody out there, this is the way to go. A safe bet. But for our DST-based server, we decided to just use a manually crafted event loop with a callback system and stick to sync Rust. Do you think they're gonna an event loop based one? Do you think they're gonna open source that? actually sounds like it could be pretty great. Let's evaluate some of the issues that arise from using async Rust, especially Tokyo, for our specific use case. This sounds pretty good. The direct cost of abstraction. Async Rust is not without cost. There is a great benchmark that compares the cost of async abstraction to manually rolling your own event loop. You can read the whole thing here. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. What is this thing? Rust async bench. Okay, there's like a whole thing here. This looks cool. Here, I'll link it out to you guys because that does actually look cool. We are useless, YouTube. Are you? Yeah, I mean, anytime you write the thing yourself as opposed to use the general solution, almost never is the general solution ever going to be as good as your hand-rolled solution. I mean, there are times that you're so filled with skill issues that you yourself cannot write the hand-rolled solution better than the general solution. Like, that happens, right? Like, that's just welcome to life, right? But usually it's easier to write something faster without that. All right. There's a great benchmark that encompasses the cost of the async abstraction to manually rolling your own event loop. You can read the whole thing here, but a great summary is found in these two lines. Manual is 26 microseconds. 26. Okay, so this must be some sort of. My assumption is this has to do with like min, median, max. Yeah, something like that. All right, box. That's a lot. That's even more. That's a lot. Okay, so I assume this is also the same sort of what's called min, median, max, or 5, 50, 95, I don't know. The first line is the cost of operation of raw dog and Rust the way the Lord intended. The second is the cost of using async abstraction with minimum custom runtime, not Tokyo, and boxed futures. This is actually the greatest thing I've ever. This is the greatest thing I've ever read my entire lifetime. It is. That actually is. Raw dog and Rust the way the Lord intended is in fact the only way to state this. And the second, by the way, has anyone caught on to why I've enjoyed working with these people? Is it really that surprising? And the second, the cost of using the async abstraction with minimum custom runtime, not Tokyo, and boxed futures. The async version is almost 5x slower. This is usually not much, since it's still in microseconds, but SQLite query is often in microseconds too. At 70 microseconds, the difference essentially means at least one fewer query, meaning we can now fit fewer databases in a box. Okay. Microseconds do count. Hey, you know what? People always told me that a microsecond didn't really matter, but I mean, this micro matters here, okay, buddy? This is roughly in line with what we saw in our first benchmark on our first prototype, although the new DST server has other factors in it in play as well. Also, this is just super cool. I would love to be working, like, I love the idea of working on things in which microseconds matter. I think chat just self-healed. I think chat is self-healing. Like, this is fun level engineering. Times in milliseconds for one individual squeal query with, over local HTTP with 30 concurrent connections on localhost. Mean, standard deviation, max. Look at that's crazy. The same test with two different servers, the existing one versus this new deterministic testing server, that's wildly different. Especially the max over local HTTP too. Yeah, over local HTTP. Look at the difference in standard deviation. Yeah, that's a huge difference. The indirect cost of abstraction. In practice, the overhead that comes directly from the executor is not the biggest issue. The biggest issue is that async Rust forces everything to have a static lifetime. For those not initiated in the cult of Rust, that means that your variables don't have a well-defined scope, and you have to live forever. There are two kinds of data that lives forever. Statically allocated data at the beginning of a program that has a very limited uses, and data allocated on the heap. Correct. Not only data allocated on the heap requires a memory allocation, the very resource we're trying to be very particular about, but those allocations are very hard to control. As variables are passed down to continuations, they hold on to memory. An example of this, RC, something, clone, use this. Oh, dude, the amount of inner thing I did, dude. This is one thing I wish there was like a simple way to do this. I wish I could just say a.clone right here, and it would know.
You know your business better than anyone, right? So why not build an app to run it with Base44? This finance app solves your business headaches, tracking invoices.
That I'm like cloning, therefore, just can you just shorthand this for me? Can we just all agree that shorthand can just be added? Oh, that was so frustrating. No, Rust has to be hard. No, I want shorthand. Just give me the shorthand. This memory is now almost impossible to account for and will not be freed for as long as someone holds a reference. In inherently non-determinism, the async executor can also be a source of non-determinism itself. While it will itself internally use the ePull system call for most network operation, it uses threads for other things like file I/O. Within the thread, if work stealing scheduling is enabled, Tokyo's default, the async executor also has its own task scheduler, meaning that you are now opening yourself up to issues that may arise from timing of scheduling. No one with a CRUD app has ever thought about this. Has anyone ever thought about this in your... Somehow I doubt that this is just not a very common problem. What is with this highlighting? Why is it so weird? Oh, it's this thing. It's whatever this thing is. Web dev brains right now, I know. They're like, what? What? I can't even... I've never thought about how to do an async scheduler. That would actually be a really fun project. Write your own async scheduler. I've never done an event loop myself. I've never done any of that. It sounds actually like it could be pretty fun. It sounds like it'd be a really good problem because I know it's not simple, right? I know that you actually have to check things. You have to pull things. You have to make sure that they're actually running. And then if they now can come back, then you have to, it just sounds wild. But it sounds like it'd be really hard in Rust. Like specifically, that sounds very hard in Rust. While it is possible to use Tokyo in a deterministic manner by disabling work stealing and by passing the executor in operations for which it would use threads, that now means you have to be extremely careful and audit your dependencies to make sure they follow this pattern. Most won't. You have to rewrite a lot of your code anyways. Might as well go balls to the wall. You honestly might as well. Kernel dev from scratch. Sounds like a long weekend. Yeah. That sounds like a really, really, really long weekend. Maybe like one of those 14-day long weekends. We have decided to write a large chunk of our cloud services from scratch to take advantage of deterministic simulation testing and make sure massive multi-tenancy is a part of core design of what we do. Even with an imperfect simulator, we have already managed to find a variety of bugs in hours that would have otherwise puzzled us for weeks. This alone should be such a huge W. This is why this is the reason why I want to learn this, is I want to play more and more with this idea and to see if I can create situations in which I can find bugs. Because if I can just find one bug one time from creating simulation, I would be so happy. Would work on it for 2 weeks and claim to finish when only 10% of it's actually done. Shut up, Bisco. The benefit is already clear. In a short period of time, we have developed enough confidence in that server to finally release a version of our service that doesn't have any cold starts for anybody in any situation. How do you write a serverless service that has no cold starts for anybody at any time for any point? The server is not, feature complete yet, but we can now rebuild the features with solid multi-tenant foundation. It will be available as beta next Wednesday during our launch week. Stay tuned for Terso. Terso, scary good. Appendix. Ooh, Appendix, why not Zig? Let's go. Why not Zig? Because we were committing to rewriting everything. By the way, I highly encourage them to look into Zig. Because I knew that they were doing this, and that's all, and I wanted to see more Zig. I think Zig is really great. Because we were committed to rewriting everything, a crucial question arose. Why not Zig? Obviously, it would offer better control over memory allocations, which is vital for our model. Regardless of its benefits, Rust ecosystem appeared more developed at this juncture. Okay, that's probably the fairest use case, is that Zig still keeps changing the language. That is like the biggest problem with Zig right now, is that they have to figure out that 1.0. Where's that cutoff going to happen? If we can see that cutoff, it kind of feels like a lot more people will jump on and be happy with it. Opting for Rust wasn't just about its maturity, though. We had spent years coding in C and C++, and with our goal of rapid development in mind. Choosing to let go of the borrow checker seemed unwise. Having this powerful feature at our disposal was too valuable to ignore, especially considering our extensive background in languages prone to memory errors. Rust's safety guarantee were incredibly appealing. I wonder if their deterministic simulation testing server business, I wonder if it really removes a lot of the async, thus making things a little bit nicer. I just want to see more of like how that actually works. Don't worry, I already read the first letter. We already laughed about it. Consequently, we decided Rust Borrow Checker was a critical asset we couldn't overlook. Keeping it in our toolset aligns perfectly with our objectives of speed and reliability. Evaluating all these factors, we ultimately chose Rust for our rewrite project. Rust's unique features, particularly its borrow checker, made the ideal choice for our needs. Many thanks to Claude for helping me rewrite my original text in a way that highlights the point we wanted to make. Communism. Borrow checker. Fantastic. Thank you, Rust. Thank you. Thank you, This was actually a brilliant article. I'm very happy. Good job, Terso. Super cool. I want to see more. I really hope during the launch week or at some point they let more out of the bag. I'd love to see their implementation of how they're doing their little event loop. Maybe that's like part of their trade secret, is that this is like how they make their server super fast, so they're not going to let people have it, which, again, I understand, right? They're trying to make money. They can't argue that. I'm curious about the no cold start. I'd love to know more about that specifically, because this is such a bold claim that it actually feels ridiculous to claim. This actually feels insane to claim. The benefit is already clear. In a short period of time, we have developed enough confidence in our in that server to finally release a version of our service that doesn't have any cold starts for anybody in any situation. Like, that seems like a crazy, crazy statement to make as a serverless database. If they can prove the isolation works without using a separate VM, they don't need separate servers. Yeah, I still want to hear exactly, right? I don't want to speculate. I want to know why they can do all this and what's like the cool part of it. And they just added serverless server. This is literally a serverless server. So this is what Vercel meant? Is this what Vercel meant when they said serverless server? They knew Terso solved the serverless problem of cold starts, so therefore serverless servers actually do exist? Dang. This is truly the year of serverless-lessness. I want endless front ends. This is great. All right. Super cool. Thank you, Terso. I want to know more. This is insane. This is insanity. This is a huge amount of savings. If you can reduce it that much, because databases are always like the slowest part. I mean, this is like a massive chunk off of this. Hey, pound me shill, okay? Pound ad, pound shill. The name is the Shillogen.
With AI,
This is where we started, a bunch of dedicated servers for our compute. We then improved this by moving to the cloud and then the edge. The issue here is that even though the request from the user makes it to the server a lot faster, the database is still in just one place, so the lag is still there. How do we improve this? This is where Terso comes in. Moving our database to the edge as well will improve our system response time significantly. This is for apps that serve customers across the globe, so if you have an app that runs in just one region, you definitely won't see as much of a benefit from an edge database. When dealing with databases, you have a lot of tools that you can use to improve performance. You have read replicas, which you can distribute across the globe to improve the read speeds. You can shard your database and ways to improve the write speeds. There are lots of tools at your disposal to try and manage the load on your database, but this is a very challenging problem to solve. The good thing with Terso is that they handle all of that for us. The goal in this video is simple. Using the Bun REST API we built in a previous video, combined with Drizzle ORM, see how we can get up and running with Terso. Introductory videos on both Bun and Drizzle will be in the description if you missed those topics. At the end of the video, I'll also show you how to scale your app using Fly.io, so let's get into it. The first thing that we have to do is set up Terso, and if you go to their quick start guide, the first things that they do is install the CLI, then sign up, and then create a database. I've already created an account. If you don't already have one, you can go in the description and create one. I'll leave a link down there, but let's get started with installing the CLI. So all we have to do is just brew install, and then Terso database /tap/Terso. Once Terso is done installing, then we have to do Terso auth sign up. I'm already signed up, but this will open up your browser and you just have to log in. Next, we actually get to create the database. So we just do Terso db create, and then we give it a name. In my case, I'll just call it drizzle-terso-db. What this does is it looks for the closest location for you. In my case, this is Toronto, and then creates my database at that location. It might take a little bit, but once this is done, you'll see that it gives us a few commands. We can go directly into the shell of the database. We won't do that in this video. You can request some information about your database, like the connection URL, and then you can also create a token. We'll do both of those things a bit later once we actually have to set up the connection, but for now, that's it. We now have a database. If I quickly log into Terso, you'll see on my dashboard that I now have one database, and if I go down to my databases, the database that we just created is down here. So I'll have my Drizzle Terso DB. Next, like I mentioned before, we already have a repo that we'll be building upon. If you're starting off with no code, I'll leave a link to this repo in the description down below so you can clone it and follow along. If it's your first time cloning this repo, you might want to open up your terminal and just do a bun install. This will just install all the dependencies. I already have them installed. As you can see, I have the node modules here, but that would just be the first step. Next, you'll see that I have a .env.example in here, and then there's a Terso connection URL and a Terso auth token. For local development, we'll only use the connection URL, but we'll need both for when we actually deploy it to production. So I'll just copy the connection URL, create a new .env file in here, so I'll call it .env, paste the value, and for the value for this key, we can just use HTTP 127.0.0.1 on port 8080. You'll see why we do this in just a second, but let's run through the rest of the project. We have our drizzle.config. In here, we have our schema mapped to a file. We also map our migrations folder. We set up the driver, which in our case is Terso, and then we also provide the DB credentials. But that's all for our drizzle config. Next, let's quickly look at our db.index. This just creates our client with the Terso credentials, and then just exports a drizzle client. For the migrate script, this basically just goes to our directory in the migrations folder and runs all of those migrations. Next, we have our schema. The schema I tried keeping pretty simple, so we have a table called users and then another table called posts. Each post is associated to a user, so it's not very complicated. It's just a one-to-many relationship. You'll also notice that we have a folder in here, and this is called functions. All this does is, for example, for posts, we have a function called insert post, and it just calls db insert into posts with the values provided. We also have one for update post, and for users, we have an insert user, a get user with posts. This just returns all the posts for a specific user, and then also a delete user. All of these come together in our index.ts, where we set up a Elysia route for /user, and we also have one for /post. All of these are grouped together under /API, so we have /API /post /API /user, and I also have Swagger for our documentation, which we can access at /docs. Next, I want to look at our package.json. In here, you'll notice that we have a few commands. We have db run. What this does is it creates a local database for us using the Terso CLI, so it calls Terso dev, and it will store everything in a local database. If you want to change the name, you can just change it here. I just called it Drizzle Terso DB. We have db generate, which just creates the migrations for us. It's using Drizzle Kit for that, and then db migrate, which applies those migrations to our database. We also have Drizzle Kit Studio. So let's quickly run through these commands. We'll actually need them. So we'll start with the first one. In our case is bun run db generate. So this will generate our migrations folder. And once that's done, you'll see the migrations here. And all this is doing is creating the posts table and the users table. Next, let's actually create our local database. So I'll do bun run db run. And this is where that URL that I showed you before in our .env comes from. So this is the URL that we want to access our database from. And that's why we put it in our .env. In order for you to use your database, you'll have to have this running because it's using libsql, which is just a fork of SQLite, and it requires a server to be running for you to use that database. But now that I have this running, I can start another terminal, and in here I can do bun run db migrate in order to apply the migrations, and those migrations got applied successfully. We can even double check that the migrations got applied successfully by just doing bun run studio, and by opening up the studio, we'll take a quick look at what our tables are. So in this case, you'll see that we have our posts table and our users table. We don't actually have any data in here, but everything is working as expected. Just to double check that everything is working as expected, I'll create another terminal, and in here I'll do bun run dev. Also make sure that the other two terminals are still running, but now that our server is running, we can go to localhost 3000 /docs. So I'll do localhost 3000 /docs. This will open up our Swagger page, so I can quickly go to /API /user and do a post request. So I'll go in here and put my name, in which case it's CodeBrew, and a random email. So I'll just do codebrew@email.com, not a valid email, but you get the point. We can send this request and you'll see that it stored it in the database. Going back to Drizzle Studio, if I go to my users table, you'll see that we now have the new user in here. So how do we get our application deployed to production and also apply the migrations to our Terso database that lives on Terso? In this case, I'll use fly.io, so I'll do fly launch. If you missed the video on how to set up fly.io and how to deploy a bun application, I also have a video on that, which you can find in the description. But what this is going to do is it's going to detect that my region is set as Toronto, and this is where I want to deploy my application. Then it's going to go ahead and create a Docker file for us. So this might take a little bit, but you can even see it down here on the left side. If I open up my Docker Docker file. It's spinning up a bun image and then doing all the magic that Docker does in order for us to deploy our application. You'll also notice here that you have a Docker ignore. This basically just makes sure that you don't push anything to the deploy that you don't want. Oh, and if you notice, the deploy actually crashed. We'll take a look at how to fix that. But first, the next file that we want to look at is the fly.toml, and this is where we actually want to make a change. App is just the name of our app, and primary region is just where your primary region is, which in my case is just Toronto. For build, we don't have any build specific commands, but we do have some for deploy. So I'll put deploy in here, and we want to do a release command. We don't want to actually use any of this. In our case, our release command is just bun run db migrate. And this just ensures that every time we deploy, it runs our migrations on the Terso database. With that in place, we only have 2 more steps to go before we can hit the deploy button again. And those are just to run terso db show drizzle terso db. This is the name of our database. This will just show us some basic information about it. So you'll see here that we have our database URL. We want to copy this. And once you copy that URL, we want to do fly secrets, and we want to set a secret M variable. In our case, this is going to be called terso connection URL. And you just paste your URL in there. Once you set the URL, we want to do this for the secret as well. So you want to do terso db tokens, and we want to create a new token for our drizzle terso db. You want to copy that secret and do the same thing where you set a secret, but instead of connection URL, this is called auth token, and you just paste that in there. Once that's all done, we just want to do fly deploy, and you can see under activity on fly.io that we set the 2 secrets, and then we also deployed, which in my case is less than a minute ago. If I go to my logs, you'll notice just a few logs up that our migrations ran successfully and that it ran our migrations. We can double check this on Terso by going to our database and then edit tables. The funny thing about Terso is that it uses Drizzle Studio as well, so it'll look exactly the same for us. We have our users table and then our posts table. So in terms of migrations, everything worked successfully. We can even test everything by going to this host name down here, so bundrizzleterso.fly.dev. We don't have a base page for this, but we can still do the same thing where we go to /docs, and we have our Alicia documentation, and we go to post for the users, and we can do a test request for CodeBrew, and the same thing, the email is just going to be a test email, so codebrew@email.com, and we can send this request. And yeah, you'll notice that everything worked successfully. It sent back the user that was just created. We can even double check this on the users table. We'll just refresh this, and the email is right here along with the rest of the user. But how do we scale this? One of the easiest ways that I found with Terso is you can deploy multiple replicas across different regions. So you can do simply by just going to the UI, you can do plus replica location. I'll select the location in here, so I'll probably do something far, so like Tokyo, and just by clicking create, this will create a database replica for us in that location. You can see that YYZ is still our main location, but NRT is now a replica. And it's exactly the same thing for fly.io, but instead we'll use the CLI to create those regions. If you go down to machines, you'll see that we only have one machine running our application, and this is in Toronto, Canada. We can also quickly deploy one to Tokyo by just going to our terminal, and in here we can just do fly scale count 1, and for the region it also goes by code, so we'll do NRT, and it's just asking us if we want to deploy a machine to that region, and I'll say yes. And that's it. It was that simple. We can even do fly scale show. This will show that our app is running in 2 regions. And if we refresh it on the UI, you'll see that we now have 2 machines. And the cool part about this is that Terso handles all of that distribution of the load for us. We only have one URL, so whenever you hit that URL, if you're close to the Toronto location and you're just doing a read on our database, it'll route you to this location. But if you're closer to Tokyo, it'll route you to that location. But yeah, it's that simple to get started with Terso. Honestly, I want to use this for more side projects. I want to find some of its limitations and see where it struggles, but from the looks of it, it's pretty solid, so I'll continue using it. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you check out the source code in the description and all the other videos that I've made. But yeah.
Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum. 1, 2, 3. Hello. It's Mugenics. Is Double Fine's massive chalice an inspiration to Mugenics? Hey Tyler, do you know what's Double Fine's a massive chalice? Double Fine is the producer, but do you know Massive Chalice?
I've heard the name, but I could not tell you what game that was. Was it a point and click adventure one? I mean, probably, right?
Tactical strategy game.
Ah.
Double Fine Productions. People are asking whether this is an inspiration for Mugenics.
I don't think I've ever seen a screenshot of this game. Hold on, Ed's asking for a link to join. It's the same link, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We are live on Twitch and YouTube. If you would like to follow the chat as well, it might be too confusing to have it both.
Yeah, I'm gonna find it. Yeah, I mean, I know Double Fine stuff. I didn't know that Massive Chalice was a tactical strategy game. So the answer is probably no for that one. I thought that game came out when they were making point and click adventure stuff. Out this chat. I don't know. Probably shouldn't be reading 20 different chats with this in like the Discord.
Hello, Edmund.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm awake and I'm ready to work.
Did you just wake up like Tyler?
Pretty close. I slept in way later than I usually do. The kids didn't go totally insane, so I didn't wake up to screams or anything.
I've been sleeping in a lot lately. It's switching to Windows close weather instead of Windows open weather. So it's like dark in the morning when I have all my blinds shut. Makes it pretty easy to just sleep.
Let me repost this thing.
Wow,
Sure. And people in the chat can let us know whether the audio is okay. Sounds of
It
thing.
fucking fixed like the
Sounds
transitioning.
nice.
What?
Or if somebody's too loud or something like
Is
that.
that because of a virtual
Should I have
DOM
the
that was
chat open, or
happening
are
or
you gonna
something?
just relay?
I will relay stuff. So
It's transitioning it instead of.
the general structure that I'm planning
I
is that
honestly
I
have
have a
no
couple
idea.
of
I have
questions.
no idea why it's working.
Saying couple meaning like
looks
one
fucking great
full
now.
A4 page
God,
of questions prepared, and we can go through them, and we can have a bit of a live Q&A at the end.
So
There
much
is a
fucking better.
link to post the questions, and people can vote for them.
Cool.
So that we can pick a couple of questions. Nice. And people are tuning in. So happy to see you, by the way. I am super personally excited for Mugenics. I have been
Me
following
too.
so much. So much. By the way, Tyler, there's a gameplay video of Edmund. He's saying, oh, and Tyler's gonna do Let's Play as well. And then I look up, Tyler, Eugenics. It's like, okay, nothing.
Well, I did it last weekend. I did it on Twitch last weekend, and it's getting edited for
Okay.
November.
It's getting
It was
edited
on-
now.
I did it where people.
You sort of see just how insanely bad medical software is. And I'm talking, oh boy, you have to wait for like 20 seconds to 30 seconds for a list of 30 people to load. You have to wait for 5 seconds when you double click on one of them for the thing to load. Let me tell you this, Direct3D is one of the nicest APIs to use ever. Like, it's a complicated object-oriented API, but it does not impose any architecture on you, so it just exposes to you a few just pointers that you use, and then you call methods in those pointers, and that's it. That's the level of depth you have to it.
and it has one of the best. I think not one of them. It's the best I've seen. Error reporting, like debug layer. If you're making a software that you know is going to work on an X number of machines, just chip the binaries. Don't give me a laundry list of things I have to do, a dance that I need to do.
Tell everyone, who are you?
Chronologically or alphabetically?
Let's start with the name and your background, and then we're gonna delve into your, I think, medical background first.
Sure. My name's Wasim. Originally I was born in Syria, and I've spent my childhood over there in the city of Aleppo, and right around the age of 18, after I've done my high school, for many reasons I've wanted to go out and study abroad, and from that early age I had like a couple of different interests, but as I moved to Germany, I was looking into what do I do in the next stage. I was considering a few different options after learning German, among which were math, physics. Those are topics I always loved. Among which in the next stage I was considering a few different options after learning German, among which were math, physics. Those are topics I always loved, and medicine was also something I absolutely loved. Like I liked biology, biochemistry, and stuff like that. So I applied to many things, and down the line, I think the first acceptance letter I got was from Berlin for the Charité, and I thought, oh, okay, got the first one, just pragmatically jump there, let's go. And I moved to Berlin, started studying medicine, and then halfway through I discovered programming, and that was the surprising part in all of this. Yeah.
You liked both, like biological stuff, biology, and like mathematics and physics. Because like one is kind of like logical, and the other one relies on your memory. At least this is my split.
Well, that's true, but what I liked about biology is the systems part of it. Like I liked the systematic understanding that this human body is one coherent machine, or like a conglomerate of different machines that serve a purpose to keep the entity alive. And it's always fascinating how those little machines work, because like the kidney is a machine, the liver is a machine, and then getting into those details, understanding how each of them works, it's actually very fascinating, even in the algorithmic side of things. Like how does it physically, it's physically programmed to do things, and that's very it's very thrilling. It's a lot like those other topics. So it's yes, you have to memorize a lot about what exactly those physical landmarks are, what their names are, and where they physically relate to each other, and so on. But in the end, it's not like just random. There's systematic things behind them, and that's the fun part, in my opinion.
Okay. So you liked both, like biology, chemistry, but also mathematics. I'm assuming like for the exams you took like whole range of exams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean that's generally for high school. That's true. But those are the things that I absolutely enjoyed. Like I loved math specifically as a teenager, and I loved biology, chemistry. I mean those. But anything like history and all the other literature topics, I've loved them too. But it's not like as much of a passion, if that makes sense.
If you would like to support this channel, you can become a member on Patreon. You will be granted access to a private Discord channel where you can chat with other supporters and guests of this show. For more details, check out my website at łuka.sh. Łukasz. Okay. So you're studying medicine, which is known to be like, how do I say this? A lot of hours you need to put in.
Yeah.
And then you discover programming. How this happens?
This is a very
how do you have time?
Story. I mean, you have. I can't answer the time question. I found time. I don't know how. But it's the interesting part is how I got into medicine, because I'll give a shout out to my friend Saeed, who was at the time living also in Berlin. I've known him at 4th grade. Like when I was 4th grade back in Aleppo, we were going to the same school. We'd hang out. We were friends for that period. Then for a reason or another, he left. Family moved, and then they left the country entirely. We lost contact. That's it. But I don't remember exactly how it happened. But during that time, we got back in touch. Like, hey, what are you doing? What are you up to in life? And like, hey, I'm studying in Berlin. Like, me too. Let's meet. And then we met, and then we hit it off. And but of course, like you don't know if you're gonna hit it off with somebody if you've known him since 4th grade and now you're 18. You're an entirely different person. But we truly did hit it off. We had a lot of fun hanging out. And he was studying computer science, and I was studying medicine. We'd hang out in my little room where I lived, play games, talk about games, and then one thing led to another. When I'm just saying, hey, can you just show me or tell me how do people make games, because I love games. And after nagging him enough times and bullying him enough times, he said, okay, let me show you. And he first started by, and I'm glad he didn't continue that way, he started by like, you can just try things like Unreal Engine or Unity, because that's how you make games. Everybody makes games that way. I'm like, okay. And then he said, but you're really using a tool. You have to learn the tool. You're not learning the craft of what makes games and whatnot. And I'm not sure if he was trying to make it sound complicated or if he was trying to push me. I believe he was trying to push me in a direction, and I followed through, and I told him, yeah, okay, but how does one do it correctly? He said, okay, the easiest way, simplest way is just like write something in C. That's how you put like a sprite on the screen.
Easiest
it's
way.
The easiest
Definitely.
And
the easiest
I
way.
believe that. So he sent me a link to something called Intro into C. He told me, like, listen to this guy. And that was Casey Murtori's first episodes of the Hamid Hero. And that was it. Like, I was just following what he was saying because I had no idea what programming even is. He's telling me there is C. In my brain, that's all that exists. It's C. He's telling me there's a compiler. You need to use Visual Studio. You're writing CL in a batch file. That's how you do it. That's how everybody does it. I only discovered later the other insanities. So I started there. Spent some time. I think at the beginning we started with using SDL2 as a library to just get things up and running, to not just spend too much time fighting the OS, not too much time rendering. So that it was still low level. It was pretty low level. So like we're writing the game loop int main and whatnot, initializing a few things, loading a few things, and then I made like a little. That was like the first game I made after like weeks when I was. At that time, I had no idea that structs were a thing, by the way. Like, I was just inlining everything. Like, my function was, like, 3 lines long. And I would send him a message to tell him, like, this can't be the best way to do this. How do people do this if I have, like, maybe 50 variables? It's like, let me show you this thing called structs, by the way. And then I used the structs. And then, like, then later I asked him, well, I don't know. I'm passing this variable, but it's not updating, even though I'm updating it. And then like it's in the watch window, and then it becomes garbage when I leave the function. It's like, all right, let me tell you about pointers. And then I spent a month fighting with the concept of pointers until I understood what a pointer is, because that was very difficult at the beginning, because like you don't understand what like the star sign and the ampersand sign even mean, and it's gibberish. But then when it clicks, it clicks. So the first thing I made was like a horizontally scrolling thing with a sprite, and I drew those sprites of like because I had fun like also animating the sprites, to have like a guy running and walking horizontally, and then you press F to pay respects, and then just he farts, so it renders a fart cloud, and that's the whole game. So like, and that's it. And that was so much fun. That was so much fun doing that. And
can you tell me what happens with your medical studies in between? You said like
I'm still going to
you
school.
needed a month to figure out pointers. Like
I'm still going to school. here's what it looks like. So I go to school, university. That's like maybe 3 or 4 days where you have to be there because there is some lectures and whatnot. And then when I go back home, I program, and then on the weekend I go to work because like I had to also work while doing this because I was financing myself doing so. So it's mostly that. So there wasn't much of a social life.
I can tell.
I don't know
Yeah.
if you've heard of that thing. But mostly my social life was like hanging out with people like Said, where he's like visiting, and then we programmed together, and that was like the highlight. So if we'd have a time where we'd just like, hey, we can hang out this weekend, I'd be like, yeah, this is great. We're gonna program something and discover something, and often it would be like
All right, let's
times
do
where
a
we'd
local
hang out like
Christmas
in front of the
board.
computer for like 8
So,
hours and then
the
code something
layout.
entirely new, like write a ray tracer, write Alexa, write something that sets up like a neural network. Try shit, and that was always fun back then. And you find the time, I guess. It's just this is what your free time. Don't spend so much time doing anything else.
You watched Intro to C.
Yes.
This is like 6 episodes.
Yes, 5 or 6. Yeah.
And then you started to dabble in C pretty much.
That's it. Yeah, I started with that. Although I must admit, starting with Handmade Heroes' first episodes, they were pretty tricky for me because Casey got into setting things up for Windows, and that was a little bit too complicated for a complete beginner in C. So I ended up like not following too much well at the beginning, so I had to like rely more on SDL2, and then I found things
I
up
want
there.
to prohibit
And I
this.
found like somebody
This is
else's
very
series
bad.
on YouTube. Like I had no idea what
It's
Handmade Heroes or Hero or those principles even were, and I was like watching and how he does it. Followed him for like 3 or 5
It's like we're uncertain.
episodes, and then he's like,
we don't know
"So
if
the
this
game
is
needs an
gonna
entity
happen."
component system.
Well, you better know,
So let me do
because-
something." And then he types 17 virtual functions. And I sent Said a message like, "What is he doing? I was following very well, and now I don't follow." And they're like, "No, stop, stop all you're doing.
Immediately
Emergency session. We need to talk about this. Immediately stop." So I like being swayed back onto the right track, but it's procedurally. So you just make the mistakes. You write something stupid, and then you do it again.
The idea of picking up C.
Yeah.
And then like every week or so doing a new project from scratch sounds like much better training than any university, honestly, from like computer science degree.
I didn't go to university, but this is what I keep hearing.
This is wild. If you manage to, and also had like a mentor,
Yeah.
by
This
name
is-
Said, to actually like guide you through and like tell you, okay, ECS back out, okay,
Yeah.
stop, and just lead you. This is awesome. This sounds great.
This is like the purest form of education, in my opinion. Like you learn the thing yourself, and you have somebody to guide you through it.
Nice. So this is like after 2 years of studying the medical stuff, and then you
3, I think, or so. I think it was 2020. So whenever that was, I started 2017. So that's 3 years. Yeah, 3 years after studying medical school.
you started 2017.
Yeah.
Okay. So 2020, COVID hits.
COVID
something
hits.
changes. Something changes in the schedule.
It actually helped, to be honest. That's true. It's becomes because we had so much from home, so many. You don't have to go anywhere. Made a lot of things more complicated. Made a lot of things easier as well. So it spent so much time home that you don't lose time commuting or whatnot. For somebody who enjoys sitting behind a desk, that's like a gift. But for somebody who likes to have a social life, a healthy person, they would they would not like it.
So you programmed double the amount of time.
I think so. Like you just fill your time. That's it.
Okay. Okay. This is wild. Okay. And then you at some point follow through the medical studies, right?
Yeah, it was going like parallel. I did not stop it because you've spent so much time. Like even if you discover it's not a hobby, it's a passion. Like it's something that you could be seriously be able to work doing. And it's like, yeah, I already wasted a bachelor degree's equivalent of time.
I am
I mean, not
pretty
wasted, waste is
satisfied
a bad word
now.
to use, but like I've spent so much time
I'm
doing
really
this.
satisfied.
I gotta push through, especially since I also like the other thing. But this is better. But I still need to do the other thing to finish it. Like you don't want to drop out of school, now you have nothing. So I had to go through this. Also for visa reasons as well. Like it was not very easy to just say like fuck it, I'm gonna take a break. So I was doing both of them in parallel. But I from the beginning it was always a hobby. I just like something hobby on this side. Yeah.
At some point, you started to work on a game, AV Racer, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Why?
It's just the next serious thing to do. That was like every time you make a little game, you're like, okay, this is shit. Let's make the better one. Oh, it's better, and actually, no, it's shit. Let's take the better one. And this is the best thing ever. It's shit. Let's do the better one. So like that's you get to AV Racer. I mean, I like car games in general. I enjoy car games, and I'm only realizing now, thinking about it. I think when I was a kid, I would just buy every single car game I could find, and could play on the device that I had. I had just PCs. I didn't have consoles back as a kid, so I would just grab the thing from the store, and so just like the idea, and I would spend so much time in games like Trackmania, building tracks. I spent time on Assetto Corsa, figuring out ways and tools, because there are also tools for people to make custom tracks. I love the idea of, I love both the concept of driving cars and the concept of like how are those tracks designed to come up with something that is competitive, and what makes a fun thing to drive and so on. So it was like making a car was a rite of passage. I had to make a car in a game like that. That had to happen, because like now I have the tools to do so. I have a renderer. I recently learned that OpenGL was a thing, and I want to test out this new thing I found out. Actually, before AV Racer, there is a biology-based game that I just never released.
Ooh.
And that was,
what was it about?
It's called Astrobion, and it's just about simulating a culture of cells. So like you have a bunch of cells living in a medium, and based on concentrations of things, of like salts and proteins and stuff that I choose are there. There are things that take input and output from the cell, and then simulate the pH levels of the cell, and then certain concentrations of like glucose and NaCl and all those like different basic things. And then you have a gameplay of like, let's create pharmaceuticals that have certain properties, chemical properties, that those cells can consume, and then we can steer things in one way or another, either to make the cells live more or kill them or whatever. So the idea was like to make that game. Back then I did not have the technical prowess to get it done right. Spent so much time on the basic stuff, but it was okay. But I got at one point I was like using SDL, like that's how I discovered OpenGL, is like doing SDLs, render something, and it would just like, after I asked it to render 1,000 things, I'd have FPS drops to like 20, and I'm like, why is that happening? Like Said comes in, is like, let me tell you the concept of render draw calls. I'm like, oh, so there's this thing I need to like, okay, now maybe at this time I'd be able to set up OpenGL. I'm glad I moved away from it. I'll tell you about this later.
So was more like a simulation kind of game?
It was more of like a simulation puzzle kind of thing. Like I tried to put the things that I liked about studying medicine, which is the biology aspect, the core biochemistry, and I enjoyed those topics, to put them in a game because I thought that's a fun thing to do. But I just phased out of playing it, because like I think the last thing I did was also come up with something to describe the cells to a DNA sequence, like to encode and decode DNA, kind of like fake DNA, and that was also fun. But then I stopped because I started the car game, because it always starts with me sitting next to Said in the room, thinking like, let's see what it takes to make this for one day. Then he goes home, and then I keep working on it for the next few months. It's like, but this one was, yeah. Sorry.
What is Said doing during this time?
You mean back then, during that time?
Back then.
Yeah, he was studying computer science. He was doing his degree. So I think he was second or third year or maybe 4. I don't. We synchronized around the same because we're the same age. We synchronized around that time, and he was working also part time at a company at a local startup. That's it. But it was he was studying, basically. We would
Okay.
just meet up in our free time.
Okay. So you stopped working on the biology
I
game,
think we're just
or
gonna give this a
actually
shot.
just started working
I
on
started
another
working on
game?
the other game.
Yeah, so we're gonna ditch everything.
And you played only
Just
car games,
Van.js
or you
and
played?
No,
also
I
as well?
played everything. I played anything that looks cool. But I think I
What do
enjoyed
you
car
play?
games.
And that should give us more control.
I liked RP. I mostly because here's the thing. This was Syria. That's a fun
Yeah.
fact about Syria. There is still isn't. There is not, and there still isn't. There was not, and still isn't any infrastructure for purchasing. Like there is no Steam in Syria. There is no
Okay.
GOG. There is no legal place where you can buy games in Syria because since forever, Syria was boycotted for political reasons. So, what we still had games. We still were able to have the hardware. So we had professional companies, like professional multi-hundred people companies, that their whole job is to get pirated versions of those games off the internet, burn them onto DVDs with proper installation, where they do all the proper due diligence, clean up for all the viruses, do it like installation instructions plus a verified crack file that you have to copy at the end, put them all on a DVD, package them nicely, like print out the posters, make their own posters on top, translate it into Arabic, put it in the thing, and then you sell that DVD in a store. So you go, and the price of the game correlates with the price of the CD, with how many DVDs there are. So it's not like the value of the game. So if your game takes 4 DVDs, it's more expensive than a game that takes 1 DVD, regardless of how those games are sold
What?
elsewhere. So that's how it worked.
So basically, any single DVD game is expected to have the same price as well.
Yeah, that's basically how it works. It's insane because now you're thinking in terms of how much gigabytes this game is, and not like whether it's worth the money or not. Like that's it. It's just a big game. So when like later down the years when games started to get bigger and bigger, people were really pissed because now games are really expensive now. 'Cause that's the reason.
Did it change over time?
I mean, I have not been there for over a decade for now. Like, so I don't
Okay.
know, but I don't think it should. I don't think it would because like there are still no online stores in Syria, so why would it?
Wild.
Yeah, it's crazy.
All right. You played RPGs, you mentioned?
Yeah, I played mostly single player games because all the multiplayer games would be LANs. So either you have a LAN party where people have that set up, or you go to a place where they have those set up and you rent PCs to play. So I mostly played single player games. I remember spending a lot of time playing through all the Assassin's Creed series back then. I remember playing Skyrim when it came out, Oblivion. Those were really fun games back then. And just like odd games here and there, but like one of the major series that I've definitely like influenced my childhood was Need for Speed. I would get those, especially the period from Underground to Undercover. During those years, I think I played every one of those, and I really enjoyed every one of those. Spent so much time on them. So it was like I want to know how people do this, and I want to make it happen as well, which was like, yeah, let's make a car game, you know.
Nice. So this is how you start working on AV Racer, your car game.
Yeah, AV Racer was like the next milestone because at that point I was like, okay, I want to put something on Steam because that's the level you want to get at to believe that you've accomplished something. It needs to be complete enough. It needs to have a beginning and an end. It's not like a tech demo. This is a complete game, and at that time was like, how hard can it fucking be to make a car game? I mean, like. You at this point you know like the Dunning-Kruger thing, and you're like at this point I can put anything on the screen, and this is like a top-down thing that rotates. Who gives a shit? Like this is easy. Come on, and it was like a series of surprises doing so because it was not any of that, and it was a very complicated thing to get to feel right.
Complicated thing to get the feel right of steering a vehicle
Yeah.
from the top-down camera.
Yeah,
2D
that's
game,
true.
top-down camera, and then you need to steer the vehicle, but also have it behave like a vehicle, not
Yeah.
like a 2D sprite that you rotate
Yeah.
and move forward.
Because it was a lot of setup to get something to rotate based on inputs in the right way, and then you have something that behaves like a sliding spacecraft. Like,
Yeah.
okay, how do I get from here? Because it's doing what I want. Like it's going forward when I'm pressing forward. It's also steering in the right angle based on speeding and whatnot. It's rotating around its own axis and it's not feeling right. And that was the hardest nut to crack. And we had like we hit a roadblock where as I was doing this with Saeed, sort of, he was like helping me to go through these things. I was mainly working on it. He would assist me with doing so, and he would be the one answering like the big physics questions. And we were at a crossroads where like I'm looking at the complexity of making a proper tire model, and I tried it and I just did not do the math right, so it did not work. So at that point I thought, okay, I will just try to keep faking it, just rotating the sprite. And that was like the biggest risk, because in the end you don't know if you're going to be able to fake it right, and there is no blueprint to build things on. You just have to figure it out. That was fun.
It was fun.
It was fun, yeah, because it's just like so much frustration, and then suddenly it works. I think it was that time I had a working model that I sent to Casey, and he played it. He was kind enough to like give me 20 minutes at the beginning of one of his streams, just telling me feedback about it, and I was like writing things down as he was saying, and then went back to the drawing board, because it was, like I said, it was just like a sliding on ice. It was not moving correctly, because in the end I'm still rotating the sprite itself, and cars don't rotate around their own axis, they rotate around the steering axis, which is I did not bother to do. So it was a shit ton of hacks, excuse my French, just one hack after the other. The funniest hack was coming up with a value called slidiness, and then a slidiness accumulator. So like you have a slidiness and then the change of slidiness, and then that adds up to an accumulator. And if you had so much slidiness over time, then you change the behavior of the car. Because like this is how I thought about it. Because like maybe you're like steering too hard, so the car should not immediately start to lose grip. It should only start to lose grip if you're steering too hard and accelerating too hard, and maybe if you hit like a grass patch that is not on the ground. Like all of those things, I add them up to a sliding accumulator to influence to come up with a slidiness variable, and then I add that change of the sliding variable over time, because those things don't come in immediately. Then you have a sliding accumulator. The car begins to slide. Okay, this is a solution. Let's ship it. and that's the current one that's in the game. So that's there's that. I don't know if that's part of it, but burn it. So
how would you do it now if you were to start over?
I would, for a 2D game, that's a difficult question, to be honest, because like you still have because making all 4 tires. This is a good question. Because here's the thing: for a 3D game, it's easy. You have to just do. It's not the 3D game stuff is not easy, but like the question to answer is easy. You have to do each tire on its own. For a 2D game, there is no Z space that the car is rotating in. Like there is no. It's only rotating like this. There is no like weight distribution kind of thing. So you have to either do that and not render it, which is like, I guess you can do it, but it's a level of complexity that you can't even see.
Yeah.
Or you have to just fake it the same way I did, but maybe come up with even more hacks. I don't know how they did it, because when you look at games from back then, they did not have something complex. It was just like rotated around its own axis and then turn around. I tried to make it feel nice, if that makes sense.
Okay. How did the game do in Steam?
It did surprisingly much better than I expected. When I expected like maybe a handful of sales of all just the friends that I bully into buying it. That's it. It's like friends and family. It's like the number that is on Steam sales reflects the amount of people I know. That's the thing I expected. But no, actually, it had I think 500 or so sales. It's copies it sold. So it was pretty nice. So I was like,
Release a game,
made
like,
a good buck on
by
that thing.
myself.
Okay. It did not. It's the price of like a cup of coffee, but still, whatever that came out of it was a huge thing to me. And I also did not put any effort into marketing it further than my immediate circle. So I didn't do anything more than that.
Ooh, so how much time did you spend on the development itself?
Yeah, you're
I
right.
think
You're right.
I think we started January and then it was done.
Wait, how's that different?
It was released May, so like 5 months. That was
Nice.
that was the period. I did not do it all of it on my own. Side helped me with it, especially the physics collision part. He wrote the collision detection and collision resolving of that code. That was also a very fun thing to figure out. But he's the one that he cracked it in the end. We were looking at it together, but he cracked it and he implemented something for that. Yeah, 5
Right.
months.
Warp.
Nice. Like old games.
Yeah.
Not like today games.
Yeah. 70 years.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, AV Racer then. Do you have credits with like Said mentioned as a contributor?
Said is the main guy.
But do you have a credits in game?
There is, yes. You can
Okay.
actually see it there.
Nice.
There are credits, but it's not like credits and then like chief executive officer Wasim, CTO Wasim, graphics designer Wasim, and then like
Why not?
So, like, no, it's not like that.
Yeah,
it's just
I'm
like
itching,
these are the two
uh,
programmers that
get
worked on
this
this,
shit
and
on
then
the road.
a few
I'm
thank you to
so
the people who
serious.
were supportive of the thing. So that's
I'm gonna be unsatisfied if I.
Okay.
I'm gonna fucking get it done.
What happened after AV Racer? Was it like
Holding
second
myself
day,
fucking accountable
like another week, another project, just like
I
immediately after?
think after AV Racer, it was. When did I release it? I think I released it in 2022.
Yes.
And 2022 to 2023, I think it was just a bunch of little things because after that, I really wanted to get into doing a 3D thing. I really wanted to get into 3D. And I think I did with Said a few little things that explored 3D as a concept of like setting up the render and whatnot. But it did not click for me that well back then because that was like a little bit too many things at the same time. So I started something, did not finish it, started something, did not finish it, stuff like that. Also in the meantime, I discovered, oh yeah, I think Cactus was the thing that I did afterwards. The image viewer. That makes sense. Now I remember. Because I'm drawing a blank. When did I do things? So yeah, after that, one of the problems that faced me doing games so far, in general, was you do a sprite, pixel art sprite, and then you save that. It's a tiny image that is like maybe 32 by 32 pixels. You open it in whatever photo viewer, and it's like a blur. It's a blotch. And then you start looking like, okay, there must be a way for you to just flip the switch to make the filtering between nearest neighbor and linear, just switch between them. Most viewers don't have it. And otherwise you'd have to go into deep within the settings and like, so I thought like, okay, what does it take? Because I already am loading images and rendering them in a game. So why can't I just load images and render them in its own application by that point? So then when I started with like, I already have a SDL thing set up. I already have OpenGL set up. I already have a shader. I was using STB images to load the thing. And okay, let me look for a library that just can read through a folder and open a file. And that's where how it started. Then I would do the UI in DRIM GUI. That's how it started. And turns out it's not like that much of a complicated problem to solve, unfortunately. Like it's just
Unfortunately.
You create one texture on the go, and then you put the texture on the screen, and that's it. You got an image viewer, and all I needed to do was just like hit one button, the F button, for filtering, not to pay respects, but you hit the F button for filtering, and it switches between those two, and that's all I needed. But as I usually do when I start something, like I love the idea of just keep pushing through the same thing and then do more iterations of it, and it just grew because I think during that time I was also getting feedback, or not feedback, bug reports from AV Racer from players, and unfortunately you get something like, I launched the game and it's a black screen, and like you cannot, where do I even begin doing that? I have no idea. Like where, for I like, oh shit, I need to have better error reporting in my game. Like I need to have log files and whatnot. So I made something. I don't remember exactly, but I think I made like an update just to do the logs, and and then I asked the guy who, can you just send me the log file now? And he sent me the log and everything. The log says like initialized successfully. Like, and I was just checking, GL errors and checking those things, and I think they were fine. I don't know what was going on. It was So what we did in the end is I taught him how to use RenderDoc, so that he would run the game through RenderDoc and then record something and then send it back to me. And I would record the same thing, and I would open 2 instances of RenderDoc and then compare each value. What happened, it was the issue, it's a driver issue, because his thing is AMD and it's an OpenGL driver. Same thing happened with an integrated graphics. I mean, in the end, I started to chase down those problems and then try to narrow down the issue. But I can't replicate it because I have an NVIDIA card, and apparently those write better drivers for. And then I went on the Hemi network and I was like asking, this can't be real. How do people do this usually? And then Martins comes in and says, people usually use Direct3D 11 or Direct3D in general. Like, okay, so let me see how to do that. And that's where I migrated to Direct3D. And let me tell you this, Direct3D is one of the nicest APIs to use ever. Like, it's a complicated object-oriented API, but it does not reflect that to you. So like, internally it uses a lot of C++ stuff, but it does not impose any architecture on you. So it just exposes to you a few just pointers that you use, and then you call methods in those pointers, and that's it. That's the level of depth you have to it. And it has one of the best, I think not one of them, it's the best I've seen, error reporting, like debug layer. You enable the debug layer in Direct3D 11, and
it smells like it's fucking gonna catch fire, this computer.
it's just like a cakewalk. It describes exactly, to like multi-line detail, what thing you did wrong so that you can fix it. It makes your life easier. It's explicit. It's not like state-based, because it's a state machine, the OpenGL API. It's a state machine, so a lot of things are implicitly there even though you don't see them. I mean, this is not entirely true because also Direct3D 11 is a state machine in a sense. When you're doing the calls, you're also binding and whatnot. But it's like more, you're telling it exactly what to do with everything, and it's not like just this random thing that's going on. So to every step there is a struct, an object, whatever that you care about that you need to create correctly. So like there is a textures, of course, are their own object, but there is a texture, there's a render view, there is like there's a pointer for you to initialize if you want this to be used as a resource. There's a pointer you initialize if you want it to be used as to be used as a render target. You have a pointer for if it has like depth or stencil and stuff. So like each one of those has its own thing. So it's easier to understand and easier to work with. And ever since I moved to it, no more bugs. Like if it runs on my machine, it runs on your machine. So it was just made it so much easier, because that's, yeah. Like for now, since that point, I was using Direct3D 11 for everything. I abandoned OpenGL. Sorry, should I keep going with the?
This was a very interesting tangent. Yeah. That you found. Usually, OpenGL is being hailed as this. Hey, here's like a best, simplest way to learn 3D. And if you're finding Direct3D 11 to be better in this regard, it's quite interesting that like, you know,
It's
every tutorial would guide you to OpenGL.
that's the sad part, and I think that's like exacerbating the problem, because if you're going to go into Direct 3D 11, there aren't that many resources that really teach you the ABC of a Direct 3D. That rhymed. So usually, like the best websites where they teach you render techniques are always in OpenGL. Although even then, when I try to implement like rendering techniques, I would just do whatever is done in OpenGL in Direct 3D, and it maps 1-to-1 mostly. So I think it's hailed because I guess it works on Linux, and a lot of people are already working on Linux when they're coding for their company or for their projects, and a lot of developers are using Linux. But I mean, honestly, that's not a selling point if you're making a game. Like who, you know? I mean, I don't know if that's
It's cross-platform.
it's
but if it doesn't
cross-platform,
work-
but like it doesn't work. So why do I? Yeah, it's
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cactus image viewer.
Yeah.
You at some point made this into an application,
Mhm.
and then probably there was a point in time where you needed to decide, like, are you committing more effort to it and doing more features, and you're trying to make this into like a standing, like a product that you can have somewhere out there, or not?
I don't remember exactly what kicked it off. At some point, it became an open source project. I think it was
Alright, that's gonna go on
because
next
at
video.
that
It's
point
just
I
we're
had
gonna-
a
we're gonna
good
make
implementation
some
of a
direct
UI library. I think so. Because
Yeah.
I think it became an open source, if I recall correctly, during that time. Because it was also like a nice testing ground, if that makes sense. Like you had a product that works. So every time you do something, you learn something new. You do it on that product, and that's a nice way to make sure whatever you're learning scales well. So learning a new renderer, I did that on Cactus. Implementing the first UI library, I did that on Cactus, and so on. It coincided, I think, with what I was doing at work when I was working in ADS, but we'll get to that. So, yeah, I think at some point I made the decision to make it open source, and I don't regret it because I think so many more people are using it now because of that. Because it's accessible, just download it, and there's a binary already for you. Which is another thing, I have a rant about this.
Wow.
Because if you're making a software that you know is going to work on an X number of machines, just ship the binaries. Don't give me a laundry list of things I have to do, a dance that I need to do, just in order to compile your thing. I don't need to download 17 different things. No, please, just ship the binary. Whatever you're able to compile, and that does not cost you so much, because it's already there. It's already sitting on your computer. It's the thing that you just launched when you're hitting enter. Just copy that thing over. That's all I ask. Please. Dear open source community.
You know this? There was this rant on Reddit, I think.
Mhm.
Like somebody posted a picture of GitHub and saying like, I don't care about the F code, just give me the binary.
Yes.
Is this type of rant?
This is very nice.
It's somewhat, but I mean, like, I don't agree with his tone. Definitely, like, somebody is putting something open source online. I'm thankful that it exists. Definitely, I am. Thank you for making whatever you're making. But it's also like, how much more effort does it take you to just ship the binary? I mean, come on. So like, there's that discrepancy, I guess.
There are wild projects that are heavily cross-platform.
That's
and
true.
then you need to do like the building stuff takes forever
It's
for
awesome.
every like platform.
Whatever-
every
that-
kind
it-
of
it is
thing.
really pretty.
But then
This is actually really pretty.
Yeah, I can imagine that if it's a successful
Or
project,
at least like a year.
and
then
much
OpenGL.
more
This is really-
building time will be wasted
I'm
for
like,
everybody
I'll
else
try to do that.
building the same setup over and over and over again.
Like OpenGL
But yeah.
could be made to work this way.
Also, I mean, like, you alienate the casual user,
It's nice that
like
this-
who's coming in,
this
who's not
timeline
even
is working
sure that
out of
he
the
needs your
box,
thing.
and
If it's gonna be too much work for him to use it,
Obviously,
and
like,
he's
you have
already
more
not
control.
completely sold on your thing, is gonna move on. I mean, I can understand if
Yeah,
this
yeah.
thing is supposed to be like custom made,
Yeah, it
compiled
seems
for
like-
every platform, I get it. But if it's like a one
don't know,
thing
like,
that just for like maybe Windows and
it
Linux,
seems cool.
just send it to me, you know.
Yeah, this definitely is a barrier of entry.
It's
All
certainly
right,
good if you don't have to
Cactus
do any
Image Viewer
extension
grew
bullshit.
to a
I'm sick of
serious
that.
project.
Yeah.
What features did you
This
put
seems
into
really
it?
this seems really good, honestly.
Okay, features. So it started with just loading one file. I was loading only just STB, and then at some point I realized that I'm limited to whatever STB is able to load, and STB was not designed for loading a lot of things. So it was like good for the common stuff like JPG, PNG, and I think GIFs as well. And there's like 4 or 5 different things it can do. Does well, but that's it. So at some point, I was recommended to use the Windows image component, which I just discovered right like a while after I've made Cactus. Apparently, like there's this great library that Windows ships that's just like whatever Windows can open, you can open now. So when I just put that in, immediately like I can basically open everything. So anything that Windows Photos can do, plus you get the perk of whatever thing you install over the store also works on Cactus. The other disadvantage is that you're getting more and more, like I was starting to get more and more specialized in Windows because A, DirectX, and B, now I'm using the WIC, and I was like, okay, fuck it, it's just a Windows project at this point. But I went in on the other end of things. I moved away at some point from SDL because I just wrote my own Windows platform code so that it becomes like a single binary. It has the ability to multi-thread load everything in a folder. Like it spawns a bunch of threads and loads them all. At least like it reads the files and whatnot. So when you're like clicking next, it's able to keep things running and not like freeze the frame or whatever. It has the ability to load GIFs, and also something that I've always wanted to have to do in GIFs is just like pause and play and then jump back and jump forward. That's something that so many don't do, and it's a bunch of it's a video. Just give me a video player. That makes sense. So I have that, and what was it like? I think there's like let me actually have to bring up my website to actually read it because it's such a long list. Yeah, recently there's
right.
It's editing. Yeah, I added editing later. That's the nicest thing about like the funnest part about this is that all of the things that was happening in when I'm rendering something, like it started like I iterated to it, but it became such a cool thing because everything was running in a shader. So like the shader is deciding to render the background, and then if it's not the background, it renders the image, and then you pass it uniforms or later would be constants to move around the image. But then I thought like, okay, I could also crop on the shader. I could also rotate on the shader. I could also do hue, saturation, gamma, contrast, brightness on the shader. I could also do Gaussian blur on the shader. And that's what I did. And it was quite fun because like you could just throw shit at it and then add more things as just one shader.
How big is the shader now?
Let me check. Let me check.
We can be approximate if you.
A few hundreds. I don't think it's like a thousand lines of code.
Oh.
To be honest,
I would expect like a couple of thousand because now I need to handle this case and then this case and then this case and then this case.
You could do, but it's like shaders.hlsl is okay. There it is, 376 lines of code.
Okay,
it's not much. It's not much.
Not much, but honest work.
But honest work. Yeah, and then I implemented, I guess, the UI for it, and then it has like multiple themes, and then you have customizable choices where like I wanted to launch in a certain way, to crop, to fill the screen, whatever.
You moved away from the IM GUI
Yeah.
to do your own UI layer.
Yeah.
Why?
It was mostly because I was simultaneously learning something for work, and it was a nice way to do it because the IM GUI is great, but it's still not it's not meant for production. So like it's great for using as a debug thing, but as soon as you start to want to do it to make it do things outside of the thing that you want, it starts to get a bit more complicated.
but I think we can segue into AnyDesk at this point, because what we were doing in AnyDesk, a custom UI thing, and that was like trying to do to implement Ryan Fleury's UI theory, like his philosophy in his blog.
What's Ryan Fleury's UI theory? It sounds like
Okay.
a university course.
I think it deserves this level of recognition, to be honest, because the idea is so simple and it's so insanely powerful. You can do everything with it. He calls it the Lego block, and I've been begging him to come up with a better name for it. And he agrees, as far as I know. But it's just like there still isn't a better name for it. But his idea is that the concept of the Lego block is that you can build everything from this one smallest unit, and then you write a complex layout engine, but then you make the unit also very powerful, that it can do or render anything. And this way you can construct
Holy
any
shit, that's
UI
way
that
smaller.
you can imagine out of those
3,000
building blocks
lines
and
now.
still make
It's
it
like
immediate.
15,000 lines before.
And it's just those collections of ideas that he wrote in his blog of how he implements those things. Went through them, then more or less tried to follow step by step what he was doing, and it works. It's insane. Like it's one of the best things ever, really. That idea.
Okay. We will link the blog post in the description.
Yeah, we should.
For everybody
Yeah,
interested.
we should.
Now, you mentioned AnyDesk already. You have been working at AnyDesk, and at what point in time you got the job there in the timeline?
This had a lot to do with med school, because funny enough, in med school in Germany, the last year, I think there's like a parallel to it in the US. It's called the internship, but in the US you are an intern. I think it's a name thing, but never mind. In Germany, the last year of med school before you graduate, you do a written test, and if you pass that written exam, you get to the last year, and that last year is 1 year of internship, where you're going every day, rotating in between internal medicine, surgery, and the third specialty that you choose, for a full year, 4 months for each one of them, and then you're going a full-time job. Basically, you're going in the morning and coming back when they go out, and you're doing it for free.
You're a cheap labor.
Cheap labor, basically. No, you definitely are cheap labor over there. They give you the shittiest tasks that nobody wants to do, and it's not like you can say no. And it's just, I think it's a rite of passage. You have to go through the meat grinder to get out and become a doctor, I guess. I can talk a whole level about a whole thing about that, but that's not relevant here. So during that part, it was a serious problem for me, because I was, like I said, working on the side. So when usually I'd be doing like 10 to 12 work days on the side during med school to support myself, and I could no longer do this, because like, when are you going to work? You get maybe like 4 weekends, and are you really going to work all the weekends of all the year? It wasn't feasible. So I needed something where I would be able to work from home, work after hours, when I get back, on the weekends, here and there, without needing to commute, without needing to do that much physical labor. So I thought, at this point, I've been programming for a few years. Maybe it's worth finding a side job, a side gig for that. Whatever money I could make, it would support me. So I wrote a Twitter post, and then Casey shared it. Thanks to Casey. And I got like a few emails, basically. So a few people approached me, one of which was AnyDesk. And I was lucky, because like the person who approached me from AnyDesk, Holger, you've met him at BSC, wonderful person. He was also a fan of Casey, followed Casey, and it's like it's the Casey network everywhere, basically. That's what I owe everything to, honestly. So he said like, yeah, it would work. Remote would also work, so I could be able to work from Berlin. They had also a Berlin office, but it was strictly a remote job. And that worked really fine, because that was able to put bread on the table. So I worked for a few, I think 6 months or so. And then I picked up a Gyro ticket. And it was during that time, it was just like the biggest object-oriented thing I've ever seen that I'm thrown in the middle of. It was like layers of inheritance beyond your belief, to your heart's content. It's like the kind of thing where you really seriously need a notebook next to your keyboard where you just draw the inheritance tree so that you can keep track of where everything is. Because everything, like there were like 1,700 classes and 1,700 files. That's how it works. It was that time I was tasked with a ticket, and the ticket was, like I picked the ticket basically because I was like looking through what can I do. It was like before the weekend I finished something, so I might as well start something short that I can finish before the weekend. And like,
Of course.
And like, okay.
Of course.
I looked through and a UI was one of the categories. Like, okay, UI is easy. UI is visual. UI is, you can iterate through it. You can change something and immediately see it. Should be easy. Found a ticket. There was like 5 of them. And each one of them were like, move checkbox, text box, whatever, from menu A to menu B. That's it. Really? You need that much? You need a ticket for this? What is going on?
5?
You need 5 for each one of? It can't be that hard. It took me and 2 other guys a month. Like, it was the most insane thing ever. It's retain mode. It's everything is an object. And it also suffered from like historical reasons because there was like 5 different UI implementations in it. It was such a big thing. It was such a big thing that afterwards I told Holger, come on, man, like we know the superior way here. We know the right way, and we know it's immediate mode. Although like the entire way that the program worked was very different as well, because it like was not like a constant loop running. So it was also like a challenge to think of a way to do that. But we was like we thought, come on, maybe it's worth it to show it to somebody in this big company. Maybe somebody would care. The CEO of the company was also a developer. He's one of the founders. So like my biggest hope was like maybe we could show it to him. So on our free time, on our own time, we worked for a bit. I don't remember, 2 months or so, working on an immediate mode implementation that followed Ryan's way. That was also the time where I implemented it on Cactus because the things that I learned how to do it by implementing it in Cactus. And then we wrote something that was like the thing that they're currently something that looks like the current application, but it's in immediate mode. And then we showed it to the CEO, and he loved it. He was very thrilled. He was like, "This is cool. This is the best thing ever. We can do maybe this, that, do it." And then during that period, I was also like right around the end of my time at the last year of med school, and there was like this period right before the last final exam. It's like a oral exam, the scariest thing ever, because it was during that day where they tell you, like, you sit there with them 4 hours. Afterwards, you go out, wait for 5 minutes.
Whoa.
Longest 5 minutes of your life. You come in, they tell you if you're a doctor or not. And it was during that time, but I had time, so I could work during that time. So
whoa,
it was during that period that I moved to Stuttgart. I moved from Berlin to Stuttgart. The company was very generous to pay for my accommodation to just like get me somewhere right during that period. And things just accelerated from then, because like that point was like I was on the clock because I needed to quit right after to continue to work as a doctor, and they were like everything was moving fast, and I convinced the CEO that we can hire a group of people. I think it originally started as like we're going to be doing it under the development team, but then was like, no, we do it isolated. I don't remember the exact details, but in the end we came to the point like we need to hire people. So I posted something on the Handmade Network and then started getting emails, and then people would start to apply. And that was a great period. We picked a few people. I think we started with 2. We relocated them to Stuttgart, and then we got an office. It was right next door to the CEO because it was like nice. We could just talk to him. And then we started cooking, and it was just like the funnest 3-month period of my life. Basically, we were working the whole day, doing nothing else but working, because they relocated and I also relocated, and we had nothing to do in the city.
So we'd be hanging out with each other the whole time. Wake up at 9, get back to bed, like go to the office, stay up until 2 a.m., go back to bed, and then that's it. There's no weekends, no free days, nothing. But during that period, we did something really beautiful. We implemented a UI application that was immediate mode, that could render anything, that could render Unicode, and that had a software renderer, a fast one, with like proper culling and whatnot. Which means that it ran on Windows XP. We had also Direct3D 9 implementation to it, Direct3D 11, OpenGL ES, so that we could run it in WebAssembly. And then we ran it on the Mac, we ran it on Android, we ran it on iOS, and naturally Windows 10. It ran everywhere, and you could hot swap between those renders. Like you press space, and then you can flip from Direct3D 11 to OpenGL. Hit another space, you're in software render mode. Like the idea was, you need your application to be so reliable that it would never crash. So if anything works wrong, you fall back until you fall back to the barest bones. Like otherwise, just kill the application. And we had like a lot of interesting discussions over then about the philosophy of when should the application crash, because it's very different between a game and like an application like AnyDesk is something that's supposed to be running all the time on your computer. It should never crash. So yeah, that was interesting. Sorry, I've been talking a lot.
3 months of
It's
like
not that long.
7 day.
Yeah.
7 day a week.
Yeah.
This was so. Can we get the details straight?
Mhm.
When was your exam, the oral exam? Was it like before or after the
During.
this part?
I flew to Berlin to do the exam and I came back.
During your like 3 month high on immediate mode GUI phase.
Yes.
Wow.
It was.
You
during
didn't
that time.
study for it. You
I
didn't
studied. Of course I studied.
When?
During that time. Like, look, the heavy stint was, I think, after, no, wait, I got my exam end of November.
It's not using HTM.
January.
Oh my god.
It was really during it, actually. Yeah, it was during it. I studied, man. I don't know. It was during the time. I did not study intensively because I think at that point you either know the shit that you know or you don't. Because it's not like you've had 6 years to do this.
Okay.
You're either stuck or you're screwed.
Did
I
you
think
pass?
I passed. Yes.
Congrats.
I passed.
Congrats.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Was Taha one of the people that joined that
Taha
time?
was one of the people that joined, but he joined like I think a few days right after I left. So I was
Oh,
involved in hiring him, but then did not get the chance to work with him, which is really sad. But he was one of the guys who took off with the code base after I left.
Okay.
And I regret it. Like it's not like I could have done something else, but I really wish that I did not leave that team during that period. But I had to because of visa reasons.
Okay, so you pass the exam. You also do, in meantime, the 3 month high energy,
mean, I don't
high
know, it's
work
kinda-
period, and then because of visa reasons, you need to quit AnyDesk.
No.
Yeah, because it's the case where you don't get a work visa
It's
for a
like-
thing unless the thing that you're getting
I don't
is
know.
of the same topic as the thing that you studied. I mean, it makes
Oh,
sense. So that,
wow.
like, I mean, you studied to become a doctor, now you want to be a programmer. Well, they won't authorize that.
I kind of would. I
Okay,
kind of don't know.
so your visa expired.
So my
I mean,
visa
I
expired.
kinda
Well, it's
think I don't like
changed.
this.
I mean, it moved to the other.
Yeah, I don't like it.
The blue card thing or whatever it's called.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you needed to leave Germany?
No. I just needed to leave AnyDesk and then find a job in Germany that is medicine. That's all.
Okay.
So I had that. I had that already lined up. I was like, I researched this whether it's even possible, and it's just way too complicated. You can't just really do it unless you lie and say like what I'm doing at AnyDesk is medical. So I had to move until like I become a citizen, and I am right now. And then I can do whatever I want if I want to do so. But I had to do it, and I had to leave the team during that period. So I had something lined up. I was looking for jobs, and I found a job in surgery. So I got that lined up first.
So after this like high intense programming work,
Yeah.
you go back to the actual medical work, and
Yeah.
now you're a surgeon. And that also, like, this is from all my friends, from what I know, being a surgeon, especially the one that is like young and by older surgeons, is treating not the nicest
Yeah,
way.
it's not the best.
It's also intense, and the hours are long, and the work is hard. So you now switch from programmer to surgeon work.
Yeah.
How do you like? How are you holding up at this point?
At this
You like
point,
it?
I've been doing this for 2 years, and I'm tired. I have to admit, I'm tired. It's the medicine part of it is great. Everything else is the worst. So like being in the OR is the best thing ever. It's very much fun. It's great. All of your senses, your entire being is focused on doing one task, and it's task that you manipulate and work with your senses. So it's like you feel alive while doing it, and it's a great thing. It's very technical. It's very detailed, and it requires technical prowess. It's a nice one. Working with patients, like figuring out diseases, diagnostics, therapy, and then finding your results. And especially the nice thing about surgery is like you see your results immediately after surgery. You don't have to wait months for it. Either it worked or it didn't. That's all is very rewarding, but the system around it is the worst. It's very toxic. It's based and built around maximizing profit, so it abuses the people who are working there, both the doctors and the nurses, especially the nurses. And it's just it's not a nice place to be. And then you sign up a work contract for like 40 hours a week, and then you end up working 80, and half of those are not paid. So it's not great, if that makes sense. So I'm tired.
You've been doing this for 2 years now?
Around like almost 2 years. I mean, short, a few months short. Around 2 years, yeah.
Okay. We need to also go back in time to do a story of Rebound Express, your another game that we kind of skipped because you're doing so many things at the same time that it's hard to keep track of. So, okay.
Rebound Express is just yeah. Go on. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Because we got to the like present point almost,
Yeah.
and Rebound Express happened somewhere recently. In 2025 was released, right, in June.
Yes, that's when it came to Steam, but it was done in the end of 2024 because it was just it's a small jam project because between a group of friends we were doing like this shipping jam where people would just like focus on shipping something, and so it was nice because it was like a 1 week stint where you have to ship something, and it was during that time where I tried something else where I tried to for this one I'm gonna use a pre-made library and a pre-made engine. So I tried to do it. I did it in Raylib and Box2D, and then I used a lot of pre-made assets from a website. I don't remember what it was called, but it was like all of the things you see is pre-made assets. So it's like this the proper just do the jam and try to come up with something that is playable. Just focus on making the gameplay. So that was really interesting because your entire priority system is different. And the way you write code becomes different. The way you deal with issues becomes different. It's like crunch mode. But yeah, done it in a week. And then I put it on itch, but then I released it on Steam a year after I set it up. Because Steam is a headache. You have to pay $100 to set it up. And
go through the contact with IRS from US to actually get the proper form, fill it out, wait for them to approve this. In the case of you making millions, so that like everybody is
I'm not gonna make anything out of this. It was all and I lost that shipping jam because the whole point was like the guy who sells the most copies, or not the most, the guy who makes the most gross revenue wins, and I did not do that. I think it was Charlie.
Who participated?
Brendan was there. Bill Hall, Ginger Bill was there. He made like a little Milton-esque kind of thing, like a Milton tool, drawing tool.
He finished it as well and he shipped it. And Sam and Sander also did like and Philip. They like three of them together made like a wheelie bouncy ball thing. I'm so bad with names. Bill's thing was called Striga, that's true. And then wheelie bouncy thing. It was a 2-player network game where you just play volleyball.
Oh, I've seen that.
You've seen that, right?
That.
Like
Yeah.
it's pretty cool. It's really nice. And then Charlie made a Demon Knights kind of thing was called. I don't know. It was like a
Demon Knives.
Demon Knives, I think, wasn't it? Yeah. He made the most. He's the guy who won that thing, and it killed whatever he did. Charlie is full of surprises. He does really cool
Charlie
things.
is great.
Charlie
is
great.
also very like hidden.
Exactly. So like he
you know
does
a
not-
lot about Charlie.
He's like
Exactly.
Batman. He comes in,
Exactly.
kicks everybody's ass, and then he disappears. So that's
Yeah.
Charlie. So yeah, it was fun just like to be in that environment. I think I would love to do it again with the guys every next time. Because like you focus on the different kind of skill set, because you're so sucked into like my time is not on a schedule here. I can spend a whole month figuring out a problem and then throw all that code away. No, in this case, like you're crunched. You have to ship. It's a different skill set.
Yeah. So you've done Rebound Express as in a week.
Yeah, that's a
We
week.
talked about like you shipping Game Pass when it was 4 months, and then it's like another game in a week.
Well, that game I also did the art. I also wrote the engine. I also did those things. So like that's why it was slow compared to those.
I mean,
two.
you know, like most people in a game jam, they would pick up Godot or Unity and
Well, that's
or
what I
Unreal,
did.
and then it's like you're like, oh, I picked up bugs to this. Like, okay, that's just physics, you know.
But
All of
that's
the
what I
other
did.
stuff like render you need to do yourself. Like that's not the.
Well, that's what I did though. Like Raylib is relatively easy. I mean that's what I encourage people in the end, because like if you're gonna spend unit time making things in Unity and Godot, I really doubt. I mean, like I cannot be an authority on this because I never used them. But like, is it really that much more work to just like use Raylib or maybe spin off your own thing? Because I mean, you figure this out also once, and then you can reuse your code. And in the end, you're fighting with Unity anyway. All of those games that grew require engine devs in the end because they have to change the way Unity and Unreal works in order to make the thing look like the way they want it. So we're coming back to the same level of complexity anyway, you know.
Okay, let me sum up.
Sum up. Go for it.
AV Racer.
Yeah.
A car game.
Yes, sir.
Cactus Image Viewer that started as a car game.
Yes, sir.
Cactus Image Viewer that started as you wanting to look at your 32 by 32 pixel art, and you
Which was too much.
couldn't find a program to do it that wouldn't switch the texture mode from linear. And then Rebound Express, a game you made in a week.
Yeah.
In meantime, AnyDesk, immediate mode, GUI style, using the Ryan Fleury philosophy course on how to make UI,
Yeah. The Lego
which
block.
also Lego blog, the title. And is this the project that is turned into Arc UI?
Yeah.
Like Arc? Okay.
That's Arc. I mean, I have not been, because I was not at the company since then, have not been following the code of what they did. They also went through a bunch of iterations. I think right now it's like a pure C library, which I'm a huge fan of that fact, because you know that this has like imposes a level of simplicity to things. And I think like they've managed to strip it down to this is a layouting library that will tell you what to render, rather than like this is a whole application with the render improved, because that solves the multi-platform problem, so that you can just use the UI library as a UI library. And it also unlocks the power of your rendering in the end, because you just take control of that. So whatever they did today is really good. I mean, Taha's tweets, when there's a recent one where he's showcasing like 3 different themes of how things work, and they're vastly different, and that's very interesting regarding that. So yeah, that's what ARC became. Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you look back on your medicine journey, your programming journey, one would think that you would like to connect those two, and then kind of find a place in a med tech world where you kind of can use the medicine aspect that you know and devoted a lot of time into, and also the technology aspect. What are your thoughts on that?
I would like to do that, especially after working those like last 2 years in medicine. You sort of see just how insanely bad medical software is. And I'm talking, you have to wait for like 20 seconds to 30 seconds for a list of 30 people to load. You have to wait for 5 seconds when you double click on one of them for the thing to load. You sometimes drag something, and while dragging, so your entire system freezes, including the OS. This is insane. Today we have programs that can like render photorealism at 140 frames a second, and we can't get a list of text right. This is insane to me. So it's like I'm very acutely aware of how badly these things are made. I sort of can imagine why they are the way they are, and I also know how I would do it. I probably would be able to make something that is good, and especially since now I know what kind of things that I as a doctor would need to have. So it's like it's a nice combination to know those things. So eventually, at some point, I would like to be able to make that program, to make something that for hospital, like one good example, just to make hospital systems. But those things are very difficult to crack because monopolies are running the scene currently. They're very expensive to license. So you need a lot of money and good networking to even break in, to have a chance.
You're talking now about like hospital software, like administrative software for the hospital.
Not necessarily, administrative software, but that also like the kind of software that the doctors and the nurses are using
in the OR or something.
In everywhere at the hospital. So like you have a patient that you want to check their charts, you want to write info of what happened today, you want to write the report, you want to look at their images, look at their lab work, apply for something. Like you need the system for that because we're no longer using paper, but we're less efficient than paper. And I'm not kidding. We are.
Okay. So hospital management
is an idea.
Systems
is an idea in the end. I mean, I'd like to see a connection between the two, because like there are so many things that are bad. The theme is going to be performance because nobody cares about performance anymore. Nobody does.
There are also companies that do products that then sell to hospitals that are kind of standalone for a very particular thing. So
that's true.
That's also
those usually are better.
Yeah.
Funny enough, like those usually are, but it depends. The ones that, for example, come and ship with hardware usually are okay. For radio imaging or for DaVinci or whatever, like those things are usually okay. But of course, there are outliers. You know what I mean? Like it depends on what things I used as well. Like maybe the things I used were particularly bad, but it's not like I've seen a few hospitals back in Germany where I worked, and I haven't seen a good system yet. And yeah.
Okay. Would you consider doing this or not really? Like hospital management might be tough, like hospital side of things, but more like a startup or a small company doing stuff that would sell to hospitals.
I wouldn't mind. No, I would do it if the chance presents itself. It's not something that I can do right now because of the reasons I mentioned. But down the line, probably, yeah.
It's fucking small.
You also have done an incredible project that we didn't discuss yet. 3D car simulation.
Oh yeah, almost forgot about it.
So, first of all,
Yeah.
you need to say where in the timeline this fits. When did you spend most of the time? And then paint a picture of the project for everybody.
This is definitely during being a surgeon, like after leaving AnyDesk. Because here's the thing, I was visiting AnyDesk afterwards. I was visiting the team, just like a social visit, and it was that time when I first managed to hang out with Taha, and Taha was showing me his 3D engine game, and I'm like, yeah, okay. At this point, this is very motivating. I should just, when I get back home, I should sit down and then finally write that 3D engine. So he motivated me to. So thank you, Taha. He motivated me to get back home and do it, and it was during work. It was during doing surgery and like going to doing residency. So like in my free time after work and free days and so on, I started that, and that was also complete research project because like I'm doing rendering from scratch in 3D. Spent like I don't know how many weeks just figuring out the math and the matrices and the right signs of things just to appear on the screen. That's his own thing. And then of course used a lot of the existing code on the platform side of things. And then I think we've already started something that loads GLTF models with Said before I rewrote it because that one was way too focused on getting animations right, because we were trying to do skin animations and whatnot. This one I just wanted to get a textured model, so I wrote something that also does the texturing correctly, loads textures and a texture pipeline. It was like growing with time, and it's one of the things I'm mostly proud of currently because of the nice way the D3D11 renderer is growing with the project. Like things are falling into place in a nice way, in a nice patterns at least, of how to set up the renderer, set up the textures, how to organize the draw calls, how to batch them, and so on. And it was during that period I was like considering whether I would be making something like an FPS with that engine. But that was like, for an FPS, I would have to go nose deep into skinning and like character animation, because that's what you do. And I just did not want to do that because that was just like a headache of animation math. And I was really thirsty to get back into making a car game that actually does the car physics correctly, because I was feeling guilty from making Heavy Racer that bad. So, bless you. So I thought like, okay, might as well just do the car in the end. And that was where we are at now. Spent a few months writing car physics, figuring that out. It's an insane journey.
Most of it, or maybe some of it, is in your talk from BSc. So everybody who is interested in the actual hardcore details, because the talk is quite hardcore, because you dive deep into this stuff, the physics of how tires work in the car and how everything works in the car. So I would highly recommend watching the talk from Wasim from BSc 2025. But you've done like proper literature review, like learn the stuff.
I don't know if that's the proper literature review. I don't come at me if you're a researcher, but I had to look at how people do it. It's difficult because there is no right way that you can find somebody to point you like this is how this is the way that games do it everywhere. Everybody has done it differently. It's crazy. And there are patterns, there are things that are common, that is a common approaches many games take. But there are things that like everybody does entirely differently because everybody designs their gameplay differently. And not everybody's making the same thing. And then also not everybody has their source code online. So you're left following, like watching talks from GDC or reading a few articles here and there, or people talking about Reddit, half of them talking right out of their asses, and then
finding that odd book that is actually good, and then you stick to that book until you see that, okay, that book references this image from somewhere, and then you read that book reference an older book from the 50s that was made like for motorcycle tires post-war. Like, it's just that's where we got. And then the hardest part was accepting that you don't know. I can't know. Yeah, just accepting that I can't, with the current access that I have right now, know exactly the right solution. And maybe if I search long enough, I'd be able to find. And I definitely got further after the talk, because people would start to send me emails like, hey, you should join this Discord server. We talk about this specific problem. Hey, check out this book. Hey, check out this video. And that has been insanely helpful.
Are there Discord servers for people that are interested in how tire changes, like vertically and horizontally when you're going? Like
there's a Discord server called Vehicle Physics, and I was so thrilled to be invited to that, because like that's just a bunch of people trying to figure that out, and it's interesting to see how everybody does that.
Okay, so at what stage is the project now?
It's at the stage where the physics is stable, but in order to tune it well, I need to start to design gameplay. So I need to put the car in scenarios where I'm actually driving it in order to get a good feel of what it feels like driving, so that I can tune it well. I moved away from, because during this project I also wrote my own collision detection code, like trying to copy somebody else's implementation of it. I did not figure it out. Like, I just say that out of the window, because that's a big thing to figure out. But it's still like I understood the rudimentary parts that I did, but it didn't have like all the performant multi-threading. It didn't have all the complex collision detection, mesh against mesh, convex hulls and whatnot. None of the complex algorithms that did that. So in the end, I thought, okay, I can't be juggling so many things at the same time that I'm doing for the first time. So I dropped that and then moved to Jolt. I implemented Jolt. Spent like a whole week trying to get that running, because Jolt is a C++ mess. It's
the disgust on your face. Ugh.
Oh man, it was. Let me tell you about that. So Jolt, after a lot of research, everybody basically that does a good commercial level physics engine like PhysX, Jolt, and another one that I can't remember. Each one, Havoc, yeah. So like each one of those, they have, they're all C++. They're all object oriented. They're all heavy on the inheritance. And then bless their hearts, I have nothing against them, but apparently Jolt is like the simplest, flattest one of them. Like, okay, I'll just take the simplest, flattest one. And then I downloaded that. It was like this I needed C++ 17 in order to even compile it, because it just needed so many features, and looked at the example code and I'm like, yeah, no, I need to write a wrapper around this. So I started writing one, but then I found out that somebody else wrote a C wrapper for it. So now I use the C wrapper for Jolt.
20代で初めての副業を考えている人必見。ユートラストで副業を探した方がいい理由3選。
In my C++ project, so that I just have functions and structs. That's all I want. Just give me functions and structs. And I firmly believe with functions and structs, you can put a man on the moon. That's all you need. And so I wrote the API on top of the C wrapper on top of Jolt. But now I have like a proper collision detections that I don't have to worry about. And I could focus on making the car model robust. So now I'm currently at the stage of trying to work on asset streaming, generating, like working on proper levels, a large map, and then getting that in the game, and then testing the car there.
Is it more a game project or a simulation project? What do you want to do? So the idea is to turn it into a proper game and release it at some point.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, currently now at this stage, the plan is to release this game, to have like a proper, I'm planning to make it a street racing game. So, and everything that entails, because that's what I enjoyed a lot.
when I was a kid, and I wanted to. It's a personal milestone in the end. Whether it's become something successful or not, I don't know. It's an art research project that I learned from, but I want to make it a game in the end.
What are you gonna call it?
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It's like my project for it and disk is called 3dim because the word 3D for a folder name is already taken. So it's like 3D DIM.
Like dimensional.
3-dimensional. That's like if this is a 3-dimensional project. I don't know what it's going to be.
I would encourage you to think of a better name when you release it.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to be reading it.
By the way, now it's gonna sound silly, but what AV stands for in AV Racer?
I think like those, you know, when you have those old console games and you plug into the TV, you plug them into the AV port, like the little things that you plug the sound and the color and whatnot. And I was going for that in the shader to make like a post-processing effects of the CRT TV and whatnot. So like that's what I was going for. That's what AV means.
Okay.
Audio video. That's it.
So now if we're gonna, there's no port to make, like you can't name your game like HDMI Racer now. It's gonna be silly.
No, I don't think that's an option. HDMI Racer, 4K Racer, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Can you tell me, like, when you're switching between your surgeon mindset to your programming mindset and then back, do you find this helpful? Like, do you see some sort of parallels between the two types of work? You might be like one of the only people that coexist in those realms. So a lot of discoveries were made from people that were really good in some area and they moved to a different area and they just like they reused their knowledge in the new setting and applied. For example, the algorithms they knew and they created something that was known in the spectrum but not there. Do you see something like that, like some sort of parallels or things that you like didn't expect it to find?
There aren't that many, unfortunately. I mean, programming in general is a good tool that trains your brain for problem solving, I guess. So it gets you the acuity with you dealing with computers and you become like an IT above level, above average kind of thing. But that's not what, I don't think that's what you mean. It's more like the mentality of using things, not much. Although working medicine really does treat you to work with stress. Like you're trained to work under stress. So like you don't break down. When stress happens, you can be efficient. You learn to be efficient. You learn to maximize the amount of things that you accomplish in a short amount of time, like multitasking. So it trains those kinds of skills. Crunch, basically. You become a good crunching employee, which is not good. But it still allows you to juggle a few things there on the side. So actually, maybe medicine actually makes it easier to do multiple things at the same time, if that makes sense.
Okay. This might be useful in general in programming, but it's not like the stress level handling might be useful also in any company as well. So
yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Stress management, anxiety management.
It's good general in life, to be honest, because then when an actual crisis happens to you on a personal level, your first instinct is to think pragmatically, which is good. You try to, you don't get emotional. Get emotional later, but not now. You press it down, you push it down.
Yeah. What are you up to now then?
Well, recently something happened that changed my life, and I would say that's BSC. I think you can at Better Software Conference, yes, sorry. And I think as a person who was there as well, you would agree with me that this is one of the most special things ever.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was awesome.
It was really awesome. It was for me personally the first time I was in a place where I felt like I belonged. A group of people where I felt I belong to this group and I don't feel like a stranger. And it's crazy because almost all of those people I met for the first time, and I was only hanging out with them for a week. So just that whole event reminded me of the things I feel most comfortable doing, of the things that I naturally lean into doing the whole time. So that's programming. I found out like this is it. Programming is the passion in the end. And so right now I'm working on a lateral move where, at least not I mean, I don't plan it to be permanent. Hopefully not. But I'm moving away from medicine for a bit. Where I'd like to explore that, to see what it's like just doing that full-time programming, and see where that goes. Maybe that will allow me to also focus on the personal projects, so give it a proper time, and then maybe that will become a thing, because I'd like to ship games in the end, and then see what happens. So that's what I'm doing right now, working on it.
All right. Where can people follow your work? Where can people find you?
Wassimulator.com is my website. You can see my things over there. Mostly, if you're going to be following the stuff that I work on, I'll be on Twitter or X at Wassimulator. It's the same word everywhere. You can also send me an email at wassimulator@gmail.com. Just Google Wassimulator and you'll find me.
Where's the nickname coming from, by the way?
It's a very stupid nickname that stuck. I think
but it's like Terminator kind of thing.
It's kind of that. I think like I remember coming up with it when I was a kid, when I was watching like Markiplier, and I was like, oh, Markiplier came up with a name where he put Mark and then another word next to it. And like I want to come up with something like it. I did not plan to be someone who's working on simulators, that I'm also a simulator, but it just that's it. So it was a nice unique brand, I guess. It's good for SEO.
Nice. Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
When you would like to suggest other people starting up programming, what would you suggest? Because you got into this with the help of Saeed with a very special route, but you don't regret it. So what would you say?
Do not, yeah.
What would you say for other people?
I don't think you should spend too much time reading books and watching videos. These are good. They usually give you a general idea. It's good to learn the theory. But passive learning is not the right way to do this when it comes to an engineering field. You spend time by solving problems, and it's the cheapest field to spend time solving problems in because mistakes are cheap. So this is like the right way to learn is to just sit down behind a computer and start coding. And then writing everything yourself, just trying to understand every step what is happening. So starting with something low level, maybe I'm not many people would agree with me. I really recommend starting with something low level. Like yes, start with C, learn pointers from the beginning, because you start to think the way the computer thinks, and then you build the abstractions that you learn on top of that, so that your reference point is always what the computer is doing. And everything is much easier to click that way instead of starting from the abstraction and trying to force that into the other way around, which is reality. So I recommend that. And of course, that only works if you have people to ask. Currently, we have a thing called ChatGPT, which is a search engine that you can ask whatever you think is a stupid question at for anything that you can't Google. And on the other hand, there are like communities like the Handmade Network, for example, that have a public Discord server where it really is a place where just it welcomes people coming in, beginners, or ask questions. And I don't think I've seen anyone being told off that this is a stupid question in that place, because like they welcome people asking for what things mean. So if you really need the help, you can find it. And currently we also have AI that can walk you through basic concepts, help you through syntax issues. And we have the tools to just like actively writing code is my suggestion. Start with something small, start with Tetris, and then build on top of that.
Perfect. Wasim, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me.
An awesome conversation.
It was
Thanks.
really fun. Thank you very much.
as much of that stuff into a game as possible.
When you have the perfect response in your head, but your fingers just can't keep up. We've all been there. Typing, deleting, retyping. Now I use Whisperflow. I just think out loud and it creates perfect...
But it's actually just like a half an hour, 40-minute game. So I'm just trying to sort of maximize those kind of things happening to you. So I think that's Witch and the Wardrobe on crack.
Okay. Have you treated this game more as the game you want to make for the people to play, or more as a exercise on Odin and Raylib for yourself?
I think the Odin part, like Odin quite quickly sort of got out of the way. Like I had fun programming it in it, and you know, Odin has like as one of the features that Odin kind of markets itself with is joy of programming. So I just felt it was fun to work with, but when I felt like, oh, maybe I can ship this game, you know, when I've been working on it for a while, I was mainly worrying about the game design and like that was really the hard part, because a few months before shipping it, I was I had a few weeks where I was like, oh, there's not enough to do in the game. What's the core gameplay? Because it's kind of like this story game with little inventory, you go around, find items. But you know, I felt like I needed something more. It's very easy to have this idea of the game needs something more. So that was the hard part, because I almost stopped working on it because I was like, I had kind of decided that I was gonna ship it, but I almost stopped because I felt like I can't figure out the game design properly. But then I did send a demo out to people on my Discord server, and many of them actually quite enjoyed it for what it was, even though it was just the first level and you could do some silly things. So somehow I got past that, and I realized that I think I realized about game design that you can take almost anything as long as you pour sort of as long as you pour like some kind of creativity and love into it and make it feel very nice to sort of interact with, then you can usually make something fun out of that. It doesn't have to be this magical new super creative game mechanic. Like you don't have to. Maybe in my case, like, oh, I have this story that's quite unusual, and I'm trying to make very nice little custom animations as much as I can, and I'm trying to have all this kind of like, oh, what the heck is going on moments, and that's the game. And then the gameplay is sort of a vehicle for getting you through that, and the game is short enough so that even if you do find the gameplay boring, you probably find the rest entertaining enough that it's fine. But really, the game design was the hard thing about it, and the thing that I need to explore. And then, of course, shipping the game as well, like just getting everything done so that it felt like I was happy with having people play it.
Okay. Do you have any systems underneath that you'd like to highlight from the game?
So I think my favorite one is, and that's the first thing I did on my YouTube channel, is the hot reloading. So code hot reloading. It's a bit similar to like the Casey Muratori did on Handmade Hero. You know, the code hot reload stuff for just reloading iterating on your gameplay code while your game is running. And we had sort of stuff like that at our machinery, where we could hot reload the whole plugins into the engine. So I knew a bit about how that worked already. So I think that was one of the first month after the airplane, so to speak. I tried to split my game into an executable. So then there's an exe that loads a DLL, and the whole game is in a DLL, and then there's like all the memory for the game goes into a big blob of memory that is
So when it can load a new DLL, you can recompile the game, get a new DLL, and then it can feed that DLL the same block of memory. You just continue running as long as the layout of the memory doesn't change. Then it all works fine. This works very well for tweaking gameplay mechanics, like you have a function or a procedure where you're tweaking like, oh, this number, like this single number that controls how long something happens. So you can press a button to do it over and over in the game. Just being able to change something, compile, and go back in. That's, I think, I couldn't probably have made the game without that because I said that I got burnt out from Unreal because the iteration times was so bad. So I'm really an iteration time junkie almost, where if I don't see a change in the game within a few seconds, hopefully under less than 2 seconds, because I had to switch, maybe I had to switch window or something also after the compile. But then, like if it's 10 seconds, then I'm already like opening Reddit or something. No, okay, maybe not that impatient, but it starts to wear me down when it's slow, because it you sort of lose your creative flow somehow, especially when you're sort of intensely working on a feature. So hot reloading was super nice, because I also, since I come from the game engine stuff, I used Raylib, and Raylib draws graphics on the screen, plays sounds and all that, but it's not a game engine, it's just a library. So I needed, I had, my game has sort of levels that are custom made. So I needed a level editor. So I made, since I worked in game tools, I made my own little level editor. And while working on the level editor, the hot reload, because like the level editor it was made using an immediate mode user interface. So it's like sort of draw a box, draw text inside. And I made my own little, like it doesn't use, sometimes when people talk about immediate mode, they say EMGUI and then they imply that it's their EMGUI, which is a specific library. But I just want to tell these people that you can't just write EMGUI on the internet and assume that you mean their EMGUI, because EMGUI just means immediate mode graphics user interface. It can mean absolutely anything that just immediately draws things on the screen. If you mean their EMGUI, then you write their EMGUI. Otherwise, I mean, I just made my own EMGUI, which is just like, okay, a button is tell Raylib, draw a rectangle, draw text inside, and then draw a border, and then check mouse hover, in, out, click, okay, return true if you click it, like that. But anyway, so positioning inside the editor, the buttons, and positioning things using hot reload for that's absolutely amazing, because I put my window sort of always on top on the screen, and I'm just like pushing things 1 pixel back and forth. Like, I can essentially make like 100 tiny changes, just trying to move things around. And I wasn't, trying to make the perfect, this level editor was only for me. I wasn't trying to make the most perfect user interface ever, but still just making sure that things are sort of roughly in the right place if you didn't have something like that, either you would have to restart lots of times, or you would have to have some kind of layout file that says how things are laid out, but then you need to program that as well. So then you depend on some data on disk or something. And that's the thing about hot reload, right? That your code becomes data, which is a super concept. Like, oh, I'm saying that this one is 5 pixels down from the top of the screen. I don't need to put that 5 anywhere else, because I can use hot reload and tweak that. So maybe if you're working on a big project, some like with other people, maybe some of the things that you tweak in hot reload needs to be moved to a configuration parameter. But if you're working yourself, just put the constants in the code. The code is your data, because if you're working it yourself, you know where the things are in the code. Just hot reload plus magic constants is the best thing ever. Do not worry about it being like messy, that you need to put it in a file or anything. Just your code file there where you just put that number, that is the data. Don't try to make it fancier than that unless you actually need to. But yeah, hot reload was super. I don't think I think I would have gotten frustrated without it. too frustrated to finish the game somehow.
Zapier's garbage.
Why Raylib?
When I was in university, like when I when I started studying like game programming, I used to use C++ and SFML, which is SFML is, I think it's called Simple Fast Multimedia Layer. I don't know, something like that. It's just a library for drawing things on the screen, playing sounds, stuff like that. It's similar, like, I guess some people use SDL as well. SDL is slightly more low level, but essentially, I used to use SFML in university and make games. And I really found that fun because it was just, I have my code, my C++ code, and I have my library, and I'm just writing the code to do the things, put it on the screen. It's all good. And then, I went into all this, making game engines, and I made very abstract things, very general purpose game engines where you can make anything in them. And they're sort of like Unity style, it's very abstract what the tool you're making right now is supposed to do. And then I worked in game engines like Unity and Unreal and stuff. But when I started playing with Odin and then tried Raylib, I got this sort of like almost nostalgic sort of like sense of like, oh, this is like when I was in university making game jam games, or trying to make little projects using that. And it's just like, I know what everything is because my program is the main procedure starts the program, and then it starts doing things using Raylib. And I can see what all the code is doing. And Raylib is simple enough that you can actually go into the C code of Raylib and look what it's doing as well. But it's just this feeling of that it's just a program. It's not my gameplay code put inside a script inside a big game editor, like in Unity, for example. You have a component and it's this giant editor running it, and you're not really even sure what, like when you make your build of your game and you look at your exe and you look at it and you're like, I have no idea what that is. And there's nothing wrong if you like making games like that, and there's nothing wrong with it. But I just have this feeling of liking to sort of approaching it a bit like a craft, really knowing what things do, and I think it's just that while working on it and working that way, I have more fun, which is the most important thing ever. Because if you have more fun, if you have fun when you work on something, then you are many times more productive, because you're not like, oh no, now I'm tired, because you're mentally drained from it not being so fun, so you need to go do something else. You can just keep working when it's fun. So that's working with Odin and Raylib. Sort of, it both brought me back to those old days, but I also realized why I liked those old days of using SFML. So, but I have a whole blog post about this, my journey from C++ with SFML, and then how I went into game engine programming and doing these games in these big engines, and how I ended up with Odin and Raylib. I have a whole blog post on my, like, maybe we can link to that or something, if someone's interested. That whole journey and how it's just funny that the way I'm programming today is more similar to how I programmed when I was 22 than when, like, now I'm 36 now. So it's like, it's more similar to that time than like 36 now. So than when, like, now I'm 36 now. So it's like,
he's 46.
It's more similar to that time than like 6 years ago.
But this is also like,
he's
when I talked to Casey Monotori or Jonathan Blow,
what?
There were the same themes in this discussion. Like, unlearn a lot of the abstractions, design patterns, a lot of these like weird things that came up with like this throughout like 20 years of, I don't know, even more, 30 years of like object-oriented kind of abstractions. And I'll go back to your roots, doing the simple things, and like take lesson from giant there were like it's difficult to understand a method that has like 3,000 lines, but is it easier to understand 3,000 classes with like 2 lines, with 3,000 methods with 2 lines, each calling the other method? Like, it's not about if it's logic is complicated, then like, why not have like the simplest way of displaying it? This is super interesting, and I think a lot of people are now realizing it. With like, first there was this like wave of, oh my god, 3,000 lines of function. This is too much to understand. Let's split it. Let's break this apart. And now it's like, oh my god, 3,000 classes. I have no idea what it does.
Yeah, I remember an old coworker who was looking at a work sample of like there was just someone sending in a work sample of working on a game engine, and you know what we were looking for was just like, okay, we want to see he has obviously implemented, maybe it was say there was some AI system, like maybe some enemy AI for a video game or something that he had implemented. I don't remember, but it was just so many small files that we just sit there and it's like, where is the code? We can't judge this. We can't judge if he's doing a good job because it takes us too much effort to look at the code. If it was just like, you know, here is the big function that sort of does all the brains of this enemy AI thingy, then we could just sit there and like, oh, okay, this seems like fairly straightforward. So I whenever I see those kind of, you know, projects where it's just a million tiny files that with methods that do almost nothing, in my brain I just hear this, where is the code? That my coworker said.
Okay. I feel like Raylib is sort of equivalent of Odin. Like Odin is to see, Raylib is sort of like an easy abstraction for you to handle. I mean, I kind of view Raylib like 80% in my mind is like graphics, and then there's also a couple of abstractions about other things. I know it's like if you split it by lines of code, you wouldn't be 80% in the GUI space, but still like the Raylib helps you a lot with graphics compared to what you would have to do if you were to use the graphics APIs directly. So I feel like this is kind of the same mentality. Why I chose Odin, you kind of like Raylib in the same, because of the same reasons, right?
Yeah. So I'm, you know, there are these kind of people who love doing things in a handmade way, sort of trying to do everything themselves. Some people who go all the way to the graphics API and, you know, they use DirectX or OpenGL Volcano and just build up from there. And while I've done that in the past, I kind of, for this project, I wanted also to focus a bit more on trying to get into the game programming side of things. But I felt like sort of using Raylib was, I had enough control that it still felt like it didn't start feeling like a weird black box. You know, there was just enough of the abstraction layer was thin enough because I could still step. I had in a debugger, I had the Raylib source set up, so I could step into the Odin code into C and look at what that did and stuff. And I think the Raylib functions are implemented in this kind of, it's implemented in C, and it's quite easy to understand because it is like proper functions that are not trying to be as short as possible. They're just doing the work, and eventually it goes to OpenGL essentially.
Yeah, I talked to Ramon, who is the author of Raylib, and he said that one of the hardest thing is to keep the library at the same level because he has a lot of submissions and PRs from other people that want to add new feature, but like the feature is kind of like an abstraction built on top of other features. So this would like make it, this is where you say that the Raylib is a thin layer, right? And he's making it, and it supposedly takes a lot of effort to actually remain with this thin layer and not to just stack the abstractions on top of each other. And he's very vocal about that this is like his main priority in case of Raylib.
Yeah, but it's very easy to like see examples because he has, like, for example, he has in Raylib there is you can draw a rectangle and you can draw text, but there's no way to draw like then a button is just a rectangle with some text inside. But in Raylib, there's no draw button. Like someone could easily be like, oh, but it's just it's just a button. It just returns true if your mouse was inside it and you click. Like, but then it starts making all these assumptions about like how you lay out things and maybe how you interact with the mouse events and stuff. So I've seen people ask about those kind of things on the Raylib Discord server, and usually the answer is like, no, that you need to do yourself. Raylib just does the basic heavy lifting for you of making this possible to tell OpenGL to do. But you can draw a texture, you can draw part of a texture on the screen, you can draw a rectangle, you can draw some text and stuff. But the moment you try to combine these into something bigger, that's actually many of the things people try to submit into Raylib that get rejected are quite easy to do, because the hard stuff to do is like, for example, Raylib has, like it uses OpenGL, and then as long as you use the same texture shader and what's it called, the same sort of shader parameters, then it can automatically batch it, and it sort of does that behind the scenes, and all that stuff is, takes some care into making it work properly. But making a button using a rectangle and some text, that's when you think about it a bit, if you want to do like an immediate mode GUI solution for that, it's not very hard. So people tend to ask for the like, oh, why is this thing not a thing? Like, oh, because you can already do that, and it's also fairly easy.
Okay, let's close out with this one. You said that you have a lot of fun doing things from scratch, and I feel like there's a vast pool of programmers that have no idea how fun it is, but would like to try.
You know what?
Where would you point them? What would you say
I'm
to
almost
them?
thinking that we
How they
should
can
not do
start
any of
doing
this
that?
shit.
Do you mean in general how they can like not try to have fun in my way, but try to have fun for themselves?
Yes, rediscover these programming things from scratch. Things like manual memory management or doing graphics.
I would say first you need to pick, like, if I do video games, so that's an example for me. But if that's what you're really interested in, making video games, for example, then you're like, okay, I'm gonna try to make a video game, and then you try to use the least complicated tools, like that still where you still feel like you can have we're like this. If you're trying to make a game and you are like implementing everything from scratch in DirectX, like Direct 3D or OpenGL, and you feel like you never get to making your game, and you're starting to feel a bit weighed down by that, then don't do that. Then you can try using something like Raylib. Like, check where, like, what is it that makes it fun for you, and try to do more of that. And it's very like it's very easy to listen too much to what people online say, like, like, oh, this is the way you should be making your program, this is the way you should be making your video game, and then you internalize that and you start trying to make it in that way yourself. But the problem is, maybe you don't like working like that, so maybe you don't find it fun, and therefore you become inefficient at doing it. So the important thing here is actually to try to make the thing you want to make in a few different ways. If you're not finding it, like, if you don't find enjoyment, try doing it a slightly different way. And also make sure that you're not building the wrong thing. Like, if you want to make a video game, but you notice that you're making a general purpose game engine, it's like, say that you're sitting and making a level editor in which you can build any game possible, but you just need a level editor that can place blocks that look exactly like they do in your game. Then you have to choose: am I making a general purpose game engine? Maybe I'm just experimenting with that for fun. That's fine. But if you are promising yourself that I am making a video game, and you're doing that, and like you're working on features that are not important for the game at all, that will never be used for a game, because you think that this is important to have in a game engine, because you've seen that Unity has it.
Just like
and
as a
then
case
you
study for like
need to stop. So I think
YouTube.
never write a
YouTube,
line
yeah,
of
but it's
code
private, so
that is
I
not
can see
needed for the
until
problem at hand.
the product is
Like
released.
don't like.
Okay.
Yes, if you worked for a really long time on things, then you might know that okay, this thing here I'm gonna need. I know that I'm gonna need it because I have seen it 5 times in my life. But if you are doing something for the first time, do not try to plan ahead. Just refactor it when it doesn't work, but don't try to plan ahead because you are gonna make.
I didn't know that.
It's much harder to rework a complicated system that
It's
does
not-
the
yeah, it's
wrong
not mine.
thing than rework a simple system that does the wrong thing.
Okay.
So yeah, keep it very simple.
Oh, the
Find
olive
your
oil is
level
old.
of fun, and then try to
Yeah,
keep it
it's
simple.
not
Don't
that.
build
I did.
general things, but build things that you want to
furious.
build, the actual thing.
Yeah, and don't guess, like don't you just write the
You
for
should,
the
you
problem
should, you
you're working
should.
on right now. Write the specific code you need to solve that problem. Don't start dreaming too much because you might think that you're gonna have more fun if you might think that you're gonna have more fun if you write like, oh, I'm just gonna make it really nice and tidy, but probably it's gonna be fun for the first 2 hours, and then you're gonna start feeling like, why am I doing this? And then you're gonna go do something else. Like you could have already been done with the feature at that point and gone to the next interesting thing. So it's sort of like these sort of over engineering or whatever you want to call it. Like these things where you try to make the too general thing. It's usually very fun up front, but since this thing you're building will take so much time to make in order to make it useful for your use case, because suddenly you made something that's can be used for doing almost anything. It's so abstract. In order to make it nice enough for your use case, you need to work so much on it that you get tired of it. So there's many reasons to sort of avoid, and this is especially true if you're working alone or in a small team. Like the bigger your team is, the more general things need to be, because you need to empower people with tools. But if you are working yourself or with like one artist or something, then it's super important that you do not try to write too general things, because then you're actually disempowering yourself, because you're trying to solve other people's problems that don't exist or something like that. You know, you're trying to make Unity in order to put a cat on the screen when you could have done that in one line.
All right. Thank you so much for joining me, Carl.
Thank you for having me.
Where can people follow you?
You can follow me on YouTube. You can search for Carl Zielinski on YouTube. And I can also go to my website, zielinski.se, where I have my blog. And there's some other links to some other social media. I'm also on Blue Sky, and there's on Discord. I have a Discord server as well and stuff. But yeah.
And what future holds for you when the book is done, the game is done?
Yeah, so I've released sort of a major update to the book now, and one part of me is like, maybe I should make the book, because the book is sort of an ebook or a digital book right now. Maybe I should make it physical, but also because that sounds, the book is doing okay money-wise, and I'm like, maybe I want to move to something else. So I'm not even sure if I want to do the physical, because it might not feel like fun for me, because maybe I have this moment to do another video game or something. So I'm sort of torn a bit between like trying to prototype some video games and worrying about the book. So I'm in this weird state right now. We'll see in 2 months. I'm gonna have a clear answer.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining me. This was a lovely discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for listening to this episode of the Game Engineering Podcast. Don't forget to subscribe on YouTube and follow on Spotify and other podcasting platforms. See you in the next episode.
I think, yeah. That would be really amazing. I will try to make some video soon. Yeah. That's right. いや、なんか、どんな感じで、なんか、go to dashboard, open chat, ask question.
and then it display information.
そうだね。そんな感じがいいかな。で、what kind of, if, like, we're gonna ask, like, what kind of information do they need or something, so, like,
Yeah.
we have that, like,
Bro, you should come with us tomorrow.
Yeah, I have to. I'll come. Yeah.
Awesome. This is a contract paper for my grandfather to rent.
2 lines.
No, it's not 2 lines. Maybe
It looks like code.
Right, does look pretty.
ほら、明日株式会社クラブになるから。
マジ？明日？
明日から俺ら株式会社クラブに。
We should make a celebratory video.
It's coming. He's turning into a stock company tomorrow.
Stock?
No. LLC.
LLC. 株式会社。
株式会社 LLC.
No, not LLC. LLC is 合同会社。INC.
INC, so incorporated.
Yeah.
Incorporated.
株式っていうのは株ってこと？
株はだからストックってこと。でも、not published だよ。
Not public.
We can give like anyone like stock. Before we were LLC, so we didn't have any stock, but the concept of stock. Yeah. で、カタカナになる。クラー君が。Now it's like 全部英語だから読めないみんな。They cannot read.
それはなんかやらなきゃいけない。株式会社になったらなんかカタカナしないといけないってこと。
いや違う。
普通になんか
読みやすくするために。いつもクラーキンとかめっちゃ言われるから、だったら全部カタカナにしといた方が分かりやすい。だけどロゴだけ英語にする。
So company Clarkin is going to become incorporated tomorrow. So and we're going to Mazda tomorrow. So that'll be really interesting. So, yeah.
これは電話これ
いえ。
こっちそれの中にない
そうない。
Why do you have
ないない。
これ真ん中You know how to open the door? I'm gonna send you.
There's a. If you forget the number.
What?
It's 2003 because it says that on on the building.
Okay. はい。あ、そっか、携帯。じゃあ。コンファレンスで、ビデオがどのぐらい、アウトカムだったのか。
Yeah.
Documents that I'm making. Not
Don't sit on the bed, bro. Your pants are dirty. Maji ka. タバコ吸うんだよ。It's done? No, it's conference. Oh, for the conference? Yeah, in Matsuda. We need to report. Report for which module interaction. After すごく数なんだけど、わからない。 Oh, really? Have you seen RuPaul Car? No, I haven't. I don't know. Makes sense. That's cool. That's a good rule. I think in terms of equality, like equality. No, but also because Japan doesn't have space for cars to keep going around with stuff. Wow. Barai. Oh, got. Hi. What does name Barai mean? K だったら1万円くらい。Like twice. Oh, this is the for like Shark Tank? No, for like normal car. Not insurance. Insurance? Yeah. 200,000 a year. So it's double the price of a kid's insurance? Double the price is crazy.マジ大気が大気にあれがいけない。年齢が高い方が安くなる。Wait, so older it gets cheaper? Yes. Perfect. Wait. 全然違うんだよ。K カーだったら。ないな。
What the? Oh my god. This fucking video is so disgusting. Oh my god, this is so disgusting. What the fuck? That sucks. Oh my god, that sucks. Hell no. Is this what I think it is? Fuck! Y'all are nasty, bro. Shut. You're such a piece of shit, bro. Why would you share this? No.
Come on, spirit of the show. What are you making? For presentation for. You want to smoke? Yeah. Huh? Yeah. I have some old sandals I can bring. I mean, I can bring. Oh, we should also buy a new one. It's very broken. Yeah, no, that is. You have to throw it out. No, no. No, it's movable. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think so. Be careful with this.
glad that it figured that out.
Time is it? What time? 18:25. Okay.
はい。はい。
晩ご飯食べたいの
Yes.
あと、僕は、タンドリーに行きたい。行こうか
Yeah.
マジで
Yeah.
Okay, okay, 行こう。今から
Okay.
Yeah, we need tandoori and we need.
I'm gonna go to my girlfriend's place first.
More stuff up.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
Okay. Bro, have you seen his little toy? No. You see this? Yeah. And he's got loop.
Oh, wow, shit.
Oh, it's not good. I don't know, man. You know what I mean? You gotta.
It's sanitizer on job.
Yeah, you have to sanitize it.
Is she kidding?
You know, it's just very suspicious looking, yeah. I mean, if you hide it, it's even more suspicious. I mean, you do hide it every night in your pride.
Is there parking?
Yeah.
We can like park it at the GameStop. Oh, sorry.
明日松田に行くんだって。うん。松田に行く。あ、ジョブナビの、すごいよ。
松田ってどこにあるんだっけ？
広島。
広島にあるんだ。
広島の会社。うん。
じゃあその変な髪の毛で行かない方がいいね。
そう。だから、今日は絶対お風呂。さっきインドカレー食べたけど、持ち帰りした。
持ち帰りできたの？
うん、でもカレーがついてなかった。カレー入ってない。
忘れたってこと？
いや、適当にされただけ。まあいいわってことで。ついてなかった。うん。
カレーの意味ないよ。
うん。めっちゃびっくりした。
言えばいいのに。
どういうことぐらい。だから、ナナが一緒にいたらいいねって感じ。
ナナに任せるの自分でやれよ。
だから、ナナが言えばよかったねって感じ。
自分が言いたくないだけで。
俺のクレーマー、助けてほしい。まあ、でも、ジェフは普通のことできないし。キモ。うん。無理っすか？無理？え？奥さん、奥ちゃん、奥ちゃん、大好き。奥ちゃん、奥ちゃんじゃん、奥ちゃん、奥ちゃん、奥ちゃん、奥 奥ちゃん、奥ちゃん。大好き。奥ちゃんじゃん大好き。奥ちゃん大好き。奥ちゃん大好き。奥ちゃん大好き。奥ちゃん大好き。好き。大好き好き好き。大好き好き。ななななななななななななな大好き。大好き大好きなな大好きなな大好きなないいよ。次からもっと早くなんか言ってね。言うべきやろ。
どうして？
だって俺の頑張りさが分かってるのに、虫みたいになってるじゃん。
だっていつも無視してるじゃん。
ダメじゃん、そんな。うん。ごめんねで。ごめんでで。ごめんでで。ごめんでで。なななななななななななな大好きなななななな大好きなななななな大好きなななな大好きなななな大好きなななな大好きなななな大好きなななな大好きなななな大好きなな大好きなんなななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななななうん。 That's insane. That it fucking figured it out. Actually, you know what? Let's just assume that's not insane. Okay, why wouldn't it be insane? Because it's obvious. Why is it obvious? Router, render, chatbot. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. This is really simple now, though. This is stupid simple. Oku-san. Jeff が好きですか？ジェフが好きですか？ care about that. Nana-chan. Ski. Skit. 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 Nana-chan. Skit. Nana-chan. 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 Ski. Nana-chan. Ski. Nana-chan. 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 Ski. Nana-chan. Nana-chan. Ski. Ski. 7段7段4にゃにゃにゃバボーはいボボ俺の動画に入るよ。無理じゃな。OK、バイ。無理じゃないからね。7は動画に入ること。7は動画に入ってることがダメじゃない。大丈夫。7は動画に入ってることが。7? 大好き。7? ちょっと見て。何？大好き。大好き。7大好きよ。7ちゃん大好き。7ちゃん大好き。7ちゃんちゃんちゃんちゃん大好き好き好き。7ちゃんちゃんちゃんちゃん7ちゃんちゃんちゃんちゃん7ちゃんちゃんちゃんちゃん7ちゃん7ちゃん7ちゃん7ちゃん
Friday is company karaoke, 90s pop theme.
Hello everyone.
Now you know one who's fully surrounded by these brothers of talent. Like the man called, along with the man, the great producer. Studio kind of real cloudy, like I say. Yo, it's the sound of this generation.
Yo, check out this. Yo.
Kawaii. 奥さんとイチャイチャイチャタイム。イチャイチャしよう。 イチャイチャしよう。イチャイチャしよう。チューしよう。チューしよう。チューしたい。無理。
じゃあ無理。無理だったらじゃあ無理じゃん。
Of music, be it beat or just rap. We're going to do something that's a little bit different by now already. And as we put it together, you'd probably be able to dig what we mean.
はい。
Oh, that has that fixed. That fixed it.
Welcome to the Game Engineering Podcast. Today I'm honored to speak with Guy Davidson, a legendary figure in the game programming world. He's the man with over 2 decades of experience at Creative Assembly, so the studio behind the Total War games. He's the ISO C++ committee voting member and the author of the book Beautiful C++. In our conversation, we discuss his programming journey, he shares his thoughts about C++ direction, and he walks me through step by step how C++ standards body operate. And then we discuss his approach to memory management and disk I/O in game development. It was a great honor to host Guy, and he was a pure joy to talk to. I hope you enjoyed as much as I did. You were mentioning that you started your programming career in 1980. I was born in 1997, so
yeah,
you know.
I get a lot of this, obviously. I'm 56 years old, so wow. Indeed, I was at Creative Assembly for 25 years, and I was interviewing people who were born after I joined, which was you know, quite an interesting state of affairs to find myself in. Now, I started programming in 1980. So back in 1980, the landscape of computing was quite interesting because in the late 70s, all of the stuff that was happening in Silicon Valley was there was quite a lot of turmoil going on, but the kind of the home computer, the idea of having a computer that's actually quite cheap and personal, was becoming quite a new thing. You know, you go back to the early 70s, and computers were still massive things that cost a lot of money, and time on a computer was a precious luxury. The idea of having a computer at what would be the equivalent of about sort of $15,000 in your own home. So the price of a car, but having a computer instead of a car in your home and tinkering away on it was an interesting idea. And prices dropped really quite quickly once the Altair came out. I think it was the Altair was kind of the first sort of mainstream cheap computer for home use. Once that came out, it became the prices started falling rapidly, and they started turning up in schools in the UK in about 1980. There was a machine called an Acorn Atom, and Acorn are an interesting company. You may have heard of ARM. They started off as Acorn, and Acorn released a machine called the Acorn Atom, and it wound up in schools. It was powered by a 6502 processor. It had like a few K of RAM. Processor didn't run very fast, but you could write code. You could use BASIC, which is kind of, I guess, back in the 80s we learned BASIC. Now you learn Python. It's the same sort of quality or level. It's the same sort of level of abstraction. And I just wrote code. I was really good at maths. I was one of these kids where they just didn't know what to do with me, because I just get bored out of my head in maths lessons. I had really good maths teachers, and they really did their best to engage me, but there were 30 students and me. And they said, look, here's a computer, go and use this. Go on, get on the computer, guy. You should try this out, see what's going on there. And I thought, well, this is great. I was able to manifest stuff on the screen because it was on a television screen, and it was I could put colored pixels on the screen, and it was all very exciting. And it also tied in with my sort of emerging fascination with video games, with arcades, because
but the arcades, when is it in the time frame? Because 1980s arcades were there already.
Yeah, absolutely. But arcades were around long before then. There have been arcades where people would play games for money, where you drop a coin on a slot and a thing would happen and you'd interact. They've been around for decades, absolutely decades. Indeed, Sega, who bought Creative Assembly in 2005, Sega actually stands for Service Games of America, and they would create electromechanical games for the armed forces as entertainment sort of things on their in their bases. I believe that's what was going on. But Sega started off, in arcades. But the thing that changed things was the arrival of Pong in the early 70s, and suddenly this was a properly interactive game entirely on a television screen. It had no moving parts apart from the paddles, the controllers to move the paddles up and down. So it didn't go wrong. In fact, you'd simply, the person who was hosting the machine would simply plug it in, switch it on, and then collect a bucket of coins at the end of the week, take them to the bank and go, wow, this is brilliant. And it changed the way that arcade entertainment. Well, it changed the whole business model, and the games became more and more interesting and more more refined. And but obviously the big breakout game was in 1979, a game called Space Invaders, and suddenly everyone was going absolutely bonkers. And I was playing games anytime I could find a 10-penny coin on the floor, or scrounge one from my parents, or do a chore around the household. I'd straight away spend this money in an arcade. We'd go on holiday to beaches, and there'd be an arcade on the beach, and I'd be thinking, and I'd be wandering around watching people playing games. I love games. I've always loved games. I had a younger sister, and we play games together, and I've always loved games. And once I realised there was a very short distance between an arcade game, and the Acorn Atom that I started programming on, and I could see, hey, I can make games on this thing. And I started making games, and I was so sort of taken with the Acorn Atom that the following year, my parents said, all right, we'll help you buy your own computer for your own home, which was quite a big undertaking. That it was a big risk on their part, because when you buy toys for your kids, you look through, you go to the shops and say, oh, all the kids love this toy, we'll buy that, or they love this kit, they love this Lego kit, or they love this sort of construction kit, or these board games, and they buy those. But a computer is one of those sort of what's going on? He wants a computer. What does this mean? He's going to need a television, isn't he? Oh, all these sorts of things. But they bought me.
Could they? How did they select? Like, how did they know what?
I selected.
Okay.
Actually, the computer I bought, the Sinclair ZX81, was advertised in non-computer. I mean, there weren't any computer magazines. They were just regular magazines. There was no World Wide Web back then. There were. So in fact, if you wanted to watch television, that was fine. You switch television on. You think, oh, what's on television tonight? And you'd go and buy a magazine, and the magazine would list all the programs that were being broadcast during the week. And so every household would buy this magazine. There were two magazines, the Radio Times and the TV Times. And Sinclair advertised in this magazine. They said, look, we've got a computer. And it's relevant because if you've got a TV, you can run a computer. If you've got a TV, you're going to buy Radio Times or TV Times. And he'd advertise in there and say, oh, home computing at your fingertips. And this was great. And it was £72.90. It was £69.95 plus £2.95 postage and packing. And I saved and saved and saved. I stayed away from the arcades and I saved all my money. And then my parents made up the difference. And then on my birthday, at the end of September in 1981, there was a ZX81 waiting for me and a television, everything I needed to get started. And that was basically it. I was hooked. I never went outdoors again. It was extraordinary. And I started trying to write games, and they were rubbish because BASIC is it's a very high level language. There's a lot of overhead in getting BASIC working, in the simple interpretation. And also arcade machines were just more expensive. They had color, they had individually addressable pixels, they had sound chips, all sorts of things like that. But nonetheless, I was still able to write simple, primitive games. And in the process of doing so, I learned how to program. I started off in BASIC, beginner's all-purpose symbolic instruction code, on the Sinclair. And there are many different dialects of BASIC.
You might be one of the few people who know how the abbreviation works.
This is fucking terrifying.
Possibly, yes. I've heard it described as symbolic instruction code, simple input code, symbolic input code. But it's beginner's all-purpose something code is the secret. That's the common thread between all the dialects. But BASIC was too. It was slow, and it was too. I just couldn't quite get enough out of it. And eventually, after a few weeks, somebody at school had this magazine called Interface, and it obviously been hand printed. On someone had a big sort of A3 photocopier, and they'd obviously typed it all. They'd laid it out and they stapled it together, and it was on a subscription. And I said, "Where'd you get that from?" She said, "Oh, we're from this place." And I subscribed to this thing called Interface, and the world opened up because Interface dealt with the whole home computing boom that was taking place at the time, which I didn't realise. I thought, I discovered there are other machines besides the Acorn Atom and the ZX81. And there were listings of things to type, listings of games to type in. And there I discovered machine code. I thought, machine code? What the hell is machine code? And started to learn that machine code is actually what BASIC turned, the computer, the ZX81, had a Z80 CPU in and a ROM. And the ROM, which was the operating system and the programming language, and a floating point calculator. Sorry, a postfix floating point calculator, all in 4K, which is an extraordinary achievement.
4K of RAM, not 4K monitor, like just for the new people.
4,096 bytes. 4,096 bytes for an operating system, a calculator, and a programming language. It must have been 8K actually. I can't remember. Somebody will look up and will correct me, I'm sure. The point, but it might have been 8K. Oh well, 8K is easy, but there was a tiny amount of space for all of this. So I got into the whole. Once I saw what machine code was, and there were books advertised in this magazine, I thought, great, this is fantastic. There's books on how to program machine code. I'm like, Z80 machine code, right? Okay, and I learned Z80 machine code. and I bought Mastering Machine Code Programming on the ZX81 by Tony. Oh, her name was Antonia. Oh, this is really shameful. I don't know her full name. Again, somebody will look up. But the real book was Programming the Z80 by Rodney Zacks. So Rodney Zacks, Z80 Machine Code, and I bought Mastering Machine Code Programming on the ZX81 by Tony. Oh, her name was Antonia. Oh, this is really shameful. I don't know her full name. Again, somebody will look up. But the real book was Programming the Z80 by Rodney Zacks. So Rodney Zacks, and he started a publishing house called Cybex, which published the book. And this was, I gave a talk recently at a few years ago actually at ACCU. This is the Association of C and C++ Users, which is a professionalism in programming. It's a group in the UK, and we have a conference every year in the spring. There's about 500 people turn up. I gave a talk and I mentioned Programming the Z80.
Oh my God!
And I could just see all these old guys going, "Oh yeah, yeah, I remember that book." I said, "Okay, hands up!"
Oh my God!
People throwing their hands up, going, "Yeah, it was a fantastic book." So Rodney Zacks, he needs.
I literally just had a
celebrating. There needs
premonition. Like, imagine if it just got deleted. It just got deleted. Like, are you fucking serious right now?
He absolutely clearly.
Why would that? Why would that have happened?
Z80 programming under my belt, I moved on to a new computer called the ZX Spectrum. This had color, this had sound, this had a slightly better keyboard, though not much. And just things went from strength to strength as the hardware became cheaper and became more available.
Oh my God, I can't even believe that just got
more
deleted.
Interesting and better things. But there's no
literally
industry.
can't believe
There's
that
no
just got
games
deleted.
industry. People were still selling cassettes. There were individuals writing games. The games would arrive on a cassette tape.
I
they'd stuff
literally,
it into
like,
a
was
padded
just-
envelope, put your address on the envelope, send it to you, and I get this padded envelope in the post, stamp on, with a handwritten address. I pull it out, and there was a cassette, and I put the cassette in, and it would work, and everything would be fantastic. And by about 1984, 1985, it started to become a bit more industrial. Is the wrong word, but there was a commercial. It became commercial. You could go and buy games. You could actually buy games in shot. But these are the exciting, heady times. This is how I got started in games. And then I went to university. And I did a maths degree, and I was still writing games. I got upgraded computers to the Atari ST. I was moving on to 68,000 assembly programming, and it was just more on. I was always working at the assembly level. It wasn't until the late 80s, 89, 90, or something like that, where I moved on to C. And I thought, oh, this is interesting because C is like, I looked at C and I thought, well, I can actually see the assembly language here. I can see what's going on. I thought, oh, this is great, but I can do better. I could always write better assembly language than the C compiler could generate. And so it took me a while to, kind of like move into C. I think C compilers started to outpace me in about 1991 or 92. They started to get really good. And I thought, oh, actually, do you know what? It's much
in what way outpaced you?
Because so the C compiler will take your code and will turn it into machine code of the target machine. Now, quite often it would be the case that you would know more about the problem being solved than the compiler in that instance. And so you could produce code that would run faster, run in fewer instructions, use fewer registers, use less memory, all that sort of thing. And I would say, all right, I'm not going to use this C. I'm going to actually write my own. I'm going to write the function. I'm going to hand code this function. Z80 assembly myself. Of course, that's not portable. That is not at all portable that way. And the thing that C gives you great portability. You want to use C for portable programming rather than hand coding assembly for each platform you're expecting to deliver on. And even today, the Microsoft Visual C compiler has tons of switches for which sort of SIMD instruction set you're using and all that sort of thing. So portability is increasingly important now. But I started writing in C and set assembly aside. And at this point, I actually got a job writing sort of interactive presentations and things like that. And I was using this language called Toolbook, which was kind of like, I think they were called 4GLs back then. It was like a programming language. Toolbook. Toolbook by Asymmetrics. I think it's still on the go. It's still running. It's pretty good. I used it for ages and ages. But I had to move into that. We had to write an extension for the operating system for Windows, and we had to do that in C. And I said,
here it is.
I'm
Oh,
using
okay.
C++ business. What's going on here? And
I was like really scared.
And so we got the first Microsoft the Microsoft C++ compiler that was released in 1992. It had a meter of documentation. You know, a meter of a bookshelf. A meter of your bookshelf would be taken up with all the documentation. It was version 1.0 of the Microsoft Foundation classes, and I just read all the documentation. The employer said, "Right, guy, you're in charge. What you can do?" And I said, "I guess I'll start with the documentation." Because there was no web then. There was no World Wide Web. Again, everything.
Dude, this shit is getting
so if you wanted documentation
short.
about how the Windows
I love
API
it.
works, you bought the book. You know, and that's what came.
It's getting so short.
There's loads of documentation. I went through it all.
Dude, this is
documentation about Microsoft Foundation
awesome.
classes, documentation about the Windows SDK, and this was 16-bit Windows at the time. And then there was
it's
and
getting
documentation
so
about the C++
short.
programming language. I didn't know which order to read it in.
It's crazy.
You know, the smart thing to do would be read about the programming language, then read about the OS, then read about NFC. And there were other things about writing device drivers as well. But that's where I kind of properly transitioned.
I mean,
and I
basically,
realised I'd actually been using C and C++ in the 80s. I've been, but I hadn't really kind of twigged that this is what I've been doing. Because I'd had bits and pieces of work in my gap year between school and university, and I've been writing in that. But it wasn't until then that things started to fall into place. You know, and this is one of the things, isn't it? When you're learning stuff, you don't know what it is that you're learning until you finish learning it, and you look back, and there's that kind of light bulb moment where things all start to fit together. But that period of learning C++, and I was thinking, this is great because I've got this mechanism of describing. I can solve problems by factoring them into classes and functions and abstractions. And
this was when?
92. 1992. So this was before C++ was standardized. At the time, so C++, the standardization effort, I think, started in 1989. And the idea was to get it out in like 2 or 3 years. The first standard wasn't published until 98. And, you know, to be perfectly frank, we didn't finish standardizing until 20. It wasn't until we got concepts in and requires clauses that we could really say, okay, job done. You know, we've wanted concepts forever because, you know, it's those things that constrain overloads and what's requires clauses that constrain overloads. And that's, you know, this is how you want to be using overloads. Yeah. Overloads are function templates. You know, you don't just want to be naming functions and giving them the same name all the time. You know, overloads are the function templates, constructors and operators. That's it. You know, but yes, the process of standardization was unfinished, which meant that, if I recall correctly, the version of C++ I was using in 92 by Microsoft didn't support templates. It supported virtual functions, but it didn't support templates and exceptions. I think there was something like that. So other documentation that I was reading, other books I was reading, like the Scott Myers books, Beautiful C++, that's my Effective C++. Scott wrote Effective C++. I wrote Beautiful C++. Okay. Let's set that straight. Scott Myers books would talk of these things that I had no access to because I was using the Microsoft C++ compiler. I was thinking, what's going on here? And also, you know, I was just a jobbing C++ programmer. You know, the first standard arrived in 1998. I actually entered the games industry in 1997. I spent 5 years. Do you know what? I'm doing all the talking here.
No. That's good. That's good. This is what, this is what I was trying to get to. Where at this point you're becoming full game developer in a sense, where you're programming games, because you loved games, but then your first work wasn't in the games industry. So when did it switch?
Well, I got paid to write games in 1997 when I joined Codemasters, but I was always writing games beforehand and trying to, you know, hawk them around. As I said, there was the industrial process wasn't really in place. The commercial sort of the business model wasn't really in place in the 90s. It kind of was in place in the 90s, but it was still, you know, there was no easy way of getting recruited into a games company. But in 1997, I was looking for. So I went. I was just looking for any work at all in 1997. I was looking for freelance work, and I went for an interview with the Digital Village. Now, the Digital Village was the brainchild of Douglas Adams, author of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And he'd opened a place in Islington, which was a bit of a journey for me.